Chapter 10 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay. Chapter 10. Foreign Relations in 1863. The correspondence between the British and the American governments did not cease with the escape of the Alabama. Mr. Seward and Mr. Adams, throughout the year 1863, kept up a vigorous and persistent reclamation upon the English government, holding them responsible for all the damages consequent upon what they regarded as their neglect to prevent the violation of neutrality involved in the sailing of this corsair from Liverpool. Lord Russell wrote several elaborate dispatches endeavoring to prove that the British government had been guilty of no neglect and was not responsible for any damage committed by the Confederate cruisers. But he never argued the subject at such length as the American statesman. He usually contented himself with brief notes, couched in a tone of constantly increasing resentment and annoyance, disclaiming all responsibility for any acts of the Alabama. And at last, on the 14th of September, saying to Mr. Adams, "When the United States government assumed to hold the government of Great Britain responsible for the captures made by vessels which may be fitted out as vessels of war in a foreign port, because such vessels were originally built in a British port, I have to observe that such pretensions are entirely at variance with the principles of international law and with the decisions of American courts of the highest authority, and I have only, in conclusion, to express my hope that you may not be instructed again to put forward claims which Her Majesty's government cannot admit to be founded on any grounds of law or justice." To this Mr. Seward answered on the 6th of October, in a dispatch remarkable for its dignity, its force, and its calm and friendly tone. After a terse restatement of the facts in the case, and the law applicable to them, he said that the United States had insisted, and must continue to insist, that the British government was justly responsible for the damages which the peaceful, law-abiding citizens of the United States sustained by the depredations of the Alabama. "I cannot, therefore," he says, "instruct you to refrain from presenting the claims which you have now in your hands, of the character indicated." And at the same time he admits the difficulties and embarrassments under which Her Majesty's government is laboring, and confesses that he does not regard the present hour as one that is entirely favorable to calm and candid examination of either the facts or the principles involved in such cases. He looks forward to a future time for a fuller and more satisfactory discussion of these matters, and directs the American envoy to inform Earl Russell that he must continue to give him notice of these claims as they arise, and to furnish him the evidence upon which they rest, in order to guard against ultimate failure of justice. Lord Russell replied in a similar friendly temper, saying that Her Majesty's government did not contend for the principle of equipping vessels in their ports to cruise against either of the belligerent parties, but said they must decline to be responsible for the acts of parties who fit out a seeming merchant ship, send her to a port or to waters far from the jurisdiction of British courts, and there commission, equip, and man her as a vessel of war. Her Majesty's government fear, he continued, that if an admitted principle were thus made elastic to suit a particular case, the trade of shipbuilding, in which our people excel, and which is to great numbers of them a source of honest livelihood, would be seriously embarrassed and impeded. But while this discussion was proceeding, the work of fitting out Confederate cruisers in British ports went steadily on. In April, 1863, a steamer called the Japan, afterwards known as the Georgia, left the Clyde with the intent to depredate on the commerce of the United States, and in the spring of the same year the same firm which had built the Florida launched at their yard in Liverpool a new gunboat, to which the name of Alexandra was given. It was apparent to the least attentive observer that this was a vessel of war, and the evidence was overwhelming that it was intended for the insurgents of the Southern States. In this case the British government acted promptly, and an information was filed by the Attorney General on behalf of the Queen against the ship and the builders. The case came on trial in June and was prosecuted with energy and ability by the Attorney General. The testimony upon which he relied went to prove that the vessel was constructed for a ship of war, that gun carriages and other warlike equipment were being made for her, that her builders had declared she was being built for the Confederate States, and that the persons who contracted for her and supervised her construction were Confederate agents. Yet, in spite of this weight of evidence and of the authority of the government, which was doubtless exercised in good faith, the Lord Chief Baron gave this amazing instruction to the jury. If you think the object really was to build a ship in obedience to orders and in compliance with a contract, leaving it to those who bought it to make what use they thought fit of it, then it appears to me that the Foreign Enlistment Act has not in any degree been broken. On which the jury, of course, returned a verdict for the defendants. The case was at once appealed, and proceedings followed which were extremely interesting from a legal point of view, but without further practical result which need be noticed, except that the Alexandra never passed into the Confederate service. Mr. Seward rightly acknowledged the honor and good faith with which the British government had attempted to prevent the fitting out of this vessel to prey on American commerce, and said, pending the appeal, "The President is not prepared to believe that the judiciary of Great Britain will, with well-considered judgment, render nugatory and void a statute of the realm which, with its counterpart in our own legislation, has hitherto been regarded by both nations as a guarantee of that mutual forbearance which is so essential to the preservation of peace and friendship. If the ruling of the Lord Chief Baron was to stand, the inference would be that there was no law in England to prevent the unlimited employment of British capital, industry, and skill to make war from British ports against the United States." Undeterred, we might rather say encouraged, by these proceedings, the eminent shipbuilder Laird at Birkenhead proceeded during this same summer in the construction for the Confederates of 2 ironclad rams, more formidable than anything hitherto attempted in England. In the middle of July, Mr. Adams communicated these facts to Lord Russell, saying, "A war thus has been practically conducted by a portion of her people against a government with which Her Majesty is under the most solemn of all national engagements to preserve a lasting and durable peace." A month later, Mr. Adams wrote again, in a tone of the gravest warning, giving information of the progress of the work upon these vessels, and again, on the 3rd of September, he sent to the Secretary for Foreign Affairs further depositions, showing that they were nearing completion, and stating that he had been directed to describe the grave nature of the situation in which both countries must be placed, in the event of an aggression committed against the government and the people of the United States by either of these formidable vessels. The next day he informed the Foreign Office that one of the rams was preparing to leave the port, and on the same day he received a note from Lord Russell, already 3 days old, giving the discouraging and alarming answer that Her Majesty's government are advised that they cannot interfere in any way with these vessels. Mr. Adams at once replied, expressing his profound regret at this conclusion, and added, in words of solemn warning, which are rarely heard except on the eve of actual hostilities, "It would be superfluous in me to point out to your lordship that this is war." But on the 8th of September, he received a note announcing a determination which saved Europe and America from incalculable evils, that instructions had been issued which would prevent the departure of the 2 ironclad vessels from Liverpool. The government finally bought them, and they were taken into the Royal Navy under the names of the Scorpion and the Wyvern. It is difficult, looking back over the lapse of a score of years, after all these controversies have been peacefully and happily settled, and the 2 great nations have been united in a friendship stronger and more durable than ever, to appreciate all the causes of such action on the part of the British government during the summer of 1863. Their disinclination to perform fully and with a cordial spirit their obligations towards the government of the United States received some explanation from the utterances of prominent British statesmen in Parliament, and on the hustlings during the year. It was not only the consideration alluded to in Lord Russell's dispatch, quoted above, that it was to the advantage of British trade and British commerce to observe a strict neutrality, which led them to the course they pursued. The attitude ascribed to the British government by Mr. Roland Jacquemin, of the judge in the fable who gives a shell to each of the parties in the suit, reserving the oyster for himself, preserving strict neutrality, but fattening himself at the expense of both parties, does less than justice to the intentions of the statesmen of Great Britain. The one fact which we must keep constantly in view is that they disbelieved in the possibility of the restoration of the Union, and therefore, however little they may have sympathized with the purposes of a confederacy founded upon slavery as its cornerstone, they were unwilling to place themselves in an attitude of positive hostility to a government which they honestly believed themselves bound to recognize sooner or later. As early as the autumn of 1861, Lord Russell said in a public speech that the North was fighting for empire and the South for independence, that if the South came back to the Union, the fatal question of slavery would still remain a source of discord, and that if the federal government should conquer the South, the national prosperity would in this way be destroyed. A year later, Mr. Gladstone announced from the same platform that Jefferson Davis and the Southern leaders had made a nation, that the success of the Southern states, so far as regards their separation from the North, was as certain as any event yet future and contingent could be, and in February 1863, Lord Russell said from his place in the House of Lords that the subjugation of the South by the North would prove a calamity to the United States and to the world, and especially calamitous to the Negro race in those countries. On the 30th of June in the same year, only 3 days before the crowning victories of Gettysburg and Vicksburg, Mr. Gladstone said, "We do not believe that the restoration of the American Union by force is attainable," and added that he "did not believe a more fatal error was ever committed than when men of high intelligence came to the conclusion that the emancipation of the Negro race was to be sought, although they could only travel to it by a sea of blood." During the same debate, Lord Palmerston took John Bright to task for indulging in what he considered an absurd and fantastical idea, that the Union was still in existence, that there were not in America two belligerent parties, but a legitimate government and a rebellion against that government. Not until the final catastrophe came did the most intelligent and far-seeing British statesmen, even among those who were at heart friendly to the United States, admit the possibility of the complete triumph of the national arms. Among the leaders of the Conservative Party in England, there was no concealment of their intense hostility to the national cause. One spoke with exultation of the bursting of the bubble republic. Another, now Marquis of Salisbury, said, "The people of the South were the natural allies of England, as great producers of the articles we needed, and great consumers of the articles we supplied. The North, on the other hand, kept an opposition shop in the same department of trade as ourselves." After the seizure and sale of the Confederate rams in the British ports, it became evident to the Richmond government that the British Isles could no longer be made the base of naval operations, and the refusal of the English cabinet to join in the overtures of mediation proposed by Napoleon III destroyed the last hope entertained by the Confederates of recognition by England. Mr. Davis, in his message of the 7th of December, indulged in a bitter outbreak of resentment against the British government. "Great Britain," he said, "has entertained with that government (the United States) the closest and most intimate relations, while refusing on its demand ordinary amicable intercourse with us, and has, under arrangements made with the other nations of Europe, not only denied our just claim of admission into the family of nations, but interposed a passive, though effectual, bar to the acknowledgment of our rights by other powers. So soon as it had become apparent," he continued, "that Her Majesty's government was determined to persist indefinitely in a course of policy which, under professions of neutrality, had become subservient to the designs of our enemy, I felt it my duty to recall the commissioners formally accredited to that court." A few months later, this feeling of resentment was aroused to absolute fury by a letter which Mr. Davis received from the British legation in Washington, conveying a communication from Lord Russell, in which a formal protest and remonstrance of Her Majesty's government was made against the efforts of the authorities of the so-called Confederate States to build war vessels within Her Majesty's dominions to be employed against the government of the United States. After consulting with the law officers of the Crown, said Earl Russell, Her Majesty's government have come to the decision that agents of the authorities of the so-called Confederate States have been engaged in building vessels which would be at least partially equipped for war purposes on leaving the ports of this country. That these war vessels would undoubtedly be used against the United States, a country with which this government is at peace. That this would be a violation of the neutrality laws of the realm, and that the government of the United States would have just ground for serious complaint against Her Majesty's government, should they permit such an infraction of the amicable relations now subsisting between the two countries. The rest of the dispatch was couched in courteous and even kindly terms, but this could not compensate for the injurious substance of the communication, and what was to Mr. Davis the intolerable outrage of the phrase, the so-called Confederate States. He disdained to make any formal reply, but wrote by the hand of his private secretary an angry response, saying, "Were indeed Her Majesty's government sincere in a desire and determination to maintain neutrality, the President could not but feel that it would neither be just nor gallant to allow the subjugation of a nation like the Confederate States by such a barbarous, despotic race as are now attempting it." As the three parties concerned belonged to precisely the same race, Mr. Davis's furious epithets must have seemed to Lord Russell rather more ludicrous than forcible. The letter goes on to say, in an equal confusion of facts and of grammar, "As for the specious arguments on the subject of the rams advanced by Earl Russell, the President desires me to state that he is content to leave the world and history to pronounce judgment upon this attempt to heap injury upon insult by declaring that Her Majesty's government and law officers are satisfied of the questions involved. While those questions are still before the highest legal tribunal of the kingdom, composed of members of the government and the highest law officers of the Crown for their decision, the President himself will not condescend to notice them." Mr. Mason gave up his residence in London with great regret. He had grown accustomed to the official neglect with which he was treated, and greatly enjoyed the hospitality of those whose sympathies, or rather whose animosities, were with the South. But the orders from Richmond were positive, so he shut up his legation in Seymour Street and set off for Paris, unconsoled by the answer to his letter of farewell, in which Lord Russell said, "I regret that circumstances have prevented my cultivating your personal acquaintance, which, in a different state of affairs, I should have done with much pleasure and satisfaction." Mr. Mason afterwards called himself Confederate Commissioner on the Continent, but the title was not satisfying. He kept coming furtively back to London, continually hoping for an invitation to plead his cause in an unofficial manner before some member of the government. At last, through the intervention of W. S. Lindsay, M.P., he obtained an interview with Lord Palmerston. This long-desired privilege put him in the highest spirits. He could not have talked with more vigor and enjoyment if he had been in the smoking-room of the Senate. He talked only too much and too well. Lord Palmerston's proceeding was cruelly Socratic. He confined himself to questions, and the answers came in a flood. Mr. Mason told him the war would end with this campaign, that the North could not replenish its armies, enlistments had ceased, and they dared not draft. In reply to Palmerston's innocent inquiry what they would do with Washington, after they had captured it, he replied that it would be destroyed, not vindictively, but to keep the enemy at a distance. The defeat of Grant and of Sherman, which he assumed as a matter of course, would be followed by anarchy in the North, which would probably prevent any election from being held. If held, Lincoln would be defeated. Now, then, was the time for Europe to intervene and insist upon peace. The North itself would look upon such action as a godsend. The government would be powerless before the masses insisting on a peace. "I thought both he and I," said Mr. Mason, "could form a safe opinion as to the probable effect of such interposition, when we looked at the broken and disintegrated condition of the North, broken into factions, its finances in ruins, and unable to replenish its army. Lord Palmerston replied that since Mr. Mason was of the opinion that the crisis was at hand, it might be better to wait until it had arrived. He had to be content with the true humorist's appreciation of his own joke, for Mr. Mason saw no jibe in the grave words, but reported them complacently to Richmond, expressing the hope that good might come of the interview. There was a marked difference in our relations with the power on either side of the Channel. While an air of recrimination and almost of menace pervaded our correspondence with England, while the public speakers in that country and in this indulged in the bitterest taunts and reproaches, a tone of superficial friendliness characterized all our intercourse with the court of the Tuileries, and hardly an expression except those of commonplace amity can be found in the utterances of the public speakers of the United States and France in regard to each other. But, as a matter of fact, the government of the Emperor was intensely hostile to the Union cause, and his smooth phrases of cordial courtesy to our representative served to mask a series of plots, equally treacherous and nugatory, against the United States. The Emperor Napoleon, in his address of the 12th of January, 1863, to the expiring legislature, referred in these words to his efforts and intervention in America. I have made the attempt to send beyond the Atlantic advices inspired by a sincere sympathy, but the great maritime powers not having thought it advisable as yet to act in concert with me, I have been obliged to postpone to a more suitable opportunity the offer of mediation, the object of which was to stop the effusion of blood, and to prevent the exhaustion of a country, the future of which cannot be looked on with indifference. And in November of the same year, a new legislative body having been elected, he attempted to defend in one paragraph his much criticized expeditions to the two ends of the world, Mexico and Cochin China. How, he said, would we develop our foreign commerce if, on the one side, we were to renounce all influence in America, and if, on the other, in the presence of immense territories occupied by the Spanish and Dutch, France alone remained without possessions in the Asiatic seas? Let us, then, have faith, he continued, in our enterprises beyond the sea. Commence to avenge our honor, they will terminate in the triumph of our interests. And if prejudiced minds do not divine the fruitfulness enclosed in the germs deposited for the future, let us not tarnish the glory thus acquired, so to speak, at the two extremities of the globe, at Peking and at Mexico. During the entire year, all the official utterances of the Emperor were marked with a spirit of constant kindness and friendship toward the government of the United States. But the correspondence of the Confederate agents in Paris tell a singular story of treachery and double-dealing on his part, lacking as much in sagacity as in candor. Mr. Slidell had arrived in France in the earliest part of the preceding year, accompanied by the momentary prestige of his capture and release, and had at once established close relations with the French ministry and even with the Tuileries. While no official character was ever accorded him, his correspondence is full of reports of the most intimate conversations between him and the successive ministers of foreign affairs and the Emperor himself, in which it is continually intimated to him that a recognition of the Confederacy is only a question of time, and that it may be expected at an early day. These reports, faithfully transmitted to Richmond, excited the liveliest hopes in the minds of the Confederate leaders of an immediate introduction into the family of European nations. And though this feeling of complacency was troubled from time to time by the apprehensions of the Emperor's covetous intentions in the directions of Texas, which were not entirely unfounded, still the cabinet at Richmond built their strongest hopes upon the benevolent intentions of Napoleon III. Both Mr. Mason, who was alternately basking in the light of social attentions in London and freezing under the studied reserve of the government, and Mr. Slidell, who was enjoying to the utmost the charm of life in Paris, as well as the intimate though unofficial converse of its rulers, agree in all their correspondence of this year and the next that the French Emperor was willing and anxious to recognize the South, if he could only induce England to join with him, and there is little doubt that these assertions had sufficient foundation, though the official denials of both governments were justified by the fact that no formal or written propositions to that effect from France to England were in existence. In the autumn of 1862, M. Thuvenel resigned. The Emperor intimated to Mr. Slidell that one cause of the change in the Foreign Office was M. Thuvenel's lack of zeal on behalf of the South, a reproach which seems hardly just in view of the friendly conversation reported between the outgoing minister and the rebel emissary. On one occasion he had declared to Mr. Slidell that the English denial of the French overtures in favor of the South was a mauvaise plaisanterie, that the matter had been seriously discussed between the two nations, and had fallen through on account of the unwillingness of the English to act. The new minister, M. Drouin de Haze, was found at first more pliant to the Emperor's wishes in that matter. The attempt at a joint mediation of the three powers, and the final overtures of France alone, were discussed between the Emperor and Mr. Slidell before they were carried into effect, and at an interview at about this time the Emperor himself suggested to Slidell the building of a Confederate navy in Europe, a suggestion which the rebel envoy said they would gladly avail themselves of, if the Emperor would only give him some verbal assurance that the police would not watch too closely the armament of the vessels. To which Mr. Slidell reports the Emperor as making this shameless and almost incredible response: "Why could you not have them built as for the Italian government? I do not think it would be difficult, but I will consult the Minister of Marine about it." The relations thus set foot between the Confederate legation and the officers of the French Empire continued in a manner which cannot but excite the amazement of anyone who reads the letters of Slidell to his government. It is impossible to regard all these reports as mere mystification, certainly in the end to be detected. They must therefore be received with the same credit given to the reports of any other minister to his home government. Mr. Slidell says he kept in his pay an official in the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the knowledge and sanction of M. Drouin de Haze, receiving all the information he needed from this person. The minister, while he talked freely enough with Mr. Slidell, preferred to say that the building of the ships was a matter out of his jurisdiction, belonging rather to that of the Minister of Commerce or of Marine, that it was better that he should know nothing of it, and that he was quite willing to close his eyes until some direct appeal was made to him. The Minister of Marine, who was less liable to embarrassing inquiries from Mr. Dayton, was therefore less punctilious in his conversations with Mr. Slidell, and unhesitatingly told him that, if the Confederates built ships of war in French ports, they should be permitted to arm and equip them and go to sea. Mr. Slidell further says that on the 23rd of February he called by appointment on M. Rouher, Minister of State, a man so powerful in the imperial councils that he was usually called the Vice-Emperor, with M. Virouz, deputy from Nantes, the express object of the visit being to receive from M. Rouher the distinct assurance that, if we were to build ships of war in French ports, we should be permitted to arm and equip them and proceed to sea. This assurance, says Slidell, was given by him, and so soon as the success of the Erlanger loan is established, I shall write to Messrs. Maury and Bullock, recommending them to come here for the purpose of ascertaining whether they can make satisfactory contracts. This Erlanger loan, the most successful of all the financial operations of the Confederates in Europe, was directly promoted by the Emperor in France. After the Minister of Foreign Affairs had declined to permit it to be advertised in the Paris papers, his objections were overcome by the direct command of the Emperor. Considering the reputation which the Emperor enjoyed among the public men of Europe for his supposed talent of keeping his own counsels, he exhibited a surprising recklessness in this affair. While giving Mr. Dayton constant assurances of his friendship for the United States, he talked with the utmost freedom of his warm sympathy towards the Southern cause with Confederate envoys, with members of Parliament, and even with casual British tourists, who all reported his conversation with the utmost promptitude to Mr. Slidell, or directly to Mr. Davis in Richmond. It was not enough for him to intimate to the rebel envoys that the construction of ships in French ports would be winked at, but he took the manufacturers themselves directly into his confidence. Monsieur Armand, the eminent shipbuilder of Bordeaux, went directly to the Emperor and received from him the positive assurance, which he was authorized to convey to Mr. Slidell, that no difficulties would be made in the matter. Monsieur Armand suggested that Mr. Slidell would probably not be satisfied with any assurance he did not receive directly from the Emperor, and asked if an audience could not be granted him for this purpose. Mr. Slidell had already received from the Emperor a most gratifying and characteristic proof of his sympathy. He sent him, by the hands of M. Mocquard, his private secretary, a copy of a confidential telegraphic dispatch from Adams to Dayton, advising him of the sailing of the Confederate steamer Japan from England to France. The dispatch had been stolen from the wires by the French government, and by the Emperor himself, laid before Mr. Slidell, before it was read by Mr. Dayton. He naturally felt after this so sure of his standing at the Tuileries that Captain Bullark entered at once into provisional contracts for the building of 4 corvettes and 2 ironclads. Mr. Slidell obtained his promised interview with the Emperor on the 18th of June. In the course of this conversation, Mr. Slidell, regarding the matter as arranged, expressed his thanks to the Emperor for his sanction of the contract made for the building of 4 ships of war at Bordeaux and Nantes, and informed him that they were now prepared to build several ironclad ships in France, and that he only required his verbal assurances that they should be allowed to proceed to sea under the Confederate flag, to enter into the contracts for that purpose. This language is quoted textually from Mr. Slidell's dispatch to Richmond, as well as what follows from the Emperor. The latter said that we might build the ships, but it would be necessary that their destination should be concealed. His Majesty had evidently taken no offense at the cynicism of the envoy's proposition. The definite contracts were then signed, and the work on the ships went rapidly forward. But it was not only in relation to naval matters that Mr. Slidell kept up his curious, intimate relations with the Emperor. In this same interview, on the 18th of June, the entire subject of the recognition of the Confederacy by France, either jointly or in company with England, was fully discussed between Napoleon and Slidell, the Emperor constantly expressing his fear that England desired to embroil him in war with the United States, and Slidell continually assuring him that with his navy he could conquer a peace in a moment. There seems no limit to the indiscretions of both parties. Mr. Slidell went so far as to ask the Emperor whether he preferred to see the Whigs or Tories in power in England, to which his Majesty replied that he rather preferred the Whigs. The Tories are very good friends of mine, he said, when in the minority, but their tone changes very much when they get into power. Mr. Slidell showed him a letter from Messrs. Roebuck and Lindsay, 2 members of Parliament who were ardently devoted to the cause of the South, and asked the Emperor if he would receive them, to which he unhesitatingly assented, but after a little reflection added, "I think that I can do something better, make a direct proposition to England for joint recognition. This will effectually prevent Lord Palmerston from misrepresenting my position and wishes on the American question." He promised to bring the matter before the Cabinet, and 2 days later Mr. Slidell received a confidential letter from M. Mocquard, dictated by the Emperor, saying, "M. Drouin de l'Huys has written to Baron Gros, our ambassador in London, to sound Lord Palmerston on the question of recognition of the South, and is authorized to declare that the Cabinet of the Tuileries is ready to discuss the subject." A few days later, in accordance with the arrangements which Slidell had made, the famous interview of Roebuck and Lindsay with the Emperor took place at Fontainebleau. The Emperor talked with these ardent advocates of the South in a tone of inconceivable indiscretion. Roebuck reported the conversation with equal recklessness to Slidell before leaving Paris, and repeated it soon afterwards from his place in the House of Commons, claiming that he was authorized by Napoleon III to state publicly that he was ready to recognize the Confederacy, that he had urged the British government to such action, and that the Emperor was chagrined at the discourteous treatment he had received from the British cabinet, in not only rejecting his overtures, but denying that they had been made, and then communicating them to the Washington cabinet. The British government, of course, gave a categorical denial to all the assertions of Mr. Roebuck's extraordinary speech, and the Emperor, in his turn, coolly joined in giving the lie to the unfortunate amateur diplomatists. He sent, it is true, through M. Mocquard, a note to Mr. Slidell, making an attempt to explain some of the contradictions in this tangled web of falsehood, and expressly stating that the morning after the interview with Roebuck and Lindsay, the Minister of Foreign Affairs sent a telegraphic dispatch to Baron Gros to inform Lord Palmerston, unofficially, that if England was disposed to recognize the South, the Emperor was inclined to follow her in that path, a fact which was made public in the Moniteur. At the same time, Mr. Slidell's agent in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs told him that M. Drouyn de la Hoyes had read to him a part of a letter from the Emperor in which, after giving him the instructions above referred to, in regard to Baron Gros, the Emperor added, "I question whether I ought not to say officially to Lord Palmerston that I have decided to recognize the Confederate States." But all these thick-woven cobwebs of intrigue and diplomacy were blown to pieces a few days later, when the thunder of the guns of Gettysburg and Vicksburg came echoing over the ocean. The year went on in alternation of hope and discouragement to Mr. Slidell. He writes on one day with exultation that the Archduke Maximilian is ready to form a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, with the Southern Confederacy. On another, that the Emperor at a court ball has distinguished him and his family with extraordinary marks of favor. On another, that his ironclads are almost ready for sea. But in November, his suspicions in regard to the good faith of Napoleon III became aroused, and he wrote a note directly to the Emperor, expressing his fear that orders might be given without the Emperor's being consulted, which would interfere with the completion and armament of the ships of war in construction at Bordeaux and Nantes for the government of the Confederate States. "The undersigned," he says, "has the most entire confidence that your Majesty, being made aware of the possibility of such an interference, will take the necessary steps to prevent it. The undersigned has no access to the Minister of Marine, and does not feel authorized to state to the Minister of Foreign Affairs the circumstances under which the construction of these ships was commenced. He relies upon this reason to excuse the liberty which he has ventured to take in addressing himself directly to your Majesty on a subject in which are involved not only vital interests of the government which he represents, but very grave and delicate personal responsibilities for himself." The Emperor, who by this time had probably been made to see the indiscretion of his irregular relations with the Confederate envoy, handed this note to M. Drouyn de la Hoyes, who at once sent for Mr. Slidell. "He seemed at first," says Mr. Slidell, "to take a rather high tone, saying that what had passed with the Emperor was confidential, that France could not be forced into a war by indirection, that when prepared to act it would be openly, and that peace with the North should not be jeopardized on an accessory and unimportant point, such as the building of one or two vessels, that France was bound by the declaration of neutrality." Mr. Slidell, who was not disposed to rest silently under the imputation of intrusion upon the Emperor, then gave the minister a detailed history of the affair, showing him that the idea originated with the Emperor, and was carried out not only with his knowledge and approbation, but at his invitation, that it was so far confidential that it was to be communicated only to a few necessary persons, but that this could not deprive him of the right of invoking, as he did, an adherence to promises which had been given long after the declaration of neutrality. The interview ended more amicably than it had begun, M. Drouyn de la Hoyes expressing his sympathy with the South, and his regret that on account of the opposition of England they could not take more efficacious steps to assist the Confederacy. It was not long, however, before the apprehensions of Mr. Slidell and Captain Bullock, Confederate naval agent in Europe, were shown to have been well founded. M. Virouz, deputy of Nantes, who had been employed in company with M. Armand to build 2 corvettes, came hurriedly to Paris in November when the rams were 3/5 finished, and the corvettes almost ready for sea, to inform the Confederate emissaries that one of his confidential clerks had disappeared, and had carried off the letters and papers pertaining to this business. They all took it for granted that these compromising documents would soon fall into the hands of the United States legation, which proved to be the case. And when Mr. Dayton presented this damaging evidence to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, both M. Drouyn de la Hoyes and his colleague of the Marine were properly shocked and surprised. The Minister of the United States received the most satisfactory assurances, and the work on the ships went steadily on. Neither Captain Bullock nor Mr. Slidell imagined that this discovery would put an end to their enterprise. The former wrote to Mr. Mallory, "The French government has only thus become aware of a transaction it was perfectly well informed of before. Indeed, I may say that the attempt to build ships in France was undertaken at the instigation of the imperial government itself, and it was of course impossible, at first, for Mr. Slidell to believe that the repeated assurances he had received from the most august personage in the empire were to go for nothing, simply because a clerk had run away with some letters. The Minister of Marine had expressly authorized, by an official document, not only the construction of the 4 corvettes, but their arming with 12 or 14 guns each, canons détente. Even when the order was given that the vessels should not leave the ports of France, but must be sold to other parties, Mr. Slidell still imagined that some trick would be devised by which they could go to sea. So late as the 16th of February, 1864, Mr. Slidell, writing to his government that the Ministry of Marine had informed him that the sailing of the vessels would be an act of open hostility to the United States, did not yet believe in the full extent of the disaster which had overtaken him. He admits the necessity of the nominal sale, but still trusts to the chapter of accidents and the friendship of the Emperor, and proposes to go on and complete the ships. He cannot conceive that the government means unkindly to him. The contract for the corvettes, he says, was concluded only after the official consent to their armament and sailing was given by the Minister of Marine, and this was given on the representation that they were intended for commercial purposes, although their real character and destination were fully known to him. He, however, reluctantly, signing the order in obedience to superior authority. It was agreed between Armand and Captain Bullock that the sale of the corvettes should be purely fictitious, and that the negotiations in respect to the rams should be kept in such a state that the Confederates might get possession of them again if there should be any change in the policy of the Emperor's government. Trusting that this arrangement would be carried out, Captain Bullock went to Liverpool, where, on the 9th of June, he received a letter from Armand informing him that he had sold both the rams and the corvettes to governments of the north of Europe, in obedience to the imperative orders of his government. He said he could not write particulars, but his messenger gave this verbal explanation. Monsieur Armand had obtained his promised interview with the Emperor, who rated him severely, threatened imprisonment, ordered him to sell the ships at once, bona fide, and that if this was not done he would have them seized and taken to Rochefort. A similar order was sent to Monsieur Voruz at Nantes from the Minister of Marine, written, says Captain Bullock, in a style of virtuous indignation, specifying the general arrangements of the ships as proving their warlike character, and dogmatically pronounces the one, to which he especially refers, une véritable corvette de guerre. Even after this wreck of his hopes, after the Minister of Marine, in an interview with Mr. Slidell, had informed him that he had kept his eyes shut as long as he could, and that he had assisted him in every way possible, but that now he had been ordered to turn over matters connected with the Confederate Navy to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Slidell was still able to believe that the Emperor had been true to him. "I am sure," he said, "that the builders were never forced to sell them to third parties, and that no pressure for that object was ever exercised toward them by the government. The builder of the Bordeaux ships did, as I was informed, make assertions to that effect, but I am fully convinced that they were pure fictions, gotten up to subserve his own views." The other emissaries did not share in this rosy view of the imperial friendship. Mason wrote, "We have been utterly duped by that power, and worse." Captain Bullock calls it a case of simple deception, and gives as the reason why the government at Richmond always refrained from making these transactions public, that the effect would have been to alienate the sympathies of the imperial government, which Mr. Slidell was assured were still with the South. It is evident that the Emperor had changed his mind in regard to the comparative desirability of the friendship of the United States and the Confederacy. The steady progress of the Union arms had, at last, caused even Napoleon III to modify his sanguine hopes of the downfall of the American Republic. He had no desire to commit himself further in the path that became every day hedged round with new difficulties, and he availed himself, probably without reluctance, of the opportunity afforded by the energetic action of Mr. Dayton to free himself from the entanglement with Mr. Slidell. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 11. Olustee and the Red River. The war, during the early part of 1864, brought little of glory or profit to the Union arms. There were numberless marches and countermarches, many insignificant engagements resulting in nothing, but the only events not otherwise mentioned, which are especially worth recording, were two somewhat serious reverses to the national cause, both of them in the southernmost tier of the States, one in Florida and one in Louisiana. Early in the winter of 1863-64, General Gillmore, commanding the Department of the South, announced to the government at Washington his intention of beginning active operations in his department, and was authorized to act according to his own judgment and discretion. He therefore resolved upon an expedition into Florida to take possession of such portions of the eastern and northern sections of the State as could be easily held by small garrisons. He hoped by this to accomplish several objects, such as to procure an outlet for cotton, lumber, timber, and to open up the trade of the St. Johns River, to cut off a source of commissary supplies to the enemy, to obtain recruits for his colored regiments, and enough white volunteers for at least one regiment. He afterwards added another detail to his plan, to assist in bringing Florida back into the Union, in accordance with the President's proclamation of December 8, 1863. This came in time to be regarded by the opponents of the administration as the sole purpose of the expedition, and Mr. Lincoln has received a great deal of unjust censure for having made a useless sacrifice of life for a political end. His only connection with the matter can be briefly given. When General Gillmore's intention to move into the interior was made known at Washington, one of the President's secretaries, who had formerly served for a few months on General Hunter's staff as a volunteer, and had many acquaintances in that department, asked leave to accompany the expedition. The President, at the suggestion of the Secretary of War, gave him a commission as Assistant Adjutant General, and charged him with a special errand, which will be best explained by the letter which he carried to General Gillmore. I understand an effort is being made by some worthy gentlemen to reconstruct a loyal State government in Florida. Florida is in your department, and it is not unlikely that you may be there in person. I have given Mr. Hay a commission of major, and sent him to you with some blank books and other blanks to aid in the reconstruction. He will explain as to the manner of using the blanks, and also my general views on the subject. It is desirable for all to cooperate, but if irreconcilable differences of opinion shall arise, you are master. I wish the thing done in the most speedy way possible, so that when done it lie within the range of the late proclamation on the subject. The detail labor, of course, will have to be done by others, but I shall be greatly obliged if you will give it such general supervision as you can find consistent with your most strictly military duties. In accordance with this letter, Major Hay was ordered to proceed to Fernandina and other convenient points in Florida for the purpose of extending to the citizens of the State an opportunity of availing themselves of the President's proclamation by signing the oath of allegiance contained in it, and of enrolling themselves as loyal citizens for the purposes mentioned in the proclamation. The special duties assigned him occupied little time. There were few loyal citizens to enroll. The most of his service was as an ordinary staff officer to General Gillmore, and there need be no further mention of him except to say that the movement to restore a legal State government for Florida at that time failed for lack of material. The expedition to Florida was under the immediate charge of General Truman Seymour, an accomplished and gallant officer of the regular army. He landed at Jacksonville and pushed forward his mounted force 20 miles to Baldwin, the junction of the two railroads to Fernandina and Jacksonville. The march was highly successful, Colonel Guy V. Henry having captured 8 of the enemy's guns and a large amount of stores, wagons, and horses. Gillmore himself arrived at Baldwin on the 9th of February, and after a full conference and, as he thought, understanding with Seymour, returned to Jacksonville. From there he telegraphed to Seymour on the 11th, not to risk a repulse in advancing on Lake City, but to hold Sanderson's unless there were reasons for falling back. He reiterated his orders to concentrate at Baldwin, and then went back to Hilton Head. On the 18th he was surprised at receiving a letter from Seymour, dated the day before, announcing his intention of moving at once to the Suwannee River without supplies, and asking for a strong demonstration of the Army and Navy in the Savannah River to assist his movement. This news was all the more amazing to Gillmore because Seymour, who had all along been opposed to the movement and thought that there was no desire on the part of Florida to return to the Union, now thought the Floridians were tired of the war, and if kindly treated would soon come back. Gillmore wrote a peremptory letter ordering him to restrict himself to holding Baldwin and the south prong of the St. Mary's River, and occupying Palatka and Magnolia, and dispatched a staff officer to Florida with it. He arrived too late. Seymour had made up his mind that there was less risk in going forward than in staying at Baldwin, and like the brave and devoted soldier that he was, had resolved to take the responsibility. He marched rapidly out towards Olustee, where the enemy under General Joseph Finnegan was supposed to be, but came upon them unexpectedly about 2 miles east of that place. The forces were equal in numbers, about 5,500 on each side. The advantage to the Confederates was that they were in a strong position selected by themselves and ready for the fight. General J.R. Hawley, who commanded a brigade of infantry in the battle, says, "We rushed in, not waiting for the proper full formation, and were fought in detail. Seymour made a gallant fight of it. The National artillery did good service, but to attack an equally brave enemy in position requires a superiority of force, and Seymour's attack was constantly repulsed with heavy loss, until at nightfall he fell back to a new line. He was not pursued, and retired in good order and unmolested to Jacksonville. The Union loss was 1,861, the Confederate 940. This misadventure put an end for the moment to the attempt to occupy Florida. General Gillmore soon afterwards asked that he might be ordered to Virginia to take part in the campaign then opening, an order which General Grant gladly gave. Seymour also went north and was involved in the attack on Meade's right wing in the Wilderness, and was thus once more unfortunate. But, whatever his misfortunes, he never lost the respect and esteem of his brother officers as a man of honor, of courage, and of ability. The calumnies, of a political nature and origin, which at one time were rife in the press against him, do not even deserve a refutation. In the summer of 1863, the situation in Mexico had assumed so threatening an attitude that Mr. Seward thought it a matter of the utmost urgency to restore the United States flag to some point in Texas. In view of the plan of Napoleon III for the establishment of an empire on our southwestern border, it was every way desirable that the Archduke Maximilian should not find on landing in his new dominion the adjoining state entirely void of any vestige of the national authority. General Banks, although anxious to proceed at once to the capture of Mobile, was instructed first to hoist the flag in some point of Texas with the least possible delay. The point to be selected was nominally left to his own discretion, but General Halleck strongly urged upon him a combined military and naval movement up the Red River to Alexandria or Shreveport, and the military occupation of northern Texas. He said that, by adopting the line of the Red River, Banks would retain his connection with his own base, and separate still more the already dissevered sections of the Confederacy, and also cut off the sources of supply from Texas to northern Louisiana and Arkansas. A considerable interchange of views took place between Banks and Halleck. Banks objected to the movement inland by the river on account of low water and other reasons that were afterwards proved to be sound, and preferred a movement upon Texas by way of the coast. He decided to make a descent at Sabine Pass, where the river Sabine, which forms the boundary between Louisiana and Texas, empties into the Gulf. Thence he expected by a rapid march to occupy the town of Houston, the capital of Texas, which was less than 100 miles from Sabine. It was the 5th of September before the preparations for the expedition could be completed. On that day 4,000 troops, under General W. B. Franklin, sailed from New Orleans, convoyed by 4 light draft vessels. The transports got to the pass on the morning of the 7th, and the gunboats in the evening. The next day the gunboats engaged the fort unsuccessfully. The Clifton and the Sachem, after considerable damage had been done to them, hauled down their flags. The army abandoned the expedition and withdrew with the 2 uninjured gunboats. This expedition having failed, Banks immediately tried to carry out the instructions of the government by a movement westward from Bayou Teche. But becoming aware of the impracticability of this scheme, before his preparations had made much progress, he gave it up and resolved instead upon the occupation of the country at the mouth of the Rio Grande. He organized a small force under the command of General N. J. T. Dana, and accompanied by 3 naval vessels, sailed the 26th of October, 1863. On the 2nd of November he landed at Brazos, Santiago. The next day he drove away a force of the enemy which was stationed there, and on the 6th his advance occupied Brownsville. With very little delay he moved northward along the coast in the direction of Galveston, occupying Port Isabel on the 8th of November, and the troops were transported to Mustang Island, which lies between Corpus Christi Bay and the Gulf. The Confederate works commanding Aransas Pass were handsomely carried by General T. E. G. Ransom, and the whole force, now under General C. C. Washburn, moved upon Pass Caballo, commanding the entrance to Matagorda Bay, which was defended by Fort Esperanza, a strong and well-manned fortification. Before the investment of this work was completed, the Confederates on the 30th of November evacuated it, escaping by the long peninsula which leads to the mainland, near the Brazos River. Thus in a month Banks had, by good management and good fortune, brought a large portion of the Texas coast under the Union flag. But the formidable works at Galveston and the mouth of the Brazos still confronted him, and he thought that to attack them successfully it would be necessary to march inland and approach them from the rear. He was not ready for this, but reported progress to Washington and suggested an increase of his forces for further operations. This proposition did not meet with General Halleck's approval. He had never favored the coastwise plan, and he now renewed his suggestion of a movement up the Red River, coupling it with an offer of an additional force from Sherman's army and a cooperating force under Steele from Arkansas. Banks says in his report that he did not feel at liberty to decline participation in the campaign, thus repeatedly pressed upon him, especially as Halleck informed him that the best military opinions of the generals of the West favored it. He therefore concurred in the scheme and promised cordial cooperation. Previous to undertaking it, however, he required Major D. C. Houston, chief engineer of the department, to prepare a memorandum detailing the difficulties in the way of a campaign on the Red River, and the measures indispensable for meeting them. It was easier to foresee the obstacles than overcome them. and the expedition started at last, lacking, one may say, all the conditions of success. As General Banks was occupied at the time with duties connected with the establishment of a state government for Louisiana, the organization of the expedition was left in the hands of General W. B. Franklin, an officer of high reputation and ability. The preparations consumed more time than was expected, and it was not until the early days of March that the final arrangements were made. W. T. Sherman, on his return from his march across Mississippi and back, visited Banks at New Orleans, and promised him 10,000 men for the expedition, who were to meet him at Alexandria on the 17th. This force was merely lent to Banks for 30 days from the time they actually entered Red River, and were in no event to go beyond Shreveport. Over Steele's forces Banks had no control whatever, and received no assistance from them. Through the delay and the ill luck which marked every step of the enterprise, the troops did not get off at the time appointed, and only reached Alexandria on the 25th of March. Sherman's detachment, under General A. J. Smith, was at the mouth of the river on the 11th, where a powerful fleet under D. D. Porter was awaiting him, and the next morning the gunboats started up the river, the troops following in transports. On the 13th, Smith's forces landed at Simmsport on the Atchafalaya, and the next day assaulted and captured Fort de Russy with 260 prisoners and 10 guns. Porter's fleet moved up the river, bursting their way through the obstructions with great energy, and arrived at Alexandria on the 15th and 16th, Smith's force also coming up on the latter day, one day better than their promise. This good fortune was, however, counterbalanced by the recall by General McPherson of Ellet's Marine Brigade, an excellent organization, the loss of which reduced the strength of the advancing column nearly 3,000 men. Evil omens multiplied at Alexandria. The river, which ordinarily at that season is at a high stage of water, was very low. Some of the transports and gunboats were unable to pass the falls and return to Mississippi. It became necessary to establish a depot of supplies at Alexandria and a line of transportation between the vessels below and those above the falls. This further reduced the force of Banks more than he could afford. Steele's force was of no use to him, and with these subtractions from his marching strength there was already no great discrepancy of numbers between him and Kirby Smith, who had the enormous advantage of fighting on the defensive and of being acquainted with every inch of the ground which was an unknown wilderness to Banks. There was, of course, the valuable help of the Navy, but when the time of crisis came, the Navy was out of reach. While Banks was at Alexandria, he received a letter from Grant which would have justified him in an immediate return to New Orleans. It enforced upon him the prompt return of Sherman's detachment at the time specified, even if such a course should lead to the abandonment of the main object of the expedition. Grant's mind was occupied with the opening of the spring campaign. He said in a subsequent dispatch that he would much rather that the Red River expedition had never been begun than that Banks should be detained one day beyond the 1st of May in commencing the movement east of the Mississippi. Fettered by such instructions as these, with the days in which he was to be allowed to accomplish his difficult task numbered beforehand, with his not too liberal forces diminishing every hour, without, as it afterwards appeared, the confidence or regard of his subordinate officers, General Banks began his unfortunate march towards Shreveport. The army reached Natchitoches, 80 miles from Alexandria, on the 2d and 3d of April. The fleet and the transports, with Smith's corps and the stores, arriving at the same time at Grand Ecore, 4 miles away. General Banks had remained behind for a few days in Alexandria, where elections were held on the 2d for the Union Convention of Louisiana. He anticipated no serious resistance short of Shreveport. His information led him to believe that the enemy was fortifying the Sabine River. So far from apprehending a battle on the way to Shreveport, he was only anxious lest he should not be able to obtain one there. He wrote in this vein to Washington, and Mr. Lincoln, With that instinct of the approach of bad news, which seemed like a sixth sense in him, said, "I am sorry to hear this tone of confidence. The next news we shall hear from there will be a defeat." General Banks joined the army as soon as the election was over. He was not alone in his feeling of confidence. No such preparations were made as to indicate that the subordinate generals expected any serious interruption in their long march of 100 miles from Natchitoches to Shreveport, through a barren, sandy country, with little water and less forage, the greater portion an unbroken pine forest, traversed by a narrow wood road. On the 6th of April the army moved towards Shreveport. General A. L. Lee, with the cavalry in advance, followed by the infantry of Banks's army, under the immediate command of General Franklin, under whom were Generals Ransom and W. H. Emory, and Colonel W. H. Dickey, with a colored brigade. A. J. Smith's detachment followed, a day's journey behind, and a division, under General T. Kelby Smith, accompanied Admiral Porter on the river as a guard for the transports. The order of march was severely criticized after the event. Immediately behind the cavalry came their unwieldy train, blocking up the narrow road and leaving no space free in front of the infantry. The column wound wearily on among the dense woods on a single execrable road, encumbered by 12 miles of wagons bearing the provisions and ammunition of the army, in the heart of a hostile wilderness. It was inevitable that when the head of this loose-jointed column struck against any serious obstacle, disaster should follow. The Confederates, under General Richard Taylor, had been falling back before the Union advance all the way up the river. He had received on the 21st of March, at Henderson's Hill, a severe blow from a force under General J. A. Mower, who surprised his camp in a storm of rain and captured his only cavalry regiment. Destitute for the moment of horse, he retired still further on the road to Shreveport until he came to the village of Mansfield, where he halted and occupied the roads leading to Texas and to Shreveport, from which he received heavy reinforcements, Thomas Greene's cavalry being a welcome arrival from the South. Being now strong enough to dispute the narrow road with Banks, he moved out to Sabine Crossroads, and there formed line of battle with the divisions of J. G. Walker, Alfred Mouton, and Greene, 11,000 effectives, by Confederate reports, with 5,000 men of Price's army, General Kirby Smith says, within 1 day's march of him. This army, fully equal to that which was struggling towards it through the dense forest, was drawn up in a position that doubled its effectiveness, in the edge of the woods, commanding a rather wide clearing. All day, the 7th of April, General Lee had been skirmishing with Greene's cavalry, who made such resistance to the Union advance as was necessary to allow Taylor to make his preparations for battle undisturbed. A little after midday Lee, who had asked for and received 2 brigades of infantry under Ransom from General Franklin, came upon the enemy in position and in force, and at the same time General Banks, who had been riding forward all day through his scattered army, trying to hurry them on, came upon the field. He saw at once the threatening aspect of affairs, told Lee to hold his ground, and sent urgent orders for the rest of the troops to come up. But it was already too late. It was not, indeed, the intention of Kirby Smith that a decisive battle should be fought at that place. He wished merely that a thorough reconnaissance should be made. Taylor himself thought he was confronted only by cavalry, at least as late as noon of the day of battle, and, in effect, when the shock came, the resistance made to the Confederate attack amounted to little more. About 4 o'clock, Mouton's division attacked with great energy on the left of the road, and Walker on the right, and after a short contest the cavalry of Lee and their slender infantry supports gave way, General Ransom being wounded, and fled to the rear, where they were instantly mingled in an inextricable confusion with cavalry trains. An attempt was made to stay the rout by R. A. Cameron's division of the 13th Corps, which came upon the field at 5 o'clock, accompanied by General Franklin, but the effort was ineffectual. The whole force dissolved in disorderly retreat. The infantry and cavalry streamed to the rear as they could, in chaotic confusion, and the Confederates reaped a rich harvest of wagons and guns. A little before nightfall Emory's division of the 19th Corps came up and formed across the road about 3 miles from where the fight began. The routed mass of men, horses, and wagons poured down the road which was left open for their retreat, and Taylor's successful force, rushing on in hot pursuit, was brought to a stand by Emory and checked until night came on. Banks made no mistake in recognizing the full extent of his mishap. He could not, after this check, fight his way to Shreveport within the time allowed by General Grant, and another defeat on his present ground, which was not improbable in view of the heavy force of the enemy and the broken condition of his own command, would be an irreparable disaster to both army and navy. He therefore gave the order to fall back on Pleasant Hill, which was done in the early morning of the 9th of April. A. J. Smith's force was there, and what was left of Lee's and Ransom's, now under command of Cameron. These forces, the Black Brigade under Dickey, and Emory's division, which was in good spirits from the success of the night before, were put in position to await the attack of Taylor. He set out in pursuit as soon as the morning light showed him that Banks had retreated. The Confederates had been reinforced in the night by T. J. Churchill's and M. M. Parsons' divisions. Mouton had been killed in the onset of the day before, and his division was commanded by C. J. Polignac. Taylor, after skirmishing for several hours, attacked at 5 o'clock, his first serious blow falling on the Union left, where Colonel Lewis Benedict was killed and his brigade outflanked and routed. For a moment it looked as if the disaster of Sabine Crossroads was to be repeated, but Emory and Mower stood firm and checked the advancing enemy, and rallying, charged in their turn and drove back the entire Confederate line. General Kirby Smith himself says, Taylor's troops were repulsed and thrown into confusion, and adds that they were completely paralyzed by their repulse. Inspirited by this decisive success, Banks's first impulse was to move again upon Shreveport in pursuit of Taylor's beaten forces. But the representations of all his generals, with the exception of A. J. Smith, induced him to continue his retrograde movement to Grand Ecore. The reasons given for this determination were the absence of water, the fact that the provision trains were already far in the rear and could not be reversed promptly in the single forest road, the impracticability of ascending the river in the low water, and the consequent danger of the loss of the fleet, the diminished numbers of the army, and the rigorous orders of Grant against keeping Smith's force a moment beyond the time specified in their loan. He sent word for the fleet to return, and on the 10th the army went back to Grand Ecore. The fleet had worked its way up the river to Springfield Landing on the 10th, and immediately after received news of the disaster of Sabine Crossroads. They started down the river at once, but were greatly annoyed by constant attacks from Confederates on either shore. They had a severe fight on the 15th, lasting some 2 hours. A large force of General Thomas Greene's cavalry, with field artillery, attacked the fleet from the right bank and tried to capture a transport which had disabled her wheel. This unprecedented battle resulted in a severe defeat for the Confederates. Greene was killed and some 700 of his force killed and wounded. The admiral and Kilby Smith joined the army at Grand Ecore the next day. The river was now falling rapidly, and the condition of the fleet was becoming most critical. Banks received the letter from General Grant, already mentioned, expressly forbidding anything which should prevent his return to New Orleans later than the 1st of May. The only business before him, therefore, was to see to the safety of the fleet and then abandon the expedition. The fleet was brought to the Falls of Alexandria in safety through the bold and energetic efforts of the admiral and his officers. The Eastport, the finest ship in the fleet, was sunk by a torpedo, and although she was raised and kept afloat for 50 miles by tremendous exertions on the part of her gallant commander, S. L. Phelps, she finally grounded on a raft of logs at Montgomery and had to be blown up. Admiral Porter, who after seeing the rest of the fleet safe to Alexandria, had gone back with 3 small gunboats to the rescue of the Eastport, had to fight every inch of his way back. His little vessels were riddled with shots from the Confederate artillerymen on the bank and on the admiral's flagship. In one fight the pilot was wounded and the engineer killed at the same moment. Few passages of the war called for more courage and skill than were displayed by Admiral Porter and his brave subordinates in that little known but most difficult achievement of the withdrawal of the fleet from Grand Ecore. The army got safely back to Alexandria on the 26th, after a brilliant engagement with the Confederate force under General H.P. B. at Cane River, in which B. was quickly and thoroughly defeated. On arriving at Alexandria, Banks found General David Hunter awaiting him with peremptory dispatches ordering him to bring his expedition to an end without delay. General A. J. Smith, whose 30 days had expired, was naturally anxious to return to Sherman, but Banks, feeling that the rescue of the fleet was a matter of prime importance, refused to allow him to go. General McClernand arrived on the 29th. Bringing reinforcements from Matagorda by order of General Grant. General Hunter went away on the 30th, with dispatches giving a full account of the situation, and later Banks received a dispatch from Halleck, dated the same day, countermanding the order for the abandonment of the expedition. But these dispatches had now little value on either side. The water was so low that the gunboats could not ascend the river, which put an advance out of the question. The whole energies of the army were devoted to the one object of saving the fleet, which was in a position of the gravest danger. It was the season of the year when, according to all precedent, the river should have been at high water, but, as if the forces of nature were at league with the enemy to make the national disaster complete, the long line of the falls, about a mile in extent, showed a mass of jagged rocks above the surface, while the water in the channel gave a depth in its shallowest parts of less than 4 feet. The current was extremely swift, running about 10 miles an hour. Most men in the Army and Navy thought of nothing but to wait where there were in the slightest hope of a providential rise of the river, which would allow the vessels to pass the falls and gain the navigable water below Alexandria. But there was one man who knew perfectly well what to do and how to do it. This was Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Bailey of the 4th Wisconsin, serving on General Franklin's staff as chief engineer. He had had large experience in building dams in the Northwest, and had floated and saved 2 Confederate transports which the army found lying in the mud near Port Hudson. During the entire campaign his mind had been preoccupied with the peril in which the constantly falling water would involve the Navy. The ascent of the river had been hard enough and attended with danger at every step. The water had since then fallen 6 feet, with no signs of a rise. The fleet was inevitably lost if the army should retire. Nothing but a dam could save it. Yet the difficulties in the way of a dam seemed almost insuperable. At the point just above the lower chute, which Bailey's intelligent eye had selected, the river was 758 feet wide, with a fall of 6 feet below. He had to effect a rise of about 7 feet to save the fleet. He was sure he could do it. He found no difficulty in persuading General Franklin of the feasibility of his plan, but Admiral Porter, General Franklin says, derided the project. Bailey, sure of himself, persisted, and with the aid of Franklin presented his plan to Banks and Hunter. Without any certainty of success, but anxious to avail himself of every possible expedient, Banks gave the necessary orders and details, and the whole army in an efficient detail from the fleet turned in to accomplish the formidable task. We believe there is no record of a work of equal importance performed in so short a time. The dam was begun on the 30th of April and finished on the 8th of May. On the north side of the river, a dam was constructed of trees laid with their tops towards the current, cross-tied with heavy timbers, and weighted with all the heavy material available. On the south, as timber could not be obtained, heavy cribs were constructed from the proceeds of the demolition of some ruined mills and barns, and filled with brick and stone and all the iron that could be found. Between the cribs and the tree dam, the vacant space, 150 feet, was filled by sinking 4 large coal barges across the stream. The men worked with the greatest patience and enthusiasm, standing waist deep in the water under a broiling sun by day, and in the lurid light of flambeaux and fires by night. Amid the jeers of the disloyal and the doubting, the work went on, and not until a week had passed was there any general belief in its success. By the 8th of May the results were so evident in the rapidly rising water that no doubt remained. The next day the fleet could have been brought down to the chute, but in the morning the tremendous pressure of the pent-up waters began to force the coal barges out of place. Not an instant was to be lost. Admiral Porter jumped on a horse and galloped at headlong speed to the upper fall, and ordered the Lexington to go through them and then to run for the dam. She got over the upper fall and rushed with a full head of steam for the opening in the dam. In the midst of breathless silence from the thousands of spectators on the shore, she entered the gap, pitched down the roaring torrent, made 2 or 3 spasmodic rolls, hung for a moment on the rocks below, and was swept into deep water by the current and rounded to safely into the bank. 30,000 voices rose in one deafening cheer. The Neo-show followed next. Her pilot became alarmed and stopped his engine as he approached the roaring abyss. The ship plunged under the water for a moment, but rose and was swept on by the current little damaged. 2 more vessels came through successfully, but by this time the water had fallen so far that no more could make the passage. Bailey, undeterred by this mischance, simply left a gap of 55 feet at the lower dam, built a series of wing dams at the upper falls, by which all the water of the river was turned into a narrow channel, and in this way a sufficient rise was obtained to bring all the vessels over in safety on the 13th of May. Bailey was made a brigadier general and thanked by Congress for this valuable service, and the officers of the Mississippi Squadron gave him a sword of honor. He earned new laurels a few days afterwards, when the army and fleet were on their way to New Orleans, by bridging the Atchafalaya at Simmsport with boats. On the 18th of May a sharp engagement took place between A. J. Smith's command and the Confederates, under the lead of Polignac and Wharton, in which the latter was repulsed. On the 20th, at Simmsport, General Banks gave up the command of the troops to General E. R. S. Canby, who had been put in charge of the military division of the West Mississippi. General Banks retained command of the Department of the Gulf. We prefer not to enter into the bitter discussions to which this disastrous campaign gave rise on both sides of the line. A lifelong quarrel sprang up between Kirby, Smith, and Taylor, between Banks and Porter, while Franklin, Charles P. Stone, Banks's chief of staff, and Albert L. Lee, all of whom relinquished their commands, added their quota of misunderstanding and resentment. Leaving out all questions of mutual recriminations, it seems that the statement made by General Banks in March, 1865, gives in the fewest possible words the causes of the failure of the expedition: the difficulties of navigation, the imperfect concentration of forces, the incautious march of the 8th of April, and the limited time allotted to the expedition. The Committee on the Conduct of the War made an investigation of the matter in the year 1865, at the time when the antagonism between Mr. Lincoln and the Radicals in relation to the subject of Reconstruction had assumed an acute form, and they seized upon the occasion to deal a severe blow at the President and Secretary of State for ordering the expedition, and at Banks, whose obedience to the President's orders in setting on foot the civil administration of Louisiana was regarded by Senators Chandler and Wade and Representatives Julian and Lone as an interference with the prerogative of Congress for his conduct of it. We have shown in another place how important were the intrigues and designs of foreign powers in relation to Texas, which seemed to Lincoln and Seward sufficient reason for wishing the flag set up in that state, even at some sacrifice. The charge was made by the Committee Against Banks that what he had in view was to carry out measures for the establishment of a state government in Louisiana and to afford an egress for cotton and other products of that region, and that the attention directed to the accomplishment of these objects exerted an unfavorable influence on the expedition. The 4 members of the committee mentioned above united in this report of censure, and Mr. Gooch presented a minority report wholly dissenting from this opinion. We have fully noticed in another place the measures taken by Banks for the establishment of a state government in Louisiana. These were mainly taken by order of the President, and upon him, and not upon the General, should fall the responsibility of them. The plan with which the committee charge him, and which has been for 20 years the theme of endless criticism, that of affording an outlet for cotton and other products, was also within proper limits, in accordance with the policy of the government. The need for cotton was so great, here and abroad, that every proper means for obtaining it, and therefore relieving the famine with which the world was suffering, was eagerly embraced by the government. In May, 1863, General Banks had urged upon the government a plan for the requisition of cotton in Louisiana, which, he thought, would have resulted in securing from $50 to $100 million worth of cotton on the lower Mississippi. This was to purchase cotton from its holders within the rebel lines, through their friends in the Union lines, at the prices current where it was grown, which was only a third or a quarter its value in Liverpool. The government to receive not only the cash profits on the transaction, but the vastly greater advantage which would come from continuing to the world something like its normal supply of an indispensable product. But this proposition did not receive the approval of the government, and captured and abandoned property continued to be turned over to the officers of the War or Treasury Department, according to the regulations promulgated from Washington. Banks gave no permits or privileges to trade. There were many vague charges of improper conduct made by prejudiced persons in the press and before the Committee of Congress. But there was never any proof brought forward to contradict General Banks's unqualified statement. Every dollar's worth of property that came into the hands of the army during this campaign was either appropriated to its use in kind by the proper officers of the commissary and quartermaster's department, receipts being given therefor or transmitted to the chief quartermaster at New Orleans, and by him turned over to the Treasury agents, to be disposed of according to the laws of Congress and the orders of the government. When cotton or other property interfered with the transportation of any material of the army, or of refugees, negroes, or troops, upon the evacuation of the country, it was thrown from the boats and abandoned upon the river levee to the enemy. A large amount of cotton was seized by the Navy and sent to Cairo, to be adjudicated under the prize law, and the proceeds distributed among its captors, which was regularly and legally done. A vast quantity of cotton was burnt by the Confederates to prevent it from falling into Union hands. Reflections more or less severe were cast upon the President, because 2 men appeared at Alexandria bearing passes in his handwriting, authorizing them to trade in cotton. The pressure upon him to grant these permits was almost incredible, and he sometimes, though very seldom, gave way to it. A letter which he wrote in the summer of 1863 to a valued personal and political friend, a man of great prominence in Illinois, shows the pressure he had to contend against. I have received and read your pencil note. I think you do not know how embarrassing your request is. Few things are so troublesome to the government as the fierceness with which the profits of trading in cotton are sought. The temptation is so great that nearly everybody wishes to be in it, and when in, the question of profit controls all, regardless of whether the cotton seller is loyal or rebel, or whether he is paid in cornmeal or gunpowder. The officers of the army, in numerous instances, are believed to connive and share the profits, and thus the army itself is diverted from fighting the rebels to speculating in cotton. and steamboats and wagons in the pay of the government are set to gathering and carrying cotton, and the soldiers to loading cotton trains and guarding them. The matter deeply affects the Treasury and War Departments, and has been discussed again and again in the Cabinet. What can and what cannot be done has for the time been settled, and it seems to me I cannot safely break over it. I know it is thought that one case is not much, but how can I favor one and deny another? One case cannot be kept a secret. The authority given would be utterly ineffectual until it is shown, and when shown everybody knows it. The administration would do for you as much as for any other man, and I personally would do some more than for most others, but really I cannot involve myself and the government as this would do. Later, when the war was ending and the evil consequences of this trade were greatly lessened, the President gave a few of these permits, strictly enjoining, however, upon the officers of the government, civil and military, that they were in no case to be allowed to interfere with military movements or the regular operations of the Treasury. Among others, permits were given to his old friend William Butler of Springfield and to Thomas L. Casey. The appearance of these two favored beings in a camp so full of suspicion and malevolence as that unhappy camp at Alexandria produced a plentiful crop of fantastic fictions. They had bought Kirby Smith. They were scheming to elect Banks or Governor Yates to the presidency. With the money they were to coin out of their cotton. The army was to be sacrificed, the navy was to be robbed, that these vampires might fatten on the ruin of the country. Butler and Casey profited little by their permits, and so far from commanding the army and navy in their cotton quest, they were not allowed to keep the little cotton they collected. Both Porter and Banks agree in saying their cotton was taken away from them by the army and put to military uses, some of it being worked into the famous dam on the Red River. There was, of course, more or less of the peculation and concussion which attend in the trail of a great war, but in the midst of all the painful controversies that grew out of the Red River mischance, it is gratifying to know that no officer of rank in army or navy was shown to be guilty of any act of dishonesty. The honorable poverty in which General Banks has passed his subsequent life is the best answer to the reckless charges of his enemies. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay. Chapter 12. The Pomeroy Circular. Before the close of the year 1863, the public mind became greatly preoccupied with the subject of the next presidential election. Though the general drift of opinion was altogether in favor of entrusting to Mr. Lincoln the continuation of the work which he had thus far so well conducted, this feeling was by no means unanimous. It will seem strange to future students of the events of this time that the opposition in the Republican Party to Mr. Lincoln, whose name will stand in history as the liberator of the slaves, came almost entirely from the radical anti-slavery element. The origins of this opposition have been so fully stated in other portions of this work that it is not worthwhile to set them forth at any length in this place. They were, principally, the action of the President in regard to the administration of affairs in Missouri, the conflict between General Fremont and the Missouri Conservatives, and between General Schofield and the Missouri Radicals, the retention in command of various generals who, from the Radical point of view, had no heart in the cause, the deliberation with which the great anti-slavery acts of the President were performed, and, in general, the dissatisfaction with the slow progress of the war, of eager and ardent spirits imperfectly informed as to the processes of the government and the facts of the situation. At the end of the year 1863, and the beginning of the following year, all these elements of discord were seeking a rallying point. This it was not easy to find. Everyone sufficiently acquainted with practical politics to note the drift of public opinion saw the hopelessness of contending against the popularity of the president. There was not a Republican general in the field, of sufficient prominence to be thought of, who would give the least encouragement for the use of his name against Mr. Lincoln. In neither house of Congress was there a statesman who would enter into such a contest, and in the higher circles of the administration there was only one man so short-sighted as not to perceive the expediency of the president's renomination and the impossibility of preventing it. Mr. Chase alone had the indiscretion to encourage the overtures of the malcontents, and the folly to imagine that he could lead them to success. Pure and disinterested as he was, and devoted with all his energies and powers to the cause of the country, he was always singularly ignorant of the current public thought, and absolutely incapable of judging men in their true relations. He was surrounded by sycophants, who constantly assured him of his own strength with the people, and who convinced him at last that all manifestations to the contrary were the result of mystifications set on foot by his enemies. He regarded himself as the friend of Mr. Lincoln. To him and to others he made strong protestations of friendly feeling, which he undoubtedly thought were sincere. But he held so poor an opinion of the president's intellect and character in comparison with his own, that he could not believe the people so blind as deliberately to prefer the president to himself. In November, 1863, he wrote to his son-in-law, Governor Sprague, "If I were controlled by merely personal sentiments, I should prefer the re-election of Mr. Lincoln to that of any other man. But I doubt the expediency of re-electing anybody, and I think a man of different qualities from those the President has will be needed for the next 4 years. Of course," he adds, "I am not anxious to be regarded as that man, and I am quite willing to leave that question to the decision of those who agree in thinking that some such man should be chosen." To another he wrote early in December, "I have not the slightest wish to press any claims upon the considerations of friends or the public. There is certainly a purpose, however, to use my name, and I do not feel bound to object to it." He never admitted to himself that he had any personal desire for the place, and in this letter he continued, "Were the post in which these friends desire to place me as low as it is high, I should feel bound to render in it all the service possible to our common country." Yet he always felt that he could render better service in the higher places than in the lower, and when it was once in contemplation to offer him a seat on the Supreme Bench, he distinctly intimated he would accept no place there but that of Chief Justice. There never was a man who found it so easy to delude himself. He believed that he was indifferent to advancement and anxious only for the public good. Yet in the midst of his enormous labors he found time to write letters to every part of the country, all protesting his indifference to the presidency, but indicating his willingness to accept it, and painting pictures so dark of the chaotic state of affairs in the government that the irresistible inference was that only he could save the country. For instance, he wrote to the editor of a religious newspaper saying, "Had there been here an administration in the true sense of the word, a president conferring with his cabinet and taking their united judgments, and with their aid enforcing activity, economy, and energy in all departments of public service, we could have spoken boldly and defied the world. But our condition here has always been very different. I preside over the funnel, everybody else, and especially the secretaries of war in the Navy, over the spigots, and keep them well open, too. Mr. Seward conducts the foreign relations with very little let or help from anybody. There is no unity and no system, except so far as it is departmental. There is progress, but it is slow and involuntary, just what is coerced by the irresistible pressure of the vast force of the people. How, under such circumstances, can anybody announce a policy which can only be made respectable by union, wisdom, and courage?" A few days later he wrote to another, "The administration cannot be continued as it is. There is, in fact, no administration, properly speaking. There are departments, and there is a president. The latter leaves administration substantially to the heads of the former, deciding himself comparatively few questions. These heads act with almost absolute independence of each other. He could not bring himself to feel that the universal demonstrations in favor of the re-election of Mr. Lincoln were genuine. He regarded himself, all the while, as the serious candidate, and the opposition to him as knavish and insincere. To one of his adherents he wrote, "It is impossible to reform and investigate without stirring up slanderers and revilers, both among those whose wrongdoings are exposed and unrighteous profits taken away, and among those, too, who think they see a good chance to take advantage of clamor to the injury of a public man, who, they fear, stands too well with the people." To an adherent in Ohio he wrote, "I cannot help being gratified by the preference expressed for me in some quarters. For those who express it are generally men of great weight and high character and independent judgment. They think there will be a change in the current, which, so far as it is not spontaneous, is chiefly managed by the Blairs." He said that he should be glad to have Ohio decidedly on his side, and that if Ohio should express a preference for any other person, he would not allow his name to be used. This was quite an unnecessary engagement, as no candidate could possibly be nominated without the support of his own state. Indifferent as he claimed to be in regard to his personal prospects, yet he wrote on the 6th of February promising to try to find a place for a man recommended by the editor of the Evening Post, and complaining with some bitterness that the paper had not uttered a kind word in reference to him for some months past. There was, in fact, no limit to these overtures of the secretary in every direction which he thought might be serviceable to him. A few days after the death of Archbishop Hughes, we find him writing to Archbishop Purcell of Cincinnati, reporting the efforts which he is making in every quarter to have the Western prelate appointed the successor of the dead archbishop. On the 18th of January, he wrote to a friend of his in Toledo, Ohio, Mr. James C. Hall, formally announcing his candidacy for the presidency. He told Mr. Hall that a committee of prominent senators, representatives, and citizens had been organized to promote his election, that a subcommittee had conferred with him, and he had consented to their wishes. He then went on to say, "If I know my own heart, I desire nothing so much as the suppression of this rebellion and the establishment of union, order, and prosperity on sure and safe foundations. And I should despise myself if I felt capable of allowing any personal objects to influence me to any action which would affect, by one jot or tittle, injuriously the accomplishment of those objects. And it is a source of real gratification to believe that those who desire my nomination desire it on public grounds alone, and will not hesitate in any manner which may concern me, to act upon such grounds and such grounds only." He added that he desired the support of Ohio, and that if he did not receive it he would cheerfully acquiesce. All through the winter this quasi-candidacy continued. It seemed of the utmost importance to the secretary and his few adherents, though it really formed an imperceptible eddy beside the vast current in which the will of the people was sweeping forward to its purpose. Being confined exclusively to politicians, it had, of course, its principal manifestation in Washington. It played its little part in the election of Speaker of the House of Representatives. An attempt was made to identify Mr. Colfax, the most popular candidate for that office, with the adherents of Mr. Chase. But upon hearing of this, he at once sought an audience with the President and positively repudiated any such connection. When Congress had organized, the message of the President was received with an enthusiasm which, for the moment, swept out of sight every trace of opposing opinion. From that moment there was no further question in regard to the Republican nomination. There was at one time an effort on the part of some of the leading spirits in the Union League, a secret Republican organization which had been very zealous and effective in political work throughout the loyal states, to commit it to some measure hostile to Mr. Lincoln. This had alarmed even so experienced and astute an observer as Thurlow Weed, who sent to Mr. Seward in the autumn of 1863 a warning that loyal leagues, into which odd fellows and know-nothings rush, are fixing to control delegate appointments for Mr. Chase. Mr. Seward accepted this warning somewhat too readily, induced by his inveterate anti-Masonic prejudices. These fears had no substantial foundation. Some of the leaders of the League, sympathizing strongly with the radicals of Missouri, had indeed, from time to time, made efforts to commit the order against the president. But such attempts failed there, as elsewhere, on account of the overwhelming tide of contrary opinion. And when the principal chapter of the order met in Washington on the 10th of December, they elected a list of officers who were almost all either friends of Mr. Lincoln or men of sufficient sagacity not to oppose him. From the beginning, Mr. Lincoln had been fully aware of Mr. Chase's candidacy and of everything that was done for its promotion. It was impossible for him to remain unconscious of it, and although he discouraged all conversation on the subject and refused to read letters relating to it, he could not entirely shut the matter out from his cognizance. He had his own opinion on the taste and judgment displayed by Mr. Chase in his criticisms of the President and of his colleagues in the Cabinet, but he took no notice of them. "I have determined," he said, "to shut my eyes, so far as possible, to everything of the sort. Mr. Chase makes a good secretary, and I shall keep him where he is. If he becomes president, all right. I hope we may never have a worse man. I have observed with regret his plan of strengthening himself. Whenever he sees that an important matter is troubling me, if I am compelled to decide in a way to give offense to a man of some influence, he always ranges himself in opposition to me, and persuades the victim that he has been hardly dealt with, and that he would have arranged it very differently. It was so with General Fremont, with General Hunter when I annulled his hasty proclamation, with General Butler when he was recalled from New Orleans, with these Missouri people when they called the other day. I am entirely indifferent as to his success or failure in these schemes, so long as he does his duty at the head of the Treasury Department." When Rosecrans was removed from the command of the Army of the Cumberland, Mr. Chase pursued the same course. His spiteful comments on that act were reported to the President, who simply laughed at the zealous friend who brought him the news. When told that such tactics might give Mr. Chase the nomination, he said he hoped the country would never do worse. He regretted, however, that the thing had begun, because, although it did not annoy him, his friends thought it ought to. He went on appointing by the dozen Mr. Chase's partisans and adherents to places in the government. He knew perfectly well what he was doing, and allowed himself the luxury of a quiet smile as he signed their commissions. He heard more of such gossip than was amusing or agreeable to him. He said on one occasion, "I wish they would stop thrusting that subject of the presidency into my face. I do not want to hear anything about it." Of course, one reason for the magnanimity with which Mr. Lincoln endured this rivalry of his able and ambitious Minister of Finance was his consciousness of the inequality of the match between them. Although his renomination was a matter in regard to which he refused to converse much, even with intimate friends, he was perfectly aware of the drift of things. In capacity of appreciating popular currents, and in judgment of individual character, Mr. Chase was a child beside him, and he allowed the opposition to himself and his own cabinet to continue, without question or remark, with all the more patience and forbearance because he knew how feeble it was. The movement in favor of Mr. Chase culminated in the month of February in a secret circular signed by Senator Samuel C. Pomeroy of Kansas, and widely circulated throughout the Union. It is admitted by Mr. Chase's sincerest admirers that the weak point of his character was the incapacity shown in his judgment of men and his choice of intimates, and in no instance was this defect more glaringly exhibited than in the selection of such a man as Senator Pomeroy to conduct his canvass for the presidency. The two Kansas senators, Lane and Pomeroy, hated each other intensely, and so long as they were in office together, wrangled persistently over the patronage of their state. The president once wrote to Pomeroy, after declining an interview with him, "I wish you and Lane would make a sincere effort to get out of the mood you are in. It does neither of you any good. It gives you the means of tormenting my life out of me, and nothing else." Each thought the other got the advantage of him. Each abused the president roundly behind his back. But Lane, being the more subtle and adroit politician of the two, never allowed himself to be put in an attitude of open hostility to the administration. Pomeroy's resentment drove him at last into a mood of sullen animosity toward the president, and it was under his weak leadership that the elements of opposition to Mr. Lincoln at last came together. As the confidential circular issued by the committee of which Pomeroy was the head was the most considerable effort made within the Republican Party to defeat the renomination of Mr. Lincoln, we give the document to show upon how slender a foundation this opposition was based. The movements recently made throughout the country to secure the renomination of President Lincoln render necessary some counteraction on the part of those unconditional friends of the Union who differ from the policy of his administration. So long as no efforts were made to forestall the political action of the people, it was both wise and patriotic for all true friends of the government to devote their influence to the suppression of the rebellion. But when it becomes evident that party machinery and official influence are being used to secure the perpetuation of the present administration, those who conscientiously believe that the interests of the country and of freedom demand a change in favor of vigor and purity and nationality have no choice but to appeal at once to the people before it shall be too late to secure a fair discussion of principles. Those in behalf of whom this communication is made have thoughtfully surveyed the political field and have arrived at the following conclusions. First, that even were the re-election of Mr. Lincoln desirable, it is practically impossible against the union of influences which will oppose him. Second, that should he be re-elected, his manifest tendency towards compromises and temporary expedients of policy will become stronger during a second term than it has been in the first, and the cause of human liberty and the dignity and honor of the nation suffer proportionately, while the war may continue to languish during his whole administration till the public debt shall become a burden too great to be borne. Third, that the patronage of the government through the necessities of the war has been so rapidly increased and to such an enormous extent and so loosely placed as to render the application of the one-term principle absolutely essential to the certain safety of our Republican institutions. Fourth, that we find, united in Honorable Salmon P. Chase, more of the qualities needed in a president during the next 4 years than are combined in any other available candidate. His record, clear and unimpeachable, show him to be a statesman of rare ability and an administrator of the very highest order, while his private character furnishes the surest obtainable guarantee of economy and purity in the management of public affairs. Fifth, that the discussion of the presidential question, already commenced by the friends of Mr. Lincoln, has developed a popularity and strength in Mr. Chase unexpected even to his warmest admirers, and while we are aware that this strength is at present unorganized and in no condition to manifest its real magnitude, we are satisfied that it only needs systematic and faithful effort to develop it to an extent sufficient to overcome all opposing obstacles. For these reasons, the friends of Mr. Chase have determined on measures which shall present his claims fairly and at once to the country. A central organization has been effected, which already has its connections in all the states, and the object of which is to enable his friends everywhere most effectually to promote his elevation to the presidency. We wish the hearty cooperation of all those in favor of the speedy restoration of the Union upon the basis of universal freedom, and who desire an administration of the government during the first period of its new life, which shall to the fullest extent develop the capacity of free institutions, enlarge the resources of the country, diminish the burdens of taxation, elevate the standard of public and private morality, vindicate the honor of the Republic before the world, and in all things make our American nationality the fairest example for imitation which human progress has ever achieved. If these objects meet your approval, you can render efficient aid by exerting yourself at once to organize your section of the country, and by corresponding with the chairman of the National Executive Committee for the purpose either of receiving or imparting information. Of this circular, sent broadcast over the country, many copies, of course, fell into the hands of the President's friends, and they soon began to come to the Executive Mansion. The President, who was absolutely without curiosity in regard to attacks upon himself, refused to look at them, and they accumulated unread in the desk of his secretary. At last, however, the circular got into print, and it appeared in the National Intelligencer of Washington on the morning of the 22nd of February. Mr. Chase at once wrote to the President to assure him that he had no knowledge of the existence of the letter before seeing it in print. He gave a brief account of the solicitations of his friends, in compliance with which he had consented to be a candidate for the presidency, adding, "I have never wished that my name should have a moment's thought in comparison with the common cause of enfranchisement and restoration, or be continued before the public a moment after the indication of a preference by the friends of that cause for another. I have thought this explanation due to you as well as to myself. If there is anything in my action or position which, in your judgment, will prejudice the public interests under my charge, I beg you to say so. I do not wish to administer the Treasury Department one day without your entire confidence. For yourself, I cherish sincere respect and esteem, and, permit me to add, affection. Differences of opinion as to administrative action have not changed these sentiments, nor have they been changed by assaults upon me by persons who profess themselves the special representatives of your views and policy. You are not responsible for acts not your own, nor will you hold me responsible except for what I do or say myself. Great numbers now desire your re-election. Should their wishes be fulfilled by the suffrages of the people, I hope to carry with me into private life the sentiments I now cherish whole and unimpaired." The President next day acknowledged the receipt of this letter, and promised to answer it more fully when he could find time to do so. The next week he wrote at greater length. "I would have taken time to answer yours of the 22nd sooner, only that I did not suppose any evil could result from the delay, especially as by a note I promptly acknowledged the receipt of yours, and promised a fuller answer. Now, on consideration, I find there is really very little to say. My knowledge of Mr. Pomeroy's letter having been made public came to me only the day you wrote, but I had, in spite of myself, known of its existence several days before. I have not yet read it, and I think I shall not. I was not shocked or surprised by the appearance of the letter, because I had had knowledge of Mr. Pomeroy's committee, and of secret issues which I supposed came from it, and of secret agents who I supposed were sent out by it, for several weeks. I have known just as little of these things as my friends have allowed me to know. They bring the documents to me, but I do not read them. They tell me what they think fit to tell me, but I do not inquire for more. I fully concur with you that neither of us can be justly held responsible for what our respective friends may do without our instigation or countenance, and I assure you, as you have assured me, that no assault has been made upon you by my instigation or with my countenance. Whether you shall remain at the head of the Treasury Department is a question which I will not allow myself to consider from any standpoint other than my judgment of the public service, and, in that view, I do not perceive occasion for a change." Before the President wrote this letter, the candidacy of Mr. Chase had already passed completely out of sight. In fact, it could never have been said to exist, except in the imagination of Mr. Chase and a narrow circle of adherents. He was by no means the choice even of the great body of the radicals who were discontented with Mr. Lincoln. So early as the 17th of December, 1863, Joseph McDill, the editor of the Chicago Tribune, who represented the most vehement Republican sentiment of the Northwest, wrote, "I presume it is true that Mr. Chase's friends are working for his nomination, but it is all lost labor. Old Abe has the inside track so completely that he will be nominated by acclamation when the convention meets. The people will say to Chase, 'You stick to finance and be content until after 1868,' and to Grant, 'Give the rebels no rest, put them through. Your reward will come in due time.' But Uncle Abe must be allowed to boss the reconstruction of the Union." And from the opening of the year 1864, the feeling in favor of the renomination of Lincoln grew so ardent and so restless that it was almost impossible for the most discreet of the Republican leaders to hold the manifestations of the popular preference in check. An attempt was made by the Treasury officials in Indiana to prevent the state convention, which met in February, from declaring for Lincoln, but it was all in vain. Wherever any assembly of Republicans came together, fresh from the people, the only struggle was as to who should get first on the floor to demand the president's renomination. Mr. Chase's principal hope was, of course, founded upon the adhesion of his friends in Ohio, but the result there as elsewhere proved how blind he was to the course of politics. The governor of the state wrote to the president that he was mortified to hear that he had been set down as a Chase man. The fact that Mr. Chase has been laboring, for the past year at least, with an eye single to promoting his own selfish purposes, totally regardless of the consequences to the government, as I believe has been the case, is alone sufficient to induce me to oppose him. But aside from this, the policy inaugurated under your lead must be maintained, and it would be suicidal to change leaders in the midst of the contest. This is only a specimen of dozens of letters which came from the leading men of the state, who had been relied upon by Mr. Chase to promote his canvass. And finally, the feeling grew so strong in Ohio that, although no authorized convention of Republicans was to meet at that time, the Union members of the legislature took the matter in hand and gave on the 25th of February the coup de grace to the secretary's candidacy. They held a full caucus and nominated Mr. Lincoln for re-election, at the demand, as they said, of the people and the soldiers of Ohio. The state of Rhode Island, which Mr. Chase had expected the personal influence of his son-in-law, Governor Sprague, to secure for him, also made haste to range itself with the other states of the North. And as, more than a month before, the great state of Pennsylvania had, by the unanimous expression of the Union members of its legislature, declared for Lincoln, the secretary at last concluded that the contest was hopeless, and wrote another letter to Mr. Hall, referring to his former statement that, should his friends in Ohio manifest a preference for another, he would acquiesce in that decision, and adding, the recent action of the Union members of our legislature indicates such a preference. It becomes my duty, therefore, and I count it more a privilege than a duty, to ask that no further consideration be given to my name. It was never more important than now that all our efforts and all our energies be devoted to the suppression of the rebellion and to the restoration of order and prosperity on solid and sure foundations of union, freedom, and impartial justice. And I earnestly urge all with whom my counsels may have weight to allow nothing to divide them while this great work, in comparison with which persons and even parties are nothing, remains unaccomplished. In the closing line of this letter occurs the first intimation of that feeling of revolt against the Republican Party which afterwards led Mr. Chase to seek the nomination of the Democrats. In numerous letters written during the spring, he reiterated his absolute withdrawal from the contest, but indulged in sneers and insinuations against the president which show how deeply he was wounded by his discomfiture. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 13. Grant, General-in-Chief. The winter of 1863-64 was unusually cold, and after the exacting work of the autumn both Western armies lay exhausted in their camps about Chattanooga. On the Confederate side, the ill fortune of their army was avenged in the usual manner. Bragg was deprived of his command, although, through the favor and friendship of Mr. Davis, he was afterwards ordered to Richmond in the anomalous capacity of Chief of Staff and military adviser to the Confederate President, who, sorely against his personal wishes, felt himself compelled, by the demands of public opinion, to place General Joseph E. Johnston at the head of the principal Confederate armies of the West. General Polk took the place of Johnston as commander of the Department of Mississippi and East Louisiana, and Johnston proceeded immediately to Dalton, assuming command of the Army of Tennessee on the 27th of December. His instructions from Richmond were couched in an optimistic tone. Mr. Seddon, the Confederate Secretary of War, said, "The movements of the enemy give no indication of a purpose to attack your army, and it is probable that they may mean to strengthen themselves in the occupation of the portions of Tennessee they have overrun. It is not desirable they should be allowed to do so with impunity, and as soon as the condition of your forces will allow, it is hoped you will be able to resume the offensive." At the same time, it was clearly intimated to him that he must depend exclusively on the resources of his own department or on such help as General Polk might be able to give him. President Davis also addressed the general in terms of exasperating serenity and composure. He quoted to him a letter received from Bragg, in which that beaten commander said, "We can redeem the past. Let us concentrate all our available men, unite them with this little army, still full of zeal and burning to redeem its lost character and prestige, hurl the whole upon the enemy, and crush him in his power and his glory." Mr. Davis went on to tell General Johnston that his army was, after all, in excellent condition. "You will not need to have it suggested," he said, "that the imperative demand for prompt and vigorous action arises not only from the importance of restoring the prestige of the army and averting the injurious and dispiriting results that must attend a season of inactivity, but from the necessity of reoccupying the country, upon the supplies of which the proper subsistence of our armies materially depends." The Confederate President had a gift of never writing to Johnston without infuriating him, and one of the general's first duties on arriving at Dalton and hurriedly inspecting his new command was to sit down and inform his President of the hard task he had set him and the insufficient means with which he had provided him. He said he had present for duty about 43,000 men, the effective total of infantry and artillery being not quite 36,000, with 2,500 cavalry, which he said was not very efficient. He gave Bragg's estimate of Grant's force at 80,000, an estimate which he elsewhere confessed was greatly exaggerated, but he was bent on making out his own case as strong as possible. He acknowledged the importance of recovering the territory lost, but brought forward the serious difficulties that stood in the way. If he should advance through East Tennessee, the way to Georgia was left open. If through the middle of the State, the obstacles were Chattanooga, now a fortress, the Tennessee River, the rugged desert of the Cumberland Mountains, and an army outnumbering his own more than 2 to 1. He risked a suggestion which to the ears of the authorities in Richmond had at the time an ominous and sinister sound, though necessity forced it upon them afterwards: the strengthening of the armies of the Confederacy by the substitution of negroes for all the soldiers on detached or daily duty, and in connection with this he made a remark which showed the subtle disorganization even then beginning to be apparent throughout the Confederacy. "My experience in Mississippi was that impressed negroes run away whenever it is possible, and are frequently encouraged by their masters to do so, and I never knew one to be returned by his master." General Johnston says that he found Dalton had not been selected by Bragg on account of any merit as a strategic position, but simply because the retreat from Missionary Ridge ceased at that town, the Federal army having abandoned the pursuit. Each division occupied the place it had taken for the encampment of a night, and they afterwards constructed at these points huts for their winter quarters. The army occupied a precipitous ridge called Rocky Face, crossed by the railroad from Dalton to Chattanooga at Mill Creek Gap, 3½ miles west of Dalton, but terminating only 3 miles north of that point, and, therefore, easily flanked by the Rheingold Road. This position could also be turned by Snake Creek Gap, traversing the mountains to the south. He says he could have withdrawn to Calhoun, on the Atlanta road, had it not been for the earnestness with which Mr. Davis and Mr. Seddon urged an early resumption of offensive operations, and their apprehensions of the bad effect of a retrograde movement on the spirits of the Southern people. The possession of Kentucky and Tennessee, the vast subsistence depots of the South, was a matter of such vital importance that the Confederate government at Richmond could not for a moment give up the hope of speedily regaining them. On the other hand, nothing was further from the mind of General Grant than to rest content even with the retention of the vast gains of the autumn. The early part of the winter was necessarily taken up in the strengthening of his position and the subsistence of his army, a matter which on both sides of the line was attended with the greatest labor and difficulty. But the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad was completed on the 14th of January, and trains began running regularly from Nashville to Chattanooga, relieving somewhat the dearth of supplies. Steps were then immediately taken to begin repairing the East Tennessee and Georgia Railroad, which was put in running order as far as Loudon 4 weeks later. Meanwhile, General Sherman, who commanded the Department of the Tennessee, and therefore had especially in his charge the east bank of the Mississippi River, from Natchez to the Ohio, asked and received permission from General Grant to go down the Mississippi River to strike a blow at the Confederate forces in the interior of the State of Mississippi, and by this means, if possible, put a stop to the annoyance and obstruction which raids on the river occasioned to the traffic of that stream. It was proposed that Banks should at the same time make a similar movement in Louisiana. Sherman, therefore, prepared a picked force of 2 columns, consisting of 2 divisions each, McPherson commanding the right and Hurlbut the left, which started east from Vicksburg on the 3rd of February. At the same time a large cavalry force under the command of General W. Sooy Smith was to start south from Memphis to ride through the country and join General Sherman at Meridian, Mississippi. Sherman marched in the lightest possible order and without deployment straight for Meridian, distant 150 miles. He soon came in contact with the rebel cavalry, but with his compact force brushed them like flies before him, meeting with no substantial opposition. A curious incident befell him at the village of Decatur. Hurlbut's column was several miles in advance, and Sherman halted with his escort at a farmhouse which he entered. He asked for supper, and lying down went to sleep. He was soon awakened by a great noise and confusion in the farmyard. Some of Hurlbut's wagons which were passing had been attacked by rebel cavalry. Sherman gathered his clerks and orderlies together and was preparing to defend himself in a corn crib, when the head of McPherson's column appeared on the road and the Confederate troops rode away, unconscious of the rich prize they had for a moment in their grasp. Sherman entered Meridian on the 14th, destroying the arsenals and storehouses, and the railroads in every direction for miles around. He sent out a large force of infantry to break up the Mobile and Ohio road to the north and south, and the Jackson and Selma road to the east and west. He had succeeded in creating the impression on the minds of the rebel authorities in the State that his objective point was Mobile, an impression which was confirmed by demonstration made at the point of Farragut. And his march for this reason caused immense excitement, which effectively furthered his real purpose. Unfortunately, the cavalry force under General Smith did not accomplish their part of the plan. They lost several days in getting started, and were finally defeated and driven back by Forrest near West Point, below Okolona, on the Mobile and Ohio road. Sherman, after waiting a week at Meridian for news of Smith, having utterly destroyed the railroads in that region, began to retrace his steps toward Vicksburg. Leaving his troops to follow at their leisure, he took a small escort and, in advance of his army, rode into Vicksburg on the 29th of February. After a hasty visit to New Orleans, where he arranged to furnish a corps of some 10,000 men to Banks to assist in his operations west of the river, he went up the Mississippi to report to Grant. The continued presence of Longstreet in East Tennessee had become very irksome to Grant, and on the 10th of February, having accumulated supplies for the support of a considerable force at Knoxville, he ordered Thomas to start for that place on the 13th, to cooperate with the Army of the Ohio in driving Longstreet out of the country. But before Thomas moved, Grant had a conversation at Nashville with General J. G. Foster, who had been relieved by General Schofield and was on his way to the north, which convinced him that what might be accomplished by the proposed campaign would not compensate for the hardships which the men would endure and the disadvantage which would result to the coming spring campaign. At the same time he acquired the impression that most of Johnston's force had been withdrawn from Thomas's front. He therefore changed the orders he had given for the march to Knoxville, but as Thomas was all ready for the road, he directed him to move to his immediate front, the object being to gain possession of Dalton and as far south of that as possible. This impression of General Grant's proved to be erroneous. The rebel authorities in Richmond, as well as in Mississippi, had been greatly disturbed by Sherman's move to Meridian. It was taken for granted that Mobile was in danger. Mr. Davis telegraphed to Johnston either to send Polk reinforcements or to join him in person with what force he could. General Johnston very sensibly replied that it would be impossible for troops from Dalton to meet the Federal army before it reached the Gulf, and, in answer to subsequent solicitations, he said that such an expedition would require two-thirds of his army and involve the abandonment of his present line, upon which Davis directed him peremptorily to send infantry enough to enable Polk to beat the detachment which the enemy has thrown far into the interior of our country. And when Johnston replied in his habitual tone that it was too late for such an object, Mr. Davis gave him at last a positive order to send Hardee with his corps to Polk without delay. Johnston obeyed this order with such deliberation that Hardee's advance, which did not start until Sherman was preparing to return, never got farther than the Tombigbee River, and his troops were recalled by Mr. Davis himself on the 23rd, so that when General Thomas moved forward, under the impression entertained by Grant that Johnston's army had been withdrawn from Dalton, he found the Confederates in full force in their intrenchments and on the ridge of Rocky Face. After a thorough reconnaissance, finding that the supposed conditions under which the movement was made did not exist, Thomas withdrew his army to his former position. Schofield, who had relieved Foster in Tennessee, after a brief demonstration against Longstreet, who was retiring from his front, also had returned for lack of supplies and of transportation. It seems impossible to exaggerate the helpless condition of the armies on both sides in the matter of transportation. Thomas says scarcely any of his artillery could be moved for lack of horses, and Johnston reports that, for a long time after he arrived at Dalton, his artillery horses were so feeble from their hard service and scarcity of forage that it was not only impossible to maneuver the batteries in action, but also to march with them at the ordinary rate of speed on ordinary roads. And even so late as February, when the supply of forage had become regular and the face of the country almost dry, the teams of the Napoleon guns were unable to draw them up a trifling hill, over which the roads to their stables passed. Immediately after the victories at Chattanooga, Mr. Washburne of Illinois, the devoted friend and firm supporter of General Grant through good and evil report, introduced a bill in Congress to revive the grade of lieutenant general in the army. The measure occasioned a good deal of discussion. This high rank had never been conferred on any citizen of the Republic except Washington, who held it for a short time before his death. It was discontinued for more than half a century, and then conferred by brevet only upon General Scott. There were those who feared, or affected to fear, that so high military rank was threatening to the liberties of the Republic. The great majority of Congress, however, considered the liberties of the Republic more robust than this fear would indicate, and the bill was finally passed on the 26th of February and received the approval of the President on the 29th of February. It provided for the revival of the grade of lieutenant general and authorized the President to appoint, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, a lieutenant general to be selected from among those officers in the military service of the United States not below the grade of major general, most distinguished for courage, skill, and ability, who, being commissioned as lieutenant general, may be authorized, under the direction and during the pleasure of the President, to command the armies of the United States. Immediately upon signing the bill, the President nominated Grant to the Senate for the office created by it. Although the bill, of course, mentioned the name of no general, there was no pretense from the beginning that anyone else was thought of in connection with the place. The administration exercised no influence in the matter, neither helping nor hindering the progress of the bill through the Houses of Congress. It had already become clearly manifest that General Halleck, although an officer of great learning and ability, was not fitted by character or temperament for the assumption of such weighty responsibilities as the military situation required. The President himself said about this time, "When it appeared that McClellan was incompetent to the work of handling the army, and we sent for Halleck to take command, he stipulated that it should be with the full powers and responsibilities of General-in-Chief. He kept that attitude until Pope's defeat, but ever since that event he has shrunk from responsibility whenever it was possible." So that in the mind of the President, as well as in the intention of Congress and the acquiescence of the public, there was no thought of nominating any one but Grant to the chief command of all the armies. Whether he was or was not the ablest of all our generals is a question which can never be decided. Perhaps there were legionaries in the army of Gaul as able as Caesar, if occasion had been given them to show it. The success and fame of generals is the joint result of merit and of opportunity, and Grant was, beyond all comparison, the most fortunate of American soldiers. Whatever criticism might be made on his character, his learning, or his methods, the fact was not to be denied that he had reaped the most substantial successes of the war, He had captured 2 armies and utterly defeated a third. He was justly entitled, by virtue of the spolia opima with which he had presented the Republic, to his triumph, to be celebrated with all the pomp and circumstance possible. The Senate immediately confirmed his nomination, and on the 3rd of March the Secretary of War directed him to report in person to the War Department as early as practicable, considering the condition of his command. He started for Washington the next day, but in the midst of his hurried preparations for departure, he found time to write a letter of the most warm and generous friendship to Sherman. He had not even yet heard the news of his confirmation, but he took it for granted. He said, "I start in the morning to comply with the order, but I shall say very distinctly on my arrival there that I shall accept no appointment which will require me to make that city, Washington, my headquarters. While I have been eminently successful in this war, in at least gaining the confidence of the public, no one feels more than I how much of this success is due to the energy, skill, and harmonious putting forth of that energy and skill of those whom it has been my good fortune to have occupying subordinate positions under me. There are many officers to whom these remarks are applicable to a greater or less degree, proportionate to their ability as soldiers, but what I want is to express my thanks to you and McPherson as the men to whom, above all others, I feel indebted for whatever I have had of success. How far your advice and suggestions have been of assistance you know. How far your execution of whatever has been given you to do entitles you to the reward I am receiving you cannot know as well as I do. I feel all the gratitude this letter would express, giving it the most flattering construction. The word you I use in the plural, intending it for McPherson also." This letter was as unique as it was admirable, for Grant wrote in this strain to no one else in the world. There seemed no room in his heart for more than 2 such friends. When McPherson died in the flower of his young manhood, Sheridan took the vacant place in the confidence and affection of his great chief, where he and Sherman remained ever after without rivals. Sherman, who received the letter on his way up the river from the Meridian raid, answered in a similar strain with even more of ardent and liberal eulogy. "You do yourself injustice and us too much honor in assigning to us so large a share of the merits which have led to your high advancement. You are now Washington's legitimate successor, and occupy a position of almost dangerous elevation. But if you can continue as heretofore to be yourself, simple, honest, and unpretending, you will enjoy through life the respect and love of friends, and the homage of millions of human beings, who will award you a large share for securing to them and their descendants a government of law and stability. I repeat, you do General McPherson and myself too much honor. At Belmont, you manifested your traits, neither of us being near. At Donelson also you illustrated your whole character. I was not near, and General McPherson in too subordinate a capacity to influence you. I believe you are as brave, patriotic, and just as the great prototype Washington, as unselfish, kind-hearted, and honest as a man should be. But the chief characteristic in your nature is the simple faith in success you have always manifested, which I can liken to nothing else than the faith a Christian has in his Savior. This faith you gave your victory at Shiloh and Vicksburg. Also, when you have completed your best preparations, you go into battle without hesitation, as at Chattanooga. No doubts, no reserve. And I tell you that it was this that made us act with confidence. I knew, wherever I was, that you thought of me, and if I got in a tight place, you would come, if alive. Now as to the future, do not stay in Washington. Halleck is better qualified than you are to stand the buffets of intrigue and policy. Come out west. Take to yourself the whole Mississippi Valley. Let us make it dead sure, and I tell you the Atlantic slope and Pacific shores will follow its destiny, as sure as the limbs of a tree live or die with the main trunk. We have done much, still much remains to be done. Time and time's influences are all with us. We could almost afford to sit still and let these influences work. Even in the seceded states, your word now would go farther than a president's proclamation or an act of Congress. For God's sake, and for your country's sake, come out of Washington. I foretold to General Halleck before he left Corinth the inevitable result to him, and I now exhort you to come out west. Here lies the seat of the coming empire, and from the west, when our task is done, we will make short work of Charleston and Richmond, and the impoverished coast of the Atlantic. In both of these letters there is apparent not a very intelligent dread of Washington and its political influences, something of the feeling which sailors have towards lawyers. Grant assures Sherman beforehand that he shall not accept his new grade if he is compelled to make his headquarters in Washington, and Sherman adjures him by all that is sacred to avoid the Atlantic coast altogether. It evidently did not enter the minds of either that the loftiest honors, and no small degree of enjoyment, awaited both of them in years to come in the city which they regarded with such superstitious apprehensions. Grant proceeded on his way to the capital as quietly as possible, but the rumors of his coming went everywhere before him, and his train moved through a continual storm of cheering and enthusiasm from Nashville to Washington. He reached there on the evening of the 8th of March. There was to be a reception at the Executive Mansion, and as Grant's arrival was expected, the throng was very great. At about 9:30 Grant entered, and he and the President met for the first time. A certain movement and rumor in the crowd heralded the approach of the most famous guest of the evening, and when General Grant stood before Mr. Lincoln, they recognized each other without formal presentation, and cordially shook hands. The thronging crowd with instinctive deference stood back for a moment, while the President and the General exchanged a few words of conversation. Lincoln then introduced Seward to Grant, and the Secretary of State took him away to present him to Mrs. Lincoln. He then went on to the East Room, where his presence excited a feeling which burst the bonds of etiquette, and cheer after cheer rose from the assembled crowd. Hot and blushing with embarrassment, he was forced to mount a sofa from which he could shake hands with the eager admirers who rushed upon him from all sides of the great room. It was an hour before he could return to the small drawing-room, where, after the departure of the crowd, the President awaited him. The President here made an appointment with him for the formal presentation next day of his commission as Lieutenant General. "I shall make a very short speech to you," said Lincoln, "to which I desire you to reply, for an object, and that you may be properly prepared to do so, I have written what I shall say, only 4 sentences in all, which I will read from my manuscript as an example which you may follow, and also read your reply, as you are perhaps not so much accustomed to public speaking as I am. And I therefore give you what I shall say to you that you may consider it. There are 2 points that I would like to have you make in your answer. First, to say something which shall prevent or obviate any jealousy of you from any of the other generals in the service, and second, something which shall put you on as good terms as possible with the Army of the Potomac. If you see any objection to doing this, be under no restraint whatever in expressing that objection to the Secretary of War." General Grant and Mr. Stanton left the room together. The next day, at 1 o'clock, in the presence of the Cabinet, General Halleck, 2 members of General Grant's staff, and the President's private secretary, the commission of Lieutenant General was formally delivered by the President. Mr. Lincoln said, "General Grant, the nation's appreciation of what you have done, and its reliance upon you for what remains to do in the existing great struggle, are now presented, with this commission constituting you Lieutenant General in the Army of the United States. With this high honor devolves upon you also a corresponding responsibility. As the country herein trusts you, so, under God, it will sustain you. I scarcely need to add that with what I here speak for the nation goes my own hearty personal concurrence." The general had hurriedly and almost illegibly written his speech on half a sheet of note paper in lead pencil. His embarrassment was evident and extreme. He found his own writing very difficult to read, but what he said could hardly have been improved. "Mr. President, I accept this commission with gratitude for the high honor conferred. With the aid of the noble armies that have fought on so many fields for our common country, it will be my earnest endeavor not to disappoint your expectations. I feel the full weight of the responsibilities now devolving on me, and I know that if they are met, it will be due to those armies, and above all to the favor of that Providence which leads both nations and men." It will be observed that he made no reference whatever to the subject of the President's request the night before. It is not known whether he did this after consultation with Stanton, or whether, with his deep distrust of Washington politicians, he thought it wise to begin by disregarding all their suggestions. On the same day General Halleck sent a letter to the Secretary of War, respectfully requesting that since the grade of Lieutenant General, superior to his own, had been created, and the distinguished officer promoted to that rank had received his commission and reported for duty, that orders might be issued placing him in command of the army and relieving General Halleck from that duty. In making this request, he says, "I am influenced solely by a desire to conform to the provisions of the law which, in my opinion, impose upon a lieutenant general the duties and responsibilities of general-in-chief of the army." After the presentation of the commission, a brief conversation took place. General Grant inquired what special service was expected of him. The President replied that the country wanted him to take Richmond. He said our generals had not been fortunate in their efforts in that direction, and asked if the Lieutenant General could do it. Grant, without hesitation, answered that he could if he had the troops. These the President assured him he should have. There was not one word said as to what route to Richmond should be chosen. The next day Grant visited General Meade at the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac at Brandy Station. He had known General Meade slightly in the Mexican War, but had not met him since. He was a stranger to the Army of the Potomac, with the exception of a few officers of the regular army whom he had known in Mexico. Meade received him not only with the courtesy and deference due to his high rank and great services, but with a generosity and magnanimity which impressed Grant most favorably. Meade said that it was possible Grant might want an officer to command the Army of the Potomac who had been with him in the West, and made especial mention of Sherman. He begged him that if that was the case not to hesitate about making the change. He urged, says Grant, that the work before us was of such vast importance to the whole nation that the feelings or wishes of no one person should stand in the way of selecting the right men for all positions. For himself, he would serve to the best of his ability wherever placed. Grant assured him that he had no thought of making any change, and that Sherman could not be spared from the West. He returned to Washington on the 11th. The next day he was placed in command of all the armies by orders from the War Department, but without waiting for a single day to accept the lavish proffers of hospitality which were showered upon him, he started west again on the evening of the 11th of March. In that short time he had utterly changed his views and plans for the future conduct of the war. He had relinquished the purpose he had hitherto firmly held of leading the Western armies on the great campaign to Atlanta and the sea, and had decided to take the field with the Army of the Potomac. When I got to Washington, he said, and saw the situation, it was plain that here was the point for the commanding general to be. No one else could probably resist the pressure that would be brought to bear upon him to desist from his own plans and pursue others. He therefore hurried back to the West to make preparations for finally severing his relations with those magnificent armies which had gained him so many victories. Sherman, at his request, was promoted to command the military division of the Mississippi. McPherson succeeded to Sherman's command of the Department of the Tennessee, and Logan was promoted to the command of McPherson's corps. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 14, The Wilderness. General Grant made but a brief visit to the West. Sherman assumed command of the military division of the Mississippi on the 18th of March, and then accompanied the general-in-chief as far as Cincinnati on the road to Washington. Every hour was now important, and valuable time was saved by this long conference on the rail. Besides the great subject of the coming campaign, the two friends and comrades discussed the disposition which should be made of various officers then out of employment. This was a delicate matter, and seemed both to Grant and the government more important than it really was. There were few indispensable men, and the political influence of the more conspicuous was far less than was claimed. There was little embarrassment on the score of rank, as a law passed in 1862 had given to the President the power of appointment of generals to special commands, without regard to the date of their commissions. When Sherman was promoted over the heads of Thomas and Hooker, and McPherson was put in command over Hurlbut, all of these superseded officers acquiesced with patriotic cheerfulness in what, according to the strict rules of the service, seemed an injustice. Others, it is true, were not so self-sacrificing. General Buell, being offered the command of a corps under Sherman, declined to serve under his junior, and was soon after mustered out of the service. Grant was solicited by the friends of Fremont and McClellan to provide them with commands, but this he declined to do, and both resigned during their political campaigns for the presidency. The general-in-chief established his headquarters at Culpeper Courthouse near the end of March, and spent a month in preparations for the great campaign which he, in common with the entire North, hoped would end the war. He visited Washington several times and had occasional conversations with the President. He says in his memoirs that he was warned, at an early day, by Halleck and Stanton not to communicate his plan of campaign to Mr. Lincoln, but he found this warning as superfluous as it was impertinent. Mr. Lincoln expressly assured him he preferred not to know his purposes. He desired only to learn what means he needed to carry them out, and promised to furnish these to the full extent of his power. He was, however, especially pleased to learn that the new General-in-Chief intended to employ the full strength of the army in a simultaneous concerted movement all along the line, which should keep the enemy everywhere employed and prevent him from concentrating at threatened points. This was the object which the President had striven for in vain through 3 years of war. This, the course which he had urged upon successive generals without effect, and which, in despair of seeing the purposes attained in any other way, he had embodied in his general orders of January 27, 1862. The plan of the Lieutenant General, as set forth in his report, was extremely simple. So far as practicable, the armies were to move together, and towards one common center. Banks was to finish his operations in Louisiana, and, leaving a small garrison on the Rio Grande, was to concentrate an army of some 25,000 men, and move on Mobile. Sherman was to move simultaneously with the other armies, General Johnston's army being his objective, and the heart of Georgia his ultimate aim. Sigel, who was in command in the Shenandoah, was to move to the front in 2 columns, one to threaten the enemy in the valley, the other to cut the railroads connecting Richmond with the southwest. Gillmore was to be brought north with his corps, and in company with another corps, under W.F. Smith, was to form an army under General B.F. Butler to operate against Richmond south of the James. Lee's army was to be the objective point of Meade, reinforced by Burnside. As to the route by which the Army of the Potomac was to advance, Grant reserved his decision until just before he started upon his march. There were advantages and drawbacks to a move by either flank. Moving by the right would have led him through a more open and better cultivated country, would have brought him into immediate collision with the enemy on a terrain more suitable for field operations, and especially better adapted for the use of artillery than that which he would find on the left. But the disadvantage of that route was that his line of communication would have been constantly exposed. Large detachments of troops would have been required to protect Alexandria Railroad and the depots on it. The army could only carry 15 days' rations with them, and an enormous covering force would have been required to protect the roads and the trains, by which additional supplies would have to be brought. A great number of wounded would certainly have to be provided for, and this could be much more conveniently managed in a movement to the left, on account of the easy access everywhere afforded to water transportation. Moving by the latter route, the line of supply by the railroad could be at once abandoned, and short routes of communication opened from the protective flank to navigable waters connected with Washington. The moral or political advantages and objections to the move by the left flank were also obvious. It was sure to be vehemently criticized by all the partisans of McClellan, who insisted that the only rational approach to Richmond was on the line of the James, and on the other hand the President, although refraining from any suggestion to General Grant, felt that beginning a siege of Richmond with Lee's army wholly intact and free to move in any direction was thoroughly undesirable, and that in a move upon that army overland, the constant access by water to our left flank was an advantage not to be lightly thrown away. The main consideration in the mind of Grant, and in this he was sustained by the best minds in the Army of the Potomac, was that the war could not be brought to a close until the power of Lee's army was broken. That without this even the capture of Richmond would not avail. That Lee was too good a general to shut himself up in the defenses of that city and court the face of Pemberton. That if he were brought to the neighborhood of Richmond without a battle, the extension he would naturally give his lines would render their complete envelopment impracticable, and that if Richmond should be captured while the Army of Virginia was still strong enough to keep the field, it might move southward and continue the war indefinitely. A plan of campaign was therefore chosen which should bring the two armies into collision at once, on a field at some distance from Richmond, where troops might be moved in large numbers by either flank, and where there might be at least a chance of success in destroying or greatly diminishing the military power of the Confederacy before the two antagonists, in their deadly grapple, should come within sight of the works which guarded the rebel capital. No one dreamed of an easy victory. There was no road to Richmond which would not exact its frightful toll of blood. Move as we might, says General Humphreys, Long-continued, hard fighting under great difficulties was before us. Yet no one imagined how many days of desperate battle, how many months of leaguer and march there were to be seen before this terrible campaign was to end in the great and final victory. The Army of the Potomac now had a commander whose purpose was clear and definite, and whose plan was of archaic simplicity: to hammer continuously against the armed force of the enemy and his resources, until by mere attrition, if in no other way, there should be nothing left to him but an equal submission with the loyal section of our common country to the Constitution and laws of the land. The two armies lay in their entrenchments on both sides of the Rapidan. The headquarters of General Grant were at Culpeper Courthouse, among the main body of his infantry; those of Lee at Orange Courthouse. The Army of Northern Virginia guarded the south bank of the river for 18 or 20 miles, Ewell commanding the right half, A.P. Hill the left. The formidable works on Mine Run secured the Confederate right wing, which was further protected by the tangled and gloomy thickets of the Wilderness. Longstreet had arrived from Tennessee with 2 fine divisions, and was held in reserve at Gordonsville. The two armies were not so unequally matched as Confederate writers insist. The strength of the Army of the Potomac, present for duty equipped on the 30th of April, was 122,146. This includes the 22,708 of Burnside's Ninth Corps. The Army of Northern Virginia numbered at the opening of this campaign not less than 61,953. While this seems like a great disparity of strength, it must not be forgotten that the Confederate general had an enormous advantage of position. The dense woods and the thickly timbered swamps in which he was to resist the march of the national army were as well known to him as the lines of his own hand, and were absolutely unknown to his antagonist. Even in a successful advance in such a region, the lines of the victor become thoroughly broken, and the defeated party, fighting on his own ground, can recover almost as readily as his pursuers. Both armies were of excellent material. The new troops in the national ranks rapidly acquired their education among the seasoned veterans of the Army of the Potomac, and Lee's force was a well-tempered blade in his practiced hand. On both sides the troops had commanders worthy of them. The Army of the Potomac had been thoroughly reorganized and reduced to 3 corps. The second, commanded by Hancock, who had recovered from his wounds received at Gettysburg, and now came back to complete his record of the most brilliant soldier in action that our army has ever known; the fifth, which Warren led with eminent ability and devotion; and the sixth, commanded by the beloved and trusted Sedgwick. Burnside, with the Ninth Corps, had at first an independent command, but this was soon found to be an impracticable arrangement, and it was united late in May with the army of Meade. The cavalry was placed under Sheridan, who had been brought from the West for that service. General Grant had not seen Pleasonton's meritorious service from Chancellorsville to Gettysburg, but he had seen Sheridan in that heroic rush up the slope of Missionary Ridge, and he was much given to trusting the evidence of his own eyes. Under these 5 commanders were many already famous, who were to win still greater renown before the year was gone: Humphreys, Parke, Barlow, Gibbon, Birney, Wright, Crawford, Getty, Gregg, J. H. Wilson, Wilcox, Griffin, Ricketts, and many for whom, even then, a welcome was preparing in Valhalla, among whom the most honored names were those of Sedgwick and Wadsworth. The officers under Lee were equally able and experienced. Longstreet, who was taken all around, the best subordinate soldier in the Confederacy; Ewell, who was always active and trustworthy; A.P. Hill, who possessed the fullest confidence of his superiors, commanded the 3 infantry corps. The cavalry was under the charge of that gay and gallant trooper, Jeb Stuart, so soon to go down to a soldier's grave. Divisions and brigades were led by the men whose courage and conduct had been shown in every field from Charleston to Susquehanna: Gordon, Edward Johnson, Rhodes, Ramseur, Heth, Hampton, and the young Lees. On both sides there was the best manhood, the brightest intelligence, the nation could furnish. Both sides were equally ready to shed their blood in fair quarrel. The wearers of the blue and gray looked with some eagerness to the fading patches of snow on the summits of the Blue Ridge, which they knew would be the signal of firm roads and marching orders, and few imagined what a flight of warlike ghosts would rise, indignant, from those vernal fields and forests on the first days of the opening May. On the last day of April, the President sent this letter to General Grant: Not expecting to see you again before the spring campaign opens, I wish to express in this way my entire satisfaction with what you have done up to this time, so far as I understand it. The particulars of your plan I neither know nor seek to know. You are vigilant and self-reliant, and, pleased with this, I wish not to obtrude any constraints or restraints upon you. While I am very anxious that any great disaster or capture of our men in great numbers shall be avoided, I know these points are less likely to escape your attention than they would be mine. If there is anything wanting which it is within my power to give, do not fail to let me know it. And now, with a brave army and a just cause, may God sustain you. Grant, who in general seems to have cared little for such things, was touched by the generous feeling of the President's letter, and answered the next day with unaccustomed warmth of expression. Your very kind letter of yesterday just received. The confidence you express for the future, and satisfaction with the past, in my military administration, is acknowledged with pride. It will be my earnest endeavor that you and the country shall not be disappointed. From my first entrance into the volunteer service of the country to the present day, I have never had cause of complaint, have never expressed or implied a complaint against the administration or the Secretary of War for throwing any embarrassment in the way of my vigorously prosecuting what appeared to me my duty. Indeed, since the promotion which placed me in command of all the armies, and in view of the great responsibility and importance of success, I have been astonished at the readiness with which everything asked for has been yielded, without even an explanation being asked. Should my success be less than I desire and expect, the least I can say is, the fault is not with you. We find in the tone of this letter an augury of ultimate victory, however long it might be delayed. Contrast it for an instant with the spirit of those whimpering epistles which McClellan sent back at every halting place between the Potomac and the James, his constant complaint that he was not supported, his fantastic exaggeration of the enemy's numbers, his persistent understatement of his own. He had been treated as well as Grant had been. He outnumbered his adversary more than 2 to 1. He had as good an army as Grant. Johnston had no better than Lee. So far as intellect and knowledge of a soldier's business were in question, there had been no change for the better on either side. Lee was as able as Johnston. Grant was far from being so accomplished an officer as McClellan. But the incalculable change that had now come to the Army of the Potomac was in the will and temperament of the man who was henceforth to lead it, with whatever errors or imperfections, at least with manly and invincible energy, through unimaginable toil and slaughter, to victory and peace. Promptly at the time appointed, soon after midnight, on the 4th of May, the Army of the Potomac started on its final march to Richmond. Sheridan, with 2 cavalry divisions, led the 2 vast columns of infantry, Torbert, with another division, guarding the rear. In the darkness of the night, 5 bridges were thrown across the Rapidan, which was 200 feet wide. Hancock crossed at Ely's Ford and moved out to the familiar battlefield of Chancellorsville. Warren took the 5th Corps over at Germanna Ford and marched out to the Wilderness Tavern, where his road crossed the turnpike, which runs from Orange to Fredericksburg, parallel to the plank road between the same points, a mile or more to the south. The cavalry threw out reconnaissances in every direction, to left and right, to front, and even to the rear. Hancock reached Chancellorsville at 10 in the morning, and Warren, who had further to march, established himself at the tavern at 2. Both corps had made a good day's march, and it was not thought expedient to push them further until the great trains should come up. Grant, like Hooker the year before, had made the first stage of his momentous journey with perfect success. Another day would bring him through the tangled and gloomy wilderness into the more open ground which lay to the south and west of it. It is idle to conjecture what he would have done if he had made that march unmolested, for neither then nor ever after was he to traverse that ill-famed wood, though rivers of fraternal blood were to flow in the effort to penetrate its eastern selvage. Hancock and Warren were ordered to move forward the next morning, the one to Shady Grove, the other to Parker's store, Sedgwick to march to Wilderness Tavern, and Burnside, who was already moving with the greatest celerity from Manassas, was ordered to continue by forced marches until he joined the rest of the army. But, rapidly as Grant was moving, Lee was deciding and acting with equal energy. He has left behind him no statement of the theories or motives which governed his action on this occasion, and General Grant may possibly be right in claiming that his movement was a surprise to the Confederate general. But the moment his signal officers informed him of the movement of the Army of the Potomac to his right, he acted with a decision and swiftness to which we find no parallel in his history. Realizing that the Wilderness was in itself an entrenchment to him, he launched his 2 army corps, Ewell along the turnpike and Hill on the plank road, with such dispatch that by nightfall on the 4th they were halfway through the Wilderness, ready to strike in the morning at the right flank of their moving enemy. A staff officer of General Lee says he was full of buoyant confidence at breakfast on the morning of the 5th, expressing his gratification that his new adversary had put himself exactly in Hooker's predicament. He relied upon the friendly aid of the thickets of the Wilderness to repeat and surpass his success at Chancellorsville. His confidence communicated itself to his command, and Ewell moved down the pike in high spirits, taking care not to get too far in advance of Hill on the plank road, and both of them being warned not to bring on a general engagement until Longstreet, who was hurrying up from Gordonsville, should arrive. Ewell's force came into collision with Warren's advance early in the morning, and Meade at once ordered the 5th Corps to attack, and sent word to Hancock to hold his troops where they were, at Todd's Tavern, until further developments. Sedgwick was directed to go in on Warren's right. In this manner began the mutual slaughter of the Wilderness, on a scene the strangest ever chosen by man or by destiny for the field of a great battle. The primeval forest had been cut away in former years to serve the needs of mines and furnaces in the neighborhood. Those industries had declined and perished, and now the whole region, left to itself, had been covered with a wild and shaggy growth of scrub oak, dwarf pines, and hazel thicket, woven together by trailing vines and briars. Into this dense jungle the troops of Warren plunged, and were instantly lost to sight of their commanders and of each other. They fought under terrible disadvantages, deprived of the view of their comrades to the left and right, not knowing what obstacles or dangers would confront them at every step they made through the dismal chaparral. On the other hand, the Confederates, being in position, had every advantage of this strange situation. Unseen and silent, they could await the approach of the Federal troops, whose every movement was betrayed by the noise of their march, and could thus deliver the first and most murderous volley. But in spite of these disadvantages, Warren's troops, under Griffin, went gallantly forward on the turnpike and drove parts of Ewell's corps back in confusion. The Confederate general, John M. Jones, was killed at this point, endeavoring to rally his troops. Early's division was brought forward, however, and the national advance was checked. General Wadsworth, pushing his way forward on Griffin's left, with no guide through the dense brake but a compass, mistook his direction and, wheeling too far to the right, exposed his left wing to a withering fire from the enemy's front. His veteran troops fell back without orders. Crawford's division, though fighting hard, became isolated and was drawn back, and nearly the whole line was forced to give ground. Neither party, on account of the nature of the country, could follow up these momentary successes. On each side the soldiers hastily entrenched themselves in every position they assumed. There could be no ensemble in such a fight. A series of detached and sanguinary skirmishes took place all day between the forces of Warren and Ewell, and Sedgwick's 6th Corps, coming up in the afternoon, made a lodgment on the extreme right after a sharp fight in which the Confederate general Leroy A. Stafford was killed. On the left, General Getty had established himself on the Orange Plank Road, at the crossing of the Block Road, and his skirmishers, having become engaged with the advance of Hill's corps, he entrenched and waited for Hancock. Hill, knowing that Longstreet was on the way to his relief, proceeded with great caution. Hancock, riding at full speed, arrived in person at Getty's position about noon, and within 2 hours some of his troops came up and were put in position, Birney on the right, then Mott and Gibbon. Barlow remained on the left of the line, where, in one of the rare clearings of the forest, the artillery was posted. As Getty had informed Hancock, as soon as he arrived, that an attack from Hill might momentarily be expected, Hancock ordered breastworks to be thrown up all along his line, which, with the marvelous dexterity the troops had acquired, was a matter of minutes. Between 4 and 5 o'clock, Getty advanced to the attack, under orders from General Meade. Hancock sent Birney in on his right and Mott on his left, and a savage fight instantly ensued. The musketry, Hancock says, was continuous and deadly along the entire line. His troops, guided by little more than their own valiant hearts, pushed steadily through the dismal wood and the treacherous bogs in front of them, and though decimated by the bullets of unseen enemies in the jungle, they made their way inch by inch, driving Hill's troops everywhere before them, until upon the gloom of the wilderness settled the deeper darkness of night. An hour more of daylight, says Humphreys, and he, Hill, would have been driven from the field. Hancock's losses were, of course, severe. General Alexander Hayes, one of his best officers, was killed. Getty and Colonel Samuel S. Carroll, though grievously wounded, refused to leave the fight. Wadsworth was sent to take part in this action, and forced his way as far as he could through the forest, not far enough, however, to connect with Hancock. Wilson, with his cavalry division, was at the same time hotly engaged with a force under Rosser at Todd's Tavern. Being reinforced by Gregg, they drove the Confederates over Corbin's Bridge and beyond. At the close of this laborious but indecisive day, General Grant, feeling the necessity of getting the first blow at the enemy before Longstreet should arrive, ordered Meade to prepare an assault on the left for 4:30 in the morning. General Meade, in consideration of the exhaustion of the troops, suggested a later hour, and 5 o'clock was adopted. Burnside was ordered to be on the road at 2 o'clock so as to come to the front and participate in the advance at dawn. His presence was greatly needed in the gap between Warren and Hancock. The fighting began at 5 o'clock on both wings. Wright, of Sedgwick's corps, attacked the works on Ewell's left with great vigor, but was repulsed. Warren was also unsuccessful in his attempt on the entrenched lines in his front. Better success at first attended Hancock. He could not know by what road Longstreet would approach, and did not think best, therefore, to bring his whole force into action on his front. Barrow's fine division was detained on the extreme left to guard against an approach from that direction, and several times during the day Hancock's attention was directed to his left by false alarms. But in spite of this, his attack along the plank road was made with prodigious energy and skill, and aided by Wadsworth on the right, he came near destroying Lee's right wing. After desperate fighting, the Confederate line was broken at all points and driven more than a mile in confusion through the forest. General Grant thought afterwards that if the nature of the ground could have permitted Hancock to see the route of his enemy and to take advantage of it, Lee could not have recovered himself. Confederate accounts do not vary far from this. Colonel Venable of Lee's staff says, "The danger was great, and General Lee sent his trusted adjutant, Colonel W. H. Taylor, back to Parker's Store to get the trains ready for a movement to the rear." But Hancock's ranks were so torn and disordered by the fierce charge through the chaparral that they were compelled to halt to adjust their formations, and before this could be accomplished Longstreet arrived, a tower of strength in himself, not to speak of his fresh battalions. The fruit of the morning's work, which had begun so well, could not be gathered. General Burnside's progress through the matted undergrowth of the woods was toilsome and slow. Although his corps did good service in the afternoon, he came into position too late to assist in the morning's advance. Hancock's left, which was waiting for an attack from the left, was of little help to the main body on the turnpike, and when, a little before noon, Longstreet advanced in 2 columns, which struck Birney's tired troops in front and flank at the same moment, they were unable to hold the ground they had gained. In spite of the conspicuous bravery of Hancock and his utmost efforts to rally his troops, in spite of the devotion of General Wadsworth, who fell in front of his command, his gray hairs crimsoned with his blood, the whole line was forced back to the entrenchments they had left in the morning. Longstreet was advancing, intent upon seizing the Brock Road, when an accident occurred like that which brought Stonewall Jackson to his death a year before in the same forest. Longstreet was riding with his staff down the plank road in company with General Micah Jenkins, who commanded the brigade in advance. They were mistaken for Federal cavalry by some of his own men who had come in on Birney's left, and a volley from the bushes killed Jenkins and severely wounded Longstreet. Again, by the same curious fatality, did Lee's right arm fall shattered by his side. The Confederate advance was checked. Hancock, now safe behind his entrenchments, sent a brigade under Colonel Daniel Leisure to sweep along his whole front from left to right, combing the woods for the enemy. He met with only a few, who fell back without fighting. General Grant, not in the least dismayed by his ill fortune, at 3 o'clock ordered another advance on the enemy at 6, but in this he was anticipated by Lee, who directed in person a furious attack on Hancock. shortly after 4. This was repulsed after heavy fighting in which the woods and part of the breastworks took fire. The enemy gained no advantage anywhere, except for a moment at a point where some of Jenkins' men, eager to avenge their fallen general, rushing through the flames, seized a part of the burning works, from which, however, they were speedily driven by Colonel Carroll. The day closed with an attack by General John B. Gordon of Early's division upon the Union right, where the brigades of Generals Shaler and Seymour were thrown into some confusion, losing several hundred prisoners, the 2 generals being among the number. Exaggerated rumors of this mishap soon spread through the army and, it may be said, survived long afterwards. General Wright, however, immediately restored order, withdrawing his lines somewhat, and Early, seeing only the confusion of his own troops, was more anxious to secure himself than to pursue. It was not until the next morning that he discovered the ground he had gained. On the morning of the 7th a profound silence brooded over the desolate space between the 2 armies. Neither appeared in the humor to renew the struggle. Each had suffered frightfully. More desperate fighting, says Grant, has not been witnessed on this continent than that of the 5th and 6th of May. The national pickets and skirmishers were pushed forward all along the front. They found the enemy everywhere retired behind his trenches. A strong reconnaissance ordered by Meade about noon had no effect in bringing him out. An assault by the Union Army on the Confederate works was needless and injudicious. At 6:30 in the morning Grant drew up his orders for the march by the left flank to Spotsylvania. The reasons he gives for this movement are: 1. The apprehension that Lee might hastily retire upon Richmond and crush Butler, who, according to news received that day, had reached City Point. 2. The hope that by a swift movement he might get between Richmond and Lee, and thus secure a battle on more open ground. He was not without hope that Lee might attack again in the afternoon, but each side had apparently experienced enough of the other's entrenchments, and the afternoon wore away in quiet. The only serious fighting this day was at Todd's Tavern, where Sheridan attacked the entire cavalry force of Stuart and inflicted upon him a severe defeat, driving him a long distance on the Spotsylvania and Catharpin roads. The trains were set in motion about 3 o'clock, and the army began its flank movement soon after dark. But General Lee had observed the movement of the trains in the afternoon, and not being certain whether Grant was moving to the left or falling back to Fredericksburg, he ordered Longstreet's corps, now under command of R. H. Anderson, to march to Spotsylvania in the morning to operate on the right flank of his enemy. Anderson transcended his orders, with a success due partly to accident and partly to his excess of zeal. Finding the woods in his route on fire and no suitable place to bivouac, he pushed to Spotsylvania during the night, and thus it came about that Warren's corps arriving in the neighborhood of the courthouse the next morning after a laborious march which had been delayed as much by the difficulties of the road as by the Confederate cavalry, found themselves confronted by Longstreet's veteran corps in position. Both generals were grievously disappointed, for Grant had hoped to pass beyond Spotsylvania in his night march, and Lee, who on the evening before had seen nothing to convince him that Grant was retiring, had changed his mind completely on the morning of the 8th and telegraphed exultantly to Richmond, "The enemy has abandoned his position and is moving toward Fredericksburg. This army is in motion on his right flank, and our advance is now at Spotsylvania Courthouse." His delusion was further shown by his ordering Early to pursue by the Brock Road, which he imagined entirely clear, a route which Early at once found impossible, and which, he says, would have led him through Grant's entire army. Yet, so strange are the chances of war, this flagrant error inured to Lee's advantage. He had succeeded, favored by his own mistake and a fortunate disobedience of orders in his lieutenant, in placing himself squarely across the path of the Army of the Potomac. The sanguinary work of the Wilderness was all to be done over again. Lee's position at Spotsylvania was even stronger than his former one. The country was more undulating, there were more accidents of terrain to be taken advantage of, and he employed the precious hours while the Army of the Potomac was coming up to turn every hill and knoll about the place into an almost impregnable fortress. Lee, when he found that Grant was not on the way to the rear, attempted no offensive movement, and during 2 days Grant occupied himself in bringing his army into position in front of the Confederate works and preparing for the desperate struggle he saw before him. To free himself from annoyance from Lee's cavalry, he ordered Sheridan to cut loose from the Army of the Potomac, to go south by the rebel right flank, so as to draw after him the Confederate mounted force, to do all the harm possible to the railroads and stores in Lee's rear, and then to communicate with Butler on the James, replenish his supplies, and rejoin Grant by whatever road should at the time seem practicable. Early on the morning of the 9th, Sheridan rode away on the most formidable and important cavalry expedition of the war. He soon got past the right flank of Lee's infantry and drew after him, as was intended, the main body of the rebel horse. Custer's brigade went to Beaver Dam Station on the Virginia Central Road, of which he destroyed 10 miles, a large amount of rolling stock and supplies, and recaptured some 400 Union prisoners who were on the way to Richmond. Sheridan himself crossed the South Anna at Ground Squirrel Bridge on the 10th, and the next day pushed on towards Richmond. Jeb Stuart, by that time seeing the folly of the stern chase, had by desperate riding made a detour, and succeeded in concentrating a great part of his forces at the Yellow Tavern, on the Brook Pike, 6 miles due north of the city. Sheridan promptly attacked him, Merritt, Wilson, and Custer leading the assault with equal gallantry and success, while Gregg defeated an attack made by James B. Gordon upon Sheridan's rear. This was one of the fiercest cavalry fights of the war and one of the most important in results. Stuart and Gordon were killed, and the Confederate horse were so roughly handled that they never again met the National cavalry on equal terms. Sheridan, pursuing Fitzhugh Lee's division towards Richmond, passed through the outer line of fortifications and in his own opinion might have entered the city, but rightly judging that he could not sustain himself there with cavalry alone, he recrossed to the north side of the Chickahominy, and after another brisk engagement with a force which made a sortie from the Confederate works, he made his way to the James, where General Butler supplied his wants. He remained there for 3 days, and then started on the 17th to rejoin Grant, which he succeeded in doing without further adventures, on the 24th of May. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 15, Spotsylvania and Cold Harbor. Both armies had marched during the night of the 7th and 8th under misapprehensions which were full of hope and encouragement. Lee, imagining that Grant was repeating the retrograde movement of Hooker, threw forward his right to cut off his enemy's retreat to Fredericksburg, while, on the other hand, when Grant, in the deepening night, rode with his staff in advance of Warren's corps behind Hancock's troops in position, and it was seen the line of march pointed to Richmond instead of Washington, the enthusiasm of the troops burst out in long and vociferous cheering. It was thought that the sanguinary struggle in the wilderness was over, and that an honest fight on a fair field would soon give them the fruits of a victorious campaign. An equally bitter disillusion greeted both commanders on the morning of the 8th. Lee found that Grant was neither beaten nor retreating, and Grant, who had hoped to pass round the right wing of Lee so as to force a battle in the open or a race for Richmond, found, before the day ended, the whole army of Northern Virginia fortressed on the hills of Spotsylvania, directly in his path. He did not indeed recognize this unwelcome fact until afternoon, and had actually directed an order of march southward to be prepared before he was convinced that Lee was concentrated before him. The necessity of battle was not so strong here as at the Wilderness. General Humphrey says, quote, "Sufficiently good roads southward lay open to us on either side, by which, if we did not attack in front, we could have moved to turn either flank." Unquote. But Grant's genius was essentially offensive. If the advantages of fighting or not fighting were evenly balanced, he was sure to fight. He determined to attack Lee in position, and at least twice during the week of battles that followed, his furious assaults came so near to overwhelming success that most military critics have been led to justify his resolution. It was 8:30 on the morning of the 8th before Warren's advance made its way through the dense woods, impeded at every step by the gallant resistance of Fitzhugh's cavalry, to the more open ground of Alsop's, about 2.5 miles from the courthouse, and from that point there was continuous and heavy fighting for a mile to the forks of the Brock and Old Courthouse roads, when the Union troops came upon the entrenched division of Kershaw and made no further progress. The Sixth Corps, under Sedgwick, came up later, on Warren's left, and both these able commanders were ordered to attack. It was, however, late in the day. There was no adequate time for preparation. The ground was absolutely new, and the attack failed. Both sides passed the night in strengthening their positions. The next day Hancock went into position on the right. Beyond the work of entrenching, little was done on the 9th except that there was a hot fire of skirmishers and sharpshooters, in the course of which General Sedgwick was killed. A soldier of tried valor and merit, as modest and amiable as he was intelligent and brave. General Horatio G. Wright, an officer of the same high character, succeeded him in command of the Sixth Corps. Burnside's corps came up on the extreme left, and for still another day the work of entrenching and observation went on. On the Confederate side, the entrenchments defended by the corps of Longstreet, commanded by R. H. Anderson, Ewell, and Hill, commanded by Early, stretched from left to right in an irregular semicircle, from the Blockhouse Bridge over the Po on the left to Snell's Bridge over the same river on the right, with a bold salient jutting out a mile to the north. It was a line of extraordinary strength. The works were almost everywhere concealed by a scrubby growth of brush. Lines of access were broken by ragged ravines bristling with artillery. In the judgment of the most dispassionate of critics, quote, "The strength of an army sustaining attack was more than quadrupled, provided they had force enough to man the entrenchments well." Unquote. Yet against this triple line of tangled thicket, of massive earthworks, and of brave men, Grant resolved to throw his utmost strength, confident that if he could once break it, his summer's task would be virtually accomplished. There was a moment, indeed, in which it had seemed possible that the left flank of this formidable position might be turned, and Lee driven out of it without the enormous cost which subsequently became necessary. Hancock crossed the Po on the evening of the 9th, and gained a position which constituted, General Early says, quote, "a very threatening danger," unquote, to Lee's left, completely enfilading it, and commanding the line of the Confederate communications to their rear. But on the morning of the 10th, Grant concluded to strike in front, and ordered Hancock to withdraw his troops from the south side of the Po, and to arrange a vigorous attack in company with Warren at 5 o'clock. Gibbon and Birney were therefore withdrawn, and later Barlow, in retiring under orders, was furiously attacked by Heth's division of Hill's corps. Barlow made a gallant fight, repulsing every attack made on him, and recrossing the river in admirable order under a destructive fire. This apparent victory gave great encouragement to the Confederates, who, of course, could not know that Barlow was retiring under imperative orders. In the afternoon the conditions for assault seemed so favorable that the attack was made a little earlier than had been ordered. Warren, with 3 divisions, tore through the obstacles in front of him, and his troops, with splendid bravery, although disordered by their struggle through the dense woods, reached the entrenchments, only to be swept away by the murderous fire. Some were killed even in the enemy's works. The gallant General James C. Rice fell in this assault. The attack was renewed 2 hours later, with perfect spirit, 2 divisions of Hancock joining, but with equal ill fortune. The Sixth Corps assaulted at the same time, and, having the advantage of better ground, was at first brilliantly successful. The storming party, led by Colonel Emory Upton, a young officer of the finest education and most daring courage, struck the west side of the McCool salient, the Bloody Angle, which jutted out nearly a mile beyond the main Confederate line, with such compactness and energy that it poured over the parapet, unchecked by a terrible fire in front and flank, and after a desperate grapple, hand to hand, broke the Confederate line, capturing many prisoners right and left, and pushing forward, seized the second line of entrenchments with its guns. If the supporting column had been on the ground ready to pour through the opening Upton had made, the damage to the Confederates would have been irreparable. But Mott's division had been so roughly handled in its advance that it failed to arrive in time. Upton's men, unwilling to give up their splendid prize, held the salient under heavy assaults from both sides, but retired at last under orders about nightfall. Upton was promoted brigadier general next day. He had most worthily won his stars. Colonel Carroll shared the same honor soon after. They were brought up to receive the personal thanks and compliments of the lieutenant general, both of them bandaged and pale from loss of blood. The day was notable for successes almost achieved. As we have seen, General Hancock turned the Confederate left in the morning, and then was ordered to draw off his troops. Upton broke their center, but for lack of support had to be withdrawn, and Burnside, who commanded the Union left wing, completely turned Lee's right, while the assault on the front was going on, but neither he nor Grant being conscious of the advantage acquired. Burnside was ordered to connect with Wright, and the position, so easily gained, was thus lost. The 11th passed by in inactivity. The nature of the ground was so unfavorable for offensive operations that General Lee wisely refrained from them, and Grant was busily preparing for the supreme effort of the campaign, the second assault of the McCool salient. He had not met either at the Wilderness or at Spotsylvania with all the success which he had anticipated. He had been forced to fight upon ground chosen by the enemy, under circumstances so unfavorable to himself as to neutralize all the advantage of his superior numbers. His magnificent artillery had been rendered so useless to him that he at last sent his entire reserve of that formidable arm back to Washington. After 6 days of slaughter, he could as yet point to no substantial result of so much labor and blood. But these circumstances, incomparably more discouraging than those to which Hooker had so promptly succumbed, did not daunt for an instant the indomitable heart of Grant. His intellect as well as his temperament naturally rejected the gloomy view of things. He wrote to Halleck on the morning of the 11th of May, quote, "We have now ended the 6th day of very hard fighting. The result up to this time is much in our favor." Unquote. He is frank as to his heavy losses, but thinks those of the enemy must be greater. He ends his first paragraph with the famous phrase, quote, "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." Unquote. There is not a word of boasting or of complaint. He wants all the reinforcements the government can send, and they, quote, "will be very encouraging to the men." Unquote. At the close of his dispatch, his peculiar trait asserts itself of looking away from the condition of his own army and surmising the distress of his adversary, a faculty, we have seen, impossible to McClellan and others. Quote, "I am satisfied," he says, "the enemy are very shaky, and are only kept up to the mark by the greatest exertions on the part of their officers, and by keeping them entrenched in every position they take." Unquote. Even if this impression was somewhat exaggerated, it was far more conducive to coolness and activity than McClellan's fault of multiplying the force of an enemy till, quote, "the nodding of their plumes fanned him in despair." Unquote. On the afternoon of the 11th, Grant made preparations for an assault at the apex of the salient by Hancock's troops at dawn the next morning. Little was even yet known of the enemy's works or of the country between them, but there was some open ground north of the salient, and a line drawn on his imperfect map from Brown's farmhouse in the Union line to one within the rebel works was the direction for attack. In a drenching rain, Hancock concentrated his troops, Barlow on the left, Birney on the right, and waited for the dawn, which came slowly, heavy and thick with fog and showers. It was 4:35 before there was light enough to march by. Hancock gave the order to advance, and the men rushed forward to the earthworks which loomed portentously through the mist. Shouting and cheering, they tore away the abatis with their hands and poured like a breaking wave over the parapet. Barlow and Birney were over almost at the same instant. There was scant room for firing. A fierce bayonet fight took place, but the hand-to-hand grapple could not last long. Edward Johnson's whole division of Ewell's corps was captured, General Johnson and Brigadier General George H. Stuart being among the prisoners. Hancock's victorious troops swept down the reverse of the entrenchments, through the woods, nearly a mile toward Spotsylvania, until they struck a strong line of works running east and west across the base of the salient, the existence of which had been hitherto unknown. These were heavily manned. Their possession was vital to Lee's army. He hurried reinforcements to this point from every hand, and soon checked Hancock's troops, who were somewhat disorganized by their victory and their hot pursuit, and in turn forced them back to the works they had first taken. But here they stood fast. They established themselves on both sides of the apex of the salient, and could not be dislodged. One of the most furious battles of the war raged all day about this bloody angle. The opposing flags were planted again and again on either side of the breastworks. Men were killed by bayonet thrusts over the logs. Prisoners were pulled over on both sides. Occasionally a white flag would be shown, and a few rebels would leap the barrier and surrender to get out of the deadly hail of bullets. The thickets were withered by the fire. Large trees were cut down by the missiles. The dead piled upon each other. The trenches had to be cleared of them more than once. Wright was ordered to the support of Hancock. He was wounded in his advance, but kept the field all day, and his corps fought side by side with the second until nightfall. North and South never proved their essential brotherhood more magnificently. There was no especial advantage of position, no skill of tactics brought into play. They both fought to kill, with undaunted spirit, from the first flush of dawn, through the misty morning, the dull, rainy day, to the black night. On the right, Warren, with the 5th Corps, pushed forward his skirmish line and opened with his artillery. He found the works in his front so strongly held by Longstreet's corps, under Anderson, that he thought it impudent to assault them. He reported this, but his report was taken ill by General Grant, who ordered him at 9:15 to attack with his whole force. He did so and met with a severe repulse. Humphreys, who saw the attack could not succeed, gave orders for it to cease, and had the troops transferred to the center to assist in operations there. On the left, Burnside also attacked with great energy. General Potter's division carried the entrenchments held by the left of Hill's corps under Early, but could not hold them in face of the fresh troops which were at once hurried up to retake them. In all the corps, the casualties were heavy, the total amounting to 6,000 killed and wounded. Hancock suffered the greatest loss, over 2,000 men, Warren and Wright about 1,000 each, and Burnside more. The Confederate loss is matter of conjecture and estimate, as it was never reported, but General Humphreys puts it at between 9,000 and 10,000 killed, wounded, and prisoners, which would make their killed and wounded about the same as those of the national forces. Their loss in general officers was especially severe. E. Johnson and Stuart captured, Junius Daniel and Abner Perrin killed, and James A. Walker, S. D. Ramseur, R. D. Johnston, and Samuel McGowan seriously wounded. On the Union side, Wright, Alexander S. Webb, and Samuel S. Carroll were wounded. It is hard to compute upon which side was the advantage of all this toil and carnage. Still, it would seem that the greater proportionate damage fell to Lee. His material losses were harder for him to make good, and the holding of the salient was to Grant the moral trophy of victory. In the night, the Confederates abandoned the attempt to regain the angle of death, and fell back to the inner line, 3/4 of a mile in the rear, where, in turn, they stood defiant of attack. Grant, telephoning to Halleck on the evening of the 12th an account of his harvest of prisoners on this, quote, 8th day of battle, said, "The enemy are obstinate and seem to have found the last ditch." Unquote. The next day General Grant was called upon to choose whether he would move by the right or left flank. If he moved by the right, Lee would have been forced to abandon his entrenchments and fall back to the North Anna. As this was not desired, the move to the left was decided upon. It was hoped that a blow might be struck at Lee's right flank before his entrenchments were extended further in that direction, and to this end Warren and Wright were ordered to move during the night of the 13th to Burnside's left. Warren was to attack at daylight of the 14th, and Wright to go in on his left. But, as so often happened in this campaign, more was demanded of the men than was physically possible. The night was dark as pitch, a heavy rain fell, turning the roads to mire, impassable unless corduroyed. In spite of the most intelligent precautions and the most arduous efforts on the part of the commanders, the head of the column could not be brought through the sea of mud to the point where they were to attack before 6 o'clock, and the command could not be got ready for work that day. There was a sharp skirmish on the Union left for the possession of a hill in Wright's front, which the National forces at last held and fortified. But the day was lost, and the movement, which with ordinary weather should have succeeded, failed. By the morning of the 15th the enemy had shifted his troops from his left to his right, and had strongly entrenched himself in front of the new Union lines. The stormy weather prevented active operations for more than a week. Grant on the 16th wrote reporting, quote, 5 days almost constant rain without any prospect yet of it clearing up. Roads impassable. All offensive operations necessarily cease until we can have 24 hours of dry weather, unquote. But he says the army is in the best of spirits, that hostilities are suspended only by the weather, and not through exhaustion or weakness of the national army. During these days of delay, some reinforcements arrived, but they were not so numerous as has sometimes been pretended. The estimated force sent to the Army of the Potomac, between the 4th of May and the 12th of June, was not equal to the casualties in battle, and during this time some 36 regiments were mustered out and discharged, by expiration of their term of service. General Lee also received very considerable reinforcements during his retrograde movement from the Rapidan to the James, Beauregard having driven Butler back from before Richmond, R.F. Hoke not being needed in North Carolina, and the force with which Breckinridge had defeated Sigel in the Valley, being set free to join Lee. The Army of Northern Virginia received the valuable addition of some 15,000 veteran troops, thoroughly inured to war and with the prestige and morale of recent victory. General Grant, before continuing his movement by the left towards Richmond, made one final assault, on the morning of the 18th, upon the works at the base of the salient, which had now become Lee's left flank. Though made with vigor and energy by the veterans of the 2nd and 6th Corps, and assisted by a strong demonstration on Burnside's front, it was unsuccessful. The works had been so strengthened, and were so well defended that the Union forces lost heavily and inflicted little damage on the other side. The 18th was altogether a gloomy day for Grant. From every quarter came news of reverses. Butler had been defeated at Drury's Bluff. Sigel had been badly whipped in the Valley. Banks had met with disaster in Louisiana. His plan of concerted movement along the line was not resulting as favorably as he had hoped. But he wasted not a moment in regrets. As soon as the attack on Lee's left had failed, he issued orders for a movement by the left flank to be begun the next night. But before this movement commenced, Lee, with singular intuition, suspected it, and in order to make sure, he sent Ewell with a force of 6,000 men to make an attack on Grant's right. He struck Tyler's division of raw recruits about 5:30 on the Fredericksburg road. A sharp fight ensued. Hancock and Warren sent over some of their troops, and Ewell was severely repulsed, losing nearly 1,000 men. Early's corps had been held ready to cooperate in case Ewell's attack should be successful, but the latter having been compelled to retire, Early's movement was given up. This action, lasting until 9 o'clock, delayed the movement to the left which had been ordered for that night, but the orders were repeated the next day, and on the night of the 20th, Hancock moved out with the 2nd Corps and pushed by daybreak as far as Guiney Station. His cavalry under General A.T.A. Torbert cleared the way before him, fighting and capturing some prisoners on the way, to Milford Bridge across the Mattapony. Barlow's division was across the river and strongly entrenched by midday. The rest of the army swiftly followed, but nothing escaped the vigilance of Lee. Early in the morning he telegraphed to Richmond that the enemy was apparently changing his base, and that he was himself extending on the Telegraph Road. It was General Grant's hope that Lee, on discovering Hancock's isolated position, might leave his entrenchments to attack him. In that case, Grant would follow closely with the other three corps and try to get a battle out of Lee in the open field. But Lee did nothing of the kind, and General Grant in his Memoirs rather inconsistently criticizes him for not having done what he avowedly wished him to do. Considering that Lee had lost almost as heavily as Grant in the last terrible fortnight, and that while the Union loss amounted to a third of the army with which the campaign opened, 37,335 is the dreadful total of losses, according to General Humphreys, at the Wilderness and Spotsylvania, that of the Confederates, if it approached the same total, deprived them of half their force, General Lee cannot justly be reproached for a lack of enterprise in declining a battle in the open field on any conditions he was likely to be offered. It must be said he acted wisely in availing himself of the interior line open to him, and in proceeding with the utmost celerity by the Telegraph Road to plant himself on a position where he could once more, with all his skill as an engineer and a topographer, bar the way to Richmond in the face of his formidable adversary. On the other hand, Humphreys admits with his usual candor that the circuitous route pursued by the Union army, several miles longer than that which was left to Lee, was an error. If Hancock had moved by the Telegraph Road, a collision in open ground might have been brought about before Lee could entrench in new ground. So late as the morning of the 22nd, General Lee, who had then arrived at Hanover Junction, does not seem to have ascertained the purpose or the whereabouts of Grant. He thought him at that time east of the Mattapony, but later in the same day his cavalry brought him news that the whole Army of the Potomac was west of that river, and he immediately disposed his force to meet Grant on the banks of the North Anna. Although no great battle was fought there, it will probably be considered by military students that both the opposing generals made exhibition on the banks of that little river of their most characteristic qualities. The story can be briefly told. Warren, commanding the Union right, crossed at Jericho Mills on the 23rd and was furiously attacked by A.P. Hill, who had recovered his health and resumed command of his corps. Warren, in a sharp fight, repulsed the enemy and took up a strong position which he soon made impregnable. Hancock carried the works on the north side of the stream, which covered the railroad and telegraph bridges, and the next morning crossed over and established himself firmly on the other side. Burnside, who was to cross at Oxford, in the center, found Lee's army in force on the south side and could do nothing there. His force was divided, a portion joining Warren above, and another portion Hancock below. The situation was one of the gravest peril to Grant. His two wings, both south of the river, were separated by Lee's army, which occupied a formidable position on the river bank, with its flanks perfectly protected by marsh and thicket. If Lee had chosen to attack either detachment of his enemy, he might have thrown his whole force upon a given point in 1/3 of the time which it would have taken Grant to reinforce one wing by the other. There was not only the distance of 6 miles between them, but a river to be twice crossed. But the result of a defeat would have been to Lee so disastrous that he will not perhaps be blamed for excessive caution in this instance, especially in view of the defeat which Warren had inflicted upon Hill. Grant was, however, completely checkmated. Lee's position was too strong to assault, so he coolly resolved to recross the river and continue his flank march to the left. Grant accomplished the difficult and delicate task of recrossing the river under the very eyes of the enemy with extraordinary ability and success, and set off upon his usual flank march to the left, without the slightest apparent feeling of chagrin or disappointment. He announced his intention in a dispatch of the 26th of May, which is full of character. After describing the relative positions of the two armies, he said, quote, "To make a direct attack from either wing would cause a slaughter of our men that even success would not justify. To turn the enemy by his right between the two Annas is impossible, on account of the swamp upon which his right rests." Unquote. On his left there were 3 difficult streams to be crossed. He therefore determined to cross at Hanover Town. He wished his base of supplies changed from Port Royal to the White House. The tone of his dispatch was something to which the government had never been accustomed from that region. Quote, "Lee's army," he said, "is really whipped. The prisoners we now take show it, and the action of his army shows it unmistakably. A battle with them outside of our entrenchments cannot be had. Our men feel that they have gained the morale over the enemy, and attack him with confidence. I may be mistaken, but I feel that our success over Lee's army is already assured. The promptness and rapidity with which you have forwarded reinforcements has contributed largely to the feeling of confidence inspired in our men, and to break down that of the enemy." Unquote. Nothing like this had ever been before received from a commander of the Army of the Potomac. A man was now in charge of affairs who respected the government behind him more than the enemy in front. Grant hardly hoped at this time to interpose his army between Lee and Richmond, but he did expect to hold him so far to the west as, quote, "to reach the James River high up." Unquote. He put his army in motion on the night of the 26th of May, and the next day his advance under Sheridan crossed the Pamunkey River at Hanover Town, some 32 miles by the shortest route from his camp on the North Anna. The rest of the army got over the next day, but it was only to find the army of Lee awaiting them on the banks of the Totopotomoy, a creek which flows into the Pamunkey below Hanover Town. It is claimed in behalf of Lee that he had no desire to detain Grant on the Pamunkey, as that would have enabled him to reinforce Butler and take Richmond from the south. He therefore preferred to hold Grant on the Totopotomoy, so that, being nearer to Richmond, Lee might observe the whole field more intelligently and secure a readier cooperation of all his forces. Heavy skirmishing on the 29th and 30th showed that the two armies were once more face to face. Lee with his 3 corps, A.P. Hill's, Longstreet's, commanded by Anderson, and Ewell's, for the moment commanded by Early, lay entrenched on a line from Atlee's on the Central Road, almost to Cold Harbor. Warren held the Union left on the Shady Grove Road, then came Burnside, Hancock, and Wright, who was about 6 miles southeast of Hanover Courthouse. Sheridan, with 2 divisions of cavalry, observed the left front towards Cold Harbor. J.H. Wilson, with 1 cavalry division, was operating on the Union right. The first fight was to be for the possession of Cold Harbor. In this, W.F. Smith's force, which had been ordered north of the James, was to join. As a great part of General Butler's force was now to unite with the Army of the Potomac, this is the most convenient place to survey briefly what his work had been in the eventful 3 weeks, during which the long and terrible battle had been drifting from the Rapidan to the Chickahominy. It was not General Grant's desire that the force, which was to cooperate with him by an advance upon Richmond from Fort Monroe, should be commanded by General Butler in person. He would have preferred that Butler should remain in command of the department, and that General William F. Smith, who had won his favor by his admirable services at Chattanooga, should have direction of this important column. But as Butler naturally insisted upon his claim to the immediate command of his own troops, Grant yielded his preference in the matter. His orders were general, though extremely clear. Butler was informed that Richmond was his objective. He was to move on City Point on the 5th, entrench and concentrate, and operate on Richmond from the south side of the river. If Lee should fall back before Richmond, Butler was to unite with Grant. If he were to invest Richmond from the south, so that his left could rest on the James, the junction of the two armies was to take place there, and in case the Army of the Potomac should approach from that quarter, Butler was to attack vigorously, and either carry the city or assist Grant by detaining a large force of the enemy on that side. He had a fine army under his orders, the 10th Corps, commanded by General Gillmore, who at his own request had been ordered up from South Carolina, and the 18th under W.F. Smith, in all 6 excellent divisions, numbering in the aggregate some 32,000 men under able generals, and 3,000 cavalry under A.V. Kautz. Grant had, with his usual indifference to personal considerations, given Butler, of whom he was not fond, the opportunity of striking the great coup of the war, while he himself was engaged in a desperate struggle with Lee's army on the Rapidan. Butler made his landing at Bermuda Hundred without opposition, and his troops on the 6th of May entrenched themselves on a line 3 miles long, stretching from Port Walthall on the Appomattox to Trench Reach on the James. Smith held the right, Gilmore the left. Richmond and Petersburg were at this time very feebly garrisoned. Beauregard had been put in charge of the defense and was straining every nerve to bring troops to the rescue. But when Butler moved, and for a week thereafter there was no adequate force either in Richmond or Petersburg, if those places had been vigorously attacked, Butler acted with unaccountable slowness. From the 7th to the 9th, nothing of importance was accomplished, except that on the last of these days 6 miles of the Richmond and Petersburg Railroad immediately in front of his lines was destroyed, and Kautz, with his cavalry, did considerable damage to the Weldon Road. General Butler was so well satisfied with this that when on the evening of the 9th, Gilmore and Smith proposed to him to cross the Appomattox and capture Petersburg, he refused his consent to the movement. Day by day Beauregard strengthened himself and posted his reinforcements at the points where they were most needed, so that when at last, on the 14th, Butler moved out against the enemy at Drury's Bluff, he found him in powerful entrenchments, heavily manned, in force nearly equal to his own. A great and justifiable anxiety had prevailed in Richmond for 9 days. When Butler landed at City Point, both Petersburg and the Confederate capital were almost defenseless. Not more than 6,000 men could be found to man the works. The dispatches between the rebel War Office and Pickett, and afterwards Beauregard, are full of panic. So late as the 10th, Seddon says, quote, "This city is in hot danger. It should be defended with all our resources, to the sacrifice of minor considerations." Unquote. The situation was in fact of the gravest character, with Lee grappling in a life-and-death struggle on the Spotsylvania hills, with Sheridan breaking to pieces the renowned Confederate cavalry, with Butler at their gates on the head of an army which Grant thought should have taken Richmond with a single rush. It was a time for supreme exertions, but General Beauregard would have been untrue to himself if he had let pass so fine an opportunity for controversy with his superiors. In the midst of this imperative crisis, he laid before General Bragg, his commanding general, an elaborate plan, the main features of which were that Lee should fall back before Grant to the Chickahominy, that he should then send Beauregard 15,000 men, with which reinforcement Beauregard would destroy Butler and then take his whole army to Lee and destroy Grant. They must concentrate or starve, he urged. This plan would but anticipate what must ultimately be done. There is a direct contradiction between Bragg and Beauregard as to the manner in which these suggestions were received. Beauregard insists that Davis and Bragg both received them favorably, and although they could not venture to withdraw troops from Lee at such a time, they reinforced Beauregard with 5,000 men and enabled him to attack Butler, while Bragg, in a memorandum dated the 19th, severely condemns the whole plan on the ground that it would involve such delay as to exhaust their subsistence, that it would allow the enemy to strengthen himself by entrenching, that it would involve the fall of Petersburg, that a retreat of 60 miles by General Lee might destroy his army, that it would abandon a territory rich in stores, that it would lose the Valley of Virginia and the Central Railroad, and finally, that it was unnecessary, as Beauregard had already a force of 23,000 men, enough to whip Butler, if properly handled. Beauregard was therefore sharply enjoined to attack. Delay, Mr. Seddon urged, would be fatal. Quote, "By Wednesday our fate will in all probability be settled." Unquote. The Confederate authorities had used the most strenuous exertions to bring troops to Richmond. The answers of some of their generals to their appeals show the strain to which they were subjecting their resources. General Samuel Jones, having been ordered to send a brigade from Florida, says he will obey, but adds, with a simplicity which is full of ominous meaning, quote, "I greatly doubt if one half of the men ordered will leave Florida, and my order will cause desertions and disorganizations." Unquote. General Beauregard, having refreshed himself with his customary dispute with the Richmond officials, prepared to attack Butler energetically on the morning of the 16th. Butler's forward movement had not only been brought to impotence by the heavy force and the strong entrenchments he had given his adversary the leisure to accumulate across his path at Drury's Bluff, he had also made a faulty disposition of his line, leaving his right unguarded and open to easy approach from the river road. Beauregard's object was attacking by that side to cut him off from Bermuda Hundred and capture or destroy him. Ransom was turned to his right, Hoke to attack in the center, Colquitt being held in reserve, while Whiting was to come up from Petersburg and strike the rear or left flank. This plan, well combined as it was, had only a partial success. A dense fog confused the movements of both sides. It gave Ransom the opportunity to strike Smith's right by surprise, and to capture General C.A. Heckman and a portion of his brigade. But his front withstood successfully all the assaults made upon it, and Gilmore was able not only to repulse Hoke's attack upon him, but also to send help to Smith. The morning wore on in a blundering series of movements and orders made and countermanded as the fog lifted and fell. Beauregard did not pursue with any effectiveness his early advantage on the right, yet Butler was so impressed by the menace to his rear that he at last ordered Smith to fall back and Gilmore to keep in connection with him, until about noon they both established themselves firmly across the turnpike and the roads east of it, and kept that position the rest of the day. Whiting took no part in the battle. He was checked by Ames's division at the Walthall Junction, 6 miles to the south, and, as often happened in the course of the war, from atmospheric conditions and the direction of the wind, hearing no sound of the fight, and receiving erroneous news of an advance from City Point, he fell back to Swift Creek. It was night before he received Beauregard's order to aid in the advance, dated at 4:15, and he replied that the hour was too late for him to act. A furious rainstorm came on in the afternoon, and at night Butler fell back to Bermuda Hundred. Beauregard reported a loss in this engagement of 2,184. That of Butler was 3,500, of which 1,400 were prisoners, the killed and wounded being almost exactly equal. But the substantial victory was, of course, with Beauregard, though he did not accomplish all he had hoped. He had saved Richmond for the time, and had shut up Butler in his entrenchments between the two rivers, quote, as a bottle strongly corked, unquote. The news of the fruitless ending of the campaign south of the James came to Grant on the 22nd of May, while he was moving south from Spotsylvania, and, accepting the situation with his usual decision, he ordered Butler to keep only enough of his army to hold his works, and to send the rest under Smith to join the Army of the Potomac. They began to arrive at the White House about noon on the 30th of May. Beauregard had already received similar orders from Richmond, and Pickett joined Lee at Hanover Junction, while Hoke's division came up in time for Cold Harbor. There was a sharp collision on the 31st between Sheridan and Fitzhugh Lee on the Union extreme left for the possession of Cold Harbor, an important point, as it was the center of a network of roads leading to the bridges of the Chickahominy. The enemy received an infantry reinforcement late in the day, but Sheridan held fast, and in the night turned the breastworks he had captured against the Confederates, and in the morning was relieved by Smith's command. Wright also got up in the afternoon of the 1st of June, and at 6 o'clock he and Smith advanced upon the enemy's works, which crossed the road between Cold Harbor and New Cold Harbor. The first line was carried in fine style, though with severe loss in men, and especially in valuable officers, and both corps at once entrenched the positions they had gained. During this attack, there was heavy skirmishing between the corps not engaged and the enemy opposite them. The next day was spent in getting the troops into position for an assault of the enemy's works in force. Lee, observing the movement to the left, sent Early to strike the Union right flank, which effort met with a severe repulse, in which the Confederate General George Doles was killed. The attempt to break through the enemy's entrenchments on the 3rd of June failed so disastrously, It had been so unsparingly condemned by military critics, and so candidly acknowledged to be an error by General Grant himself, that we are apt to lose sight of the motive which prompted it. The right and left wings of Lee were unassailable from the nature of the ground. The front only appeared possible to attack. Grant was unwilling to go to the south side of the James without one more attempt to accomplish the purpose with which he had opened the campaign, to destroy Lee's army north of Richmond. If he had succeeded at Cold Harbor, he might have achieved that great result. He knew the task was difficult. It proved to be impossible. He inflicted upon the heroic Army of the Potomac one of its most terrible defeats, as he says himself, quote, without compensation, unquote. There was no lack of energy or soldiership in the assault. The army never rushed to battle with more splendid ardor than in the early dawn of the 3rd of June. Hancock, Wright, and Smith sent their veterans forward at the hour named with an impulse which would have been irresistible if the work assigned them had been possible. In the Second Corps, Barlow, advancing under a withering fire, actually seized a portion of the works, capturing a color, some guns, and prisoners. But it was not possible to stay under the rain of musketry and the enfilading fire of artillery concentrated on them by Breckinridge and Hill. They were forced out again, though they retired less than 75 yards, and entrenched themselves under a destructive fire. Gibbon's force was cut in two by an impassable swamp, which widened as it approached the enemy. His severed division advanced gallantly. However, young Colonel James P. McMahon, mounting the breastworks with a few of his men, and falling dead in the enemy's hands beside his colors. Wright's corps went forward with equal spirit, carrying the enemy's rifle pits and assaulting the main line unsuccessfully and with heavy loss, but retiring only a few yards and entrenching themselves. Smith, with the 18th Corps, also did all that brave men could do. His divisions were torn to rags in their assault. Several times the attack, repulsed by a fire which may fitly be called infernal, was renewed, until General Grant, learning from all his corps commanders that they were not sanguine of success, ordered the attack to cease. Burnside and Warren meanwhile had been demonstrating on the right. Burnside captured some of the enemy's rifle pits, and Warren repulsed a vigorous attack of John B. Gordon. But the nature of the ground in front of them prevented any advance. At night, the two armies lay so close together that their pickets were continually coming into collision, and the officers on both sides reported themselves attacked by the enemy. The day's loss on the Union side was frightful, considering the short time the troops were actually engaged, between 5,000 and 6,000. And even these appalling figures do not give an adequate idea of the damage done. The men destroyed were of the flower of the Army of the Potomac, inured to the service by years of march and battle. The valor with which they were led was proved by the list of brigade and regimental commanders who fell in the desperate charge. In Barlow's division, Colonels Richard Barnes and Orlando H. Morris were killed, and John R. Brooke wounded. In Gibbon's, General Robert O. Tyler was severely wounded. Henry B. McKean, another brigade commander, was killed. His place was taken by Colonel Frank A. Haskell, who was killed a few minutes later. McMahon's heroic death has been already mentioned, and Colonel Peter A. Porter, a gentleman of the finest strain, in breeding and in character, was another among the 65 officers lost in this single division. The 18th Corps lost on the 1st and 3rd 4 regimental commanders, Fred F. Weed, Edgar Perry, Hiram Anderson, Jr., and Marshall. The loss of the Confederate side was small. Standing safely within their impregnable entrenchments, they slaughtered their assailants at their leisure. It was the useless carnage of Marye's Hill repeated in the same way. General Grant had followed the example of some of his predecessors and given General Lee a victory gratis. In his memoirs, written with the candor and conscience of a man in the presence of death, he deals himself this just and severe sentence, quote, I have always regretted that the last assault at Cold Harbor was ever made. No advantage whatever was gained to compensate for the heavy loss we sustained. Indeed, the advantages, other than those of relative losses, were on the Confederate side. Before that, the Army of Northern Virginia seemed to have acquired a wholesome regard for the courage, endurance, and soldierly qualities generally of the Army of the Potomac. They seemed to have given up any idea of gaining any advantage of their antagonist in the open field. They had come to much prefer breastworks in their front to the Army of the Potomac. This charge seemed to revive their hopes temporarily, but it was of short duration. The effect upon the Army of the Potomac was the reverse. When we reached the James River, however, all effects of the Battle of Cold Harbor seemed to have disappeared." Unquote. There was perhaps a compensation for this disaster, which General Grant does not mention. It made him always thereafter careful and economical of his soldiers' blood. From the 3rd of June to the end of the war, he never wasted a life. By the 5th of June he had thought out the problem before him, and was ready to act, and his action was in the highest degree characteristic. He did not, like his predecessor in defeat on that same ground, turn and rail at the government for his disaster, and ask for impossible reinforcements. He accepted with manly fortitude the partial failure of his plan of campaign. He had hoped to disable Lee north of Richmond. Finding this impracticable, he now determined to assail that city and its communications from the south. He made known his intentions to General Halleck in a dispatch of remarkable clearness and strength. Quote, "A full survey of all the ground satisfies me that it would be impracticable to hold a line northeast of Richmond that would protect the Fredericksburg Railroad to enable us to use that road for supplying the army. My idea from the start has been to beat Lee's army, if possible, north of Richmond, then, after destroying his lines of communication on the north side of the James River, to transfer the army to the south side and besiege Lee in Richmond, or follow him south if he should retreat. I now find, after over 30 days of trial, the enemy deems it of the first importance to run no risks with the armies they now have. They act purely on the defensive behind breastworks, or feebly on the offensive immediately in front of them, and where, in case of repulse, they can instantly retire behind them. Without a greater sacrifice of human life than I am willing to make, all cannot be accomplished that I had designed outside of the city." Unquote. He then sets forth the plan he has adopted: to destroy the central road some 25 miles west of Beaver Dam, then to move to the south side of the James, to operate on the enemy's lines of supply. He concludes with these words, quote, "The feeling of the two armies now seems to be that the rebels can protect themselves only by strong entrenchments, whilst our army is not only confident of protecting itself without entrenchments, but that it can beat and drive the enemy wherever and whenever he can be found without this protection." Unquote. These words are the key to his whole subsequent campaign. He threw away no more advantages from a spirit of hurry or of pugnacity. Realizing the full value of his enemy's works, he opposed his own to them henceforward, and in his constant effort to force his enemy to a point where he could fight him in the field, he stretched his line always to the left, till that of his adversary, in the attempt to follow, broke, and the Confederacy crumbled in instantaneous ruin. End of chapter 15. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois.
Chapter 16 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 16. Arkansas Free. We have related elsewhere how, in those portions of insurrectionary states which came under the control of the Union armies, a beginning was made to supply the subverted Federal authority in civil administration by appointing military governors, whose function was to restore the displaced civil authority and administration so far as it could be done under military supervision and consistently with the necessities of military operations. Under the protection and with the aid of this restored civil order, there grew up in several states a very important political reorganization, bringing about, within the federal military lines, a practical reconstruction of loyal state governments in harmony with the national federal government, and which resulted in an amendment of the constitutions of the states of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Tennessee to abolish slavery. Contemporaneously with this movement in the states named, similar action was begun and carried to completion in the states of Maryland and Missouri, where no reconstruction was needed, and in its larger relations, these political phenomena form a great popular movement of loyalty and emancipation in the South, which it will be instructive to group together and trace out as a whole. The state of Arkansas went into rebellion with great reluctance. The secession ordinance was voted down at the first and regular session of the convention called to decide the question, and its final adoption was only effected after several months' delay, at a special session hastily called in the excitement and military frenzy created by the bombardment and capture of Fort Sumter. The Union feeling, thus silenced by revolutionary terrorism, was never destroyed, but only held in repression under the military thraldom which attended the organization of rebel armies. Had it been possible for the Union armies to give Arkansas the same moral and military support they gave West Virginia, Kentucky, and Missouri, she would probably have remained as loyal as they did. But, unaided, she could not free herself from rebel domination. Her subjection to the Confederate States remained uncertain. In the spring of 1862, her governor openly threatened to secede from secession, and the despotic military rule, instituted by General Hindman, served to increase popular discontent with the administration of Jefferson Davis. But while Arkansas, during the early stages of the war, thus offered an easy and inviting conquest to Union occupation and rule, the course of military affairs thwarted its realization. After the victory of Pea Ridge, General Curtis, the Union commander, felt compelled to forego the opportunity of an immediate advance on Little Rock, and instead moved down the White River and established himself at Helena on the Mississippi, where he might aid either in the siege of Corinth, the capture of Vicksburg, or resume his contemplated march on Little Rock. But Halleck's faulty generalship postponed the opening of the great river a whole year, and it was not until after Grant's masterly campaign and the capitulation of Pemberton on July 4, 1863, that an expedition to recover the state of Arkansas to Union control became feasible, though the hope and plan had long been nourished both at Washington and in the West. Vicksburg had no sooner fallen than Union manifestations began to come from leading citizens of Arkansas. Mr. E. W. Gant, one of the last representatives elected to the federal Congress from that state, came, as a prisoner of war, to Washington, and in a frank letter to President Lincoln announced his determination to abandon secession, in which he had taken an active part. "My only object," he wrote, "is to induce the withdrawal of my state from its allies in rebellion and its re-entry into the Federal Union." Similar intimations came from other influential sources, and in response, President Lincoln on July 31, 1863, wrote as follows to General Hurlbut, then in command at Memphis, Tennessee. "I understand that Senator Sebastian of Arkansas thinks of offering to resume his place in the Senate. Of course, the Senate, and not I, would decide whether to admit or reject him. Still, I should feel great interest in the question. It may be so presented as to be one of the very greatest national importance, and it may be otherwise so presented as to be of no more than temporary personal consequence to him. The Emancipation Proclamation applies to Arkansas. I think it is valid in law, and will so be held by the courts. I think I shall not retract or repudiate it. Those who shall have taken actual freedom, I believe, can never be slaves, or quasi-slaves, again. For the rest, I believe some plan, substantially being gradual emancipation, would be better for both white and black. The Missouri plan, recently adopted, I do not object to on account of the time for ending the institution, but I am sorry the beginning should have been postponed for 7 years, leaving all that time to agitate for the repeal of the whole thing. It should begin at once, giving at least the newborn a vested interest in freedom, which could not be taken away. If Senator Sebastian could come with something of this sort from Arkansas, I at least should take great interest in his case, and I believe a single individual will have scarcely done the world so great a service. See him if you can, and read this to him, but charge him not to make it public for the present." Sebastian, Gant, and others were probably aware of the President's friendly disposition, because the latter had in the previous autumn sent to the Western commanders a duplicate of his letter to General Butler of October 14, 1862, advising the encouragement and protection of repentant secession communities in electing state officers or congressmen wherever they might desire it. The long-contemplated Union expedition into Arkansas was finally organized under command of General Frederick Steele, who, with a column of about 13,000 troops, marched from Helena to Little Rock, which had surrendered to him on the evening of September 10th, after a brisk cavalry engagement, and from which, as his principal military station, he was soon able to gain substantial control of a large part of the state. A strong Union movement almost immediately set in. Meetings were held, and resolutions of Federal allegiance adopted. By December, 8 regiments of Arkansas citizens had been formed for service in the Federal Army, and under the conditions and promises of the President's amnesty and Reconstruction Proclamation of December 8, 1863, a notable political reaction and organization began. Specific and full details of this movement did not at once reach the Washington authorities, but in anticipation that it would occur, or could be stimulated to action, the President on January 5, 1864, wrote General Steele, quote, "I wish to afford the people of Arkansas an opportunity of taking the oath prescribed in the proclamation of December 8, 1863, preparatory to reorganizing a state government there. Accordingly, I send you by General Kimball some blank books and other blanks, the manner of using which will in the main be suggested by an inspection of them, and General Kimball will add some verbal explanations. Please make a trial of the matter immediately, at such points as you may think likely to give success. I suppose Helena and Little Rock are 2 of these. Detail any officer you may see fit to take charge of the subject at each point, and which officer, it may be assumed, will have authority to administer the oath. These books, of course, are intended to be permanent records. Report to me on the subject." End quote. The documents which the President forwarded were simply directions for administering the amnesty oath, and blank books in which to keep a record of them. But it was about this time that Mr. Lincoln also formally approved the details of General Banks's plan for reorganizing the state government of Louisiana, and seeing no reason why a similar process should not be going on simultaneously in the adjoining state of Arkansas, he again wrote to General Steele on January 20th, repeating in detail the instructions to Banks. General Steele was directed, in virtue of his military authority, to order an election to take place on March 28, 1864. "That it be assumed at that election, and thenceforward, that the Constitution and laws of the State, as before the rebellion, are in full force, except that the Constitution is so modified as to declare that there shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except in the punishment of crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. That the General Assembly may make such provisions for their freed people as shall recognize and declare their permanent freedom, and provide for their education, and which may yet be construed as a temporary arrangement, suitable to their present condition as a laboring, landless, and homeless class." General Steele was further directed to make regulations and receive returns, and generally to cause the election to be conducted "according to the said modified Constitution and laws," and when 5,406 votes should have been cast, to ascertain and announce the result, to administer the oath to the persons appearing to have been elected, to support the Constitution of the United States and modified Constitution of the State of Arkansas, and declare them "qualified and empowered to immediately enter upon the duties of the offices to which they shall have been respectively elected." Before these last instructions reached General Steele, Information came to Mr. Lincoln that they were likely to conflict with a popular movement of Reconstruction already in progress in Arkansas. It appeared that since the occupation of Little Rock by the Union Army in the previous September, Union speeches, meetings, and resolutions in the several parts of the State held by Federal arms had culminated in a formal delegate convention, which met at Little Rock on January 8, 1864. It was composed of 44 delegates, who claimed to represent 22 out of the 54 counties of the State. It was objected at the time that these delegates were elected at mass meetings by very meager votes, and that about half the counties they represented lay beyond the Federal lines, while, on the other hand, it was admitted that neither were these counties occupied by Confederate forces, and that all the delegates were of respectable character and moved by an earnest patriotism. The convention frankly said in its published address, quote, "We found after remaining at Little Rock about a week under a temporary organization that delegates were present from 22 counties, elected by the people, and that 6 other counties had held elections, and that their representatives were looked for daily. We then organized the convention permanently, and determined that while we could not properly claim to be the people of Arkansas in convention assembled, with full and final authority to adopt a constitution, yet being the representatives by election of a considerable portion of the State, and understanding, as we believed, the sentiment of nearly all our citizens who desire the immediate benefits of a government under the authority of the United States, we also determined to present a constitution and plan of organization, which, if adopted by them, becomes at once their act as effectually as if every county in the State had been represented in the convention." On the 22nd of January, the convention adopted an amended constitution which changed the former one in only a few but important particulars. It declared the act of secession null and void, it abolished slavery immediately and unconditionally, and it wholly repudiated the Confederate debt. The convention ordained a provisional State government and appointed and inaugurated Isaac Murphy provisional governor, and adopted a schedule providing for an election to be held on March 14, 1864, to adopt or reject the Constitution and to elect a full list of State and county officers, a State legislature, and members of Congress. Very soon after the convention had finished its work, a registration of voters who had taken the amnesty oath was begun under orders of General Steele, February 2, 1864. About this time it became known in Arkansas that the President's order for an election differed in date from the convention schedule, and that confusion and delay were likely to result. There was indeed some difference of sentiment, and with the telegrams to the President asking him to conform to the convention plan, a few leading citizens desired its postponement even to a later date than that fixed in the President's order. All these Mr. Lincoln answered by a request that the convention plan be followed. Quote, "My order to General Steele," he telegraphed, "about an election was made in ignorance of the action your convention had taken or would take. A subsequent letter directs General Steele to aid you on your own plan, and not to thwart or hinder you. Show this to him." And again, "When I fixed a plan for an election in Arkansas, I did it in ignorance that your convention was doing the same work. Since I learned the latter fact, I have been constantly trying to yield my plan to them. I have sent 2 letters to General Steele and 3 or 4 dispatches to you and others, saying that he, General Steele, must be master, but that it will probably be best for him to merely help the convention on its own plan. Some single mind must be master, else there will be no agreement in anything. And General Steele, commanding the military and being on the ground, is the best man to be that master. Even now citizens are telegraphing me to postpone the election to a later day than either that fixed by the convention or by me. This discord must be silenced." These differences were soon happily reconciled by General Steele, who called together prominent citizens of conflicting views, and who, after consultation, came to the unanimous agreement to adhere to the convention plan and date. The general therefore issued his proclamation announcing that, quote, "The election will be held and the returns made in accordance with the schedule adopted by the convention, No interference from any quarter will be allowed to prevent the free expression of the loyal men of the State on that day." Accordingly, the election was held beginning on March 14, 1864, the polls being kept open during 3 days. A total vote of 12,179 was cast for the Constitution, and only 226 against it. For governor, Isaac Murphy, against whom there was no opposition candidate, received 12,430 votes, cast by people in more than 40 counties. When we consider the condition of civil war amid which the people acted, and the radical change of policy proposed for their acceptance, the vote was not only a gratifying evidence of returning loyalty and national spirit, but a manifestation of political vigor and courage far beyond what could have been looked for. The vote was unexpectedly large, more than double what the President had required, but the enthusiasm, the faith in the national promise of protection, and the spirit of progress and unanimity manifested, gave a value and significance far in excess of its mere numerical proportion. It might, without undue exaggeration, be called the new political birth of Arkansas. The whole movement was carried out in the same manner to its full logical sequence. On April 11th, the new State government was inaugurated at Little Rock with imposing civic and military ceremonies. 4 days afterwards, April 15th, both houses of the newly elected legislature met and organized. Members were present from more than 40 out of the 55 counties, each house having a quorum. The session was prolonged until the 1st of June. Among other business transacted by them, they enacted a law requiring that at succeeding elections each voter should take an oath of allegiance, and further swear that he had not voluntarily borne arms in aid of the rebellion after the day the new State government was inaugurated. At the same session, the legislature elected William M. Fishback and Elisha Baxter United States Senators to fill the vacancies of the previous incumbents who went into the rebellion. At the March election, 3 members of Congress had been chosen: T. M. Jacks in the 1st District by a vote of about 3,000, A. C. Rogers in the 2nd District by what appeared to be a respectable vote, though its extent could not be definitely ascertained, and J. M. Johnson in the 3rd District by a vote of over 4,000. The Senators and Representatives elect went to Washington and presented their credentials, but by this time a contention had arisen in Congress over the question of reconstructing the States occupied by the Federal forces, and the action of both houses was in substance a postponement of decision and a refusal for the present to admit them to their seats. We shall treat elsewhere the issue thus raised between Congress and the Executive. Meanwhile, in order to define his own action, the President wrote as follows to General Steele, under date of June 29, 1864, "I understand that Congress declines to admit to seats the persons sent as Senators and Representatives from Arkansas. These persons apprehend that in consequence you may not support the new State government there as you otherwise would. My wish is that you give that government and the people there the same support and protection that you would if the members had been admitted, because in no event, nor in any view of the case, can this do any harm, while it will be the best you can do towards suppressing the rebellion." End of chapter 16. Recording by Owen Cook in Pottawatomie ceded land.
Chapter 17 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 17, Louisiana Free. The admission of Michael Hahn and Benjamin F. Flanders, who were elected in December 1862 to seats in Congress, at once gave life to the political reorganization of Louisiana. and as usual also soon developed a divergence of views and action, at the bottom of which lay the inevitable question of slavery, the point at issue being the retention or abolishment of the institution in those parishes which had been excepted from the operation of the President's proclamation of emancipation. Citizens of anti-slavery views, or those willing to accept the emancipation measures, began the organization of Union associations in the city of New Orleans and adjoining territory within Federal military lines, and then by the selection of 5 delegates from each association constituted what they denominated a Free State General Committee, of which they elected Thomas J. Durant president. Upon the theory that the old Constitution of Louisiana had been destroyed by rebellion, they proposed to elect a delegate State convention to frame a new State Constitution which should prohibit slavery. This plan was approved by Governor Shepley, who on June 12, 1863, appointed Mr. Durant Attorney General for the State, with power to act as Commissioner of Registration. The Governor, under the same date, ordered a registration to be made of all free white male citizens of the United States having resided 6 months in the State and 1 month in the parish, who should take the oath of allegiance and register as a voter freely and voluntarily for the purpose of organizing a State government in Louisiana, loyal to the government of the United States. Meanwhile, the conservative citizens, though not engaging in so active an organization, sent a committee to Washington to consult the President. They wrote him a letter representing that they had been delegated to seek of the General Government a full recognition of all the rights of the State as they existed previous to the passage of an act of secession, and further requesting him to direct the military governor of Louisiana to order an election the following November for all State and Federal officers. The President replied adversely to their request. On June 19th he wrote: "Since receiving the letter, reliable information has reached me that a respectable portion of the Louisiana people desire to amend their State constitution and contemplate holding a convention for that object. This fact alone, as it seems to me, is a sufficient reason why the General Government should not give the committal you seek to the existing State constitution. I may add that while I do not perceive how such committal could facilitate our military operations in Louisiana, I really apprehend it might be so used as to embarrass them. As to an election to be held next November, there is abundant time without any order or proclamation from me just now. The people of Louisiana shall not lack an opportunity of a fair election for both Federal and State officers by want of anything within my power to give them." The reorganization of Louisiana thus begun was at this point interrupted to a certain extent by the course of military affairs. General Banks, with all the forces he could gather, was engaged in his campaign against Port Hudson, and that having been brought to a successful termination, his attention was immediately absorbed by preparations for an expedition to Texas, which the War Department had ordered. Nevertheless, the President, amid his multifarious cares, did not lose sight of the subject of reconstruction, and on August 5 wrote the general explaining his wishes somewhat in detail. Governor Boutwell read me today that part of your letter to him which relates to Louisiana affairs. While I very well know what I would be glad for Louisiana to do, it is quite a different thing for me to assume direction of the matter. I would be glad for her to make a new constitution recognizing the Emancipation Proclamation and adopting emancipation in those parts of the State to which the proclamation does not apply. And while she is at it, I think it would not be objectionable for her to adopt some practical system by which the two races could gradually live themselves out of their old relation to each other, and both come out better prepared for the new. Education for young blacks should be included in the plan. After all, the power or element of contract may be sufficient for this probationary period, and by its simplicity and flexibility may be the better. As an anti-slavery man, I have a motive to desire emancipation which pro-slavery men do not have, but even they have strong enough reason to thus place themselves again under the shield of the Union, and to thus perpetually hedge against the recurrence of the scenes through which we are now passing. Governor Shepley has informed me that Mr. Durant is now taking a registry with a view to the election of a constitutional convention in Louisiana. This to me appears proper. If such convention were to ask my views, I could present little else than what I now say to you. I think the thing should be pushed forward so that, if possible, its mature work may reach here by the meeting of Congress. For my own part, I think I shall not, in any event, retract the Emancipation Proclamation, nor, as Executive, ever return to slavery any person who is freed by the terms of that proclamation or by any of the acts of Congress. If Louisiana shall send members to Congress, their admission to seats will depend, as you know, upon the respective houses and not upon the President. If these views can be of any advantage in giving shape and impetus to action there, I shall be glad for you to use them prudently for that object. Of course, you will confer with intelligent and trusty citizens of the State, among whom I would suggest Messrs. Flanders, Hahn, and Durant, and to each of whom I now think I may send copies of this letter. The difficulty in carrying out the President's plan was, of course, that of enlisting the active cooperation of voters to an extent which should make it a real and popular movement instead of merely the perfunctory action of military officials. There was more than ordinary party indifference and torpor resulting from war to be overcome. The territory held by Federal arms, 12 out of 48 parishes, contained more than one-fourth of all the slaves in the State, and their owners, whose property rights were yet undisturbed by military decree, could hardly be expected to join enthusiastically in the free State movement. They not only hoped for the preservation of slavery in the excepted parishes, but that the chances of war might bring about some retraction or modification of the proclamation, so as to maintain or restore the institution throughout the entire State. The absence of Governor Shepley during a part of the summer on a visit to Washington also contributed to the general inaction. Under these and other influences, the registration which had been ordered came to a practical standstill, from which it required other letters of the President to rouse it into efficient action. The first of these was to General Banks. 3 months ago today I wrote you about Louisiana affairs, stating on the word of Governor Shepley, as I understood him, that Mr. Durant was taking a registry of citizens preparatory to the election of a constitutional convention for that State. I sent a copy of the letter to Mr. Durant, and I now have his letter, written 2 months after, acknowledging receipt and saying he is not taking such registry, and he does not let me know that he personally is expecting to do so. Mr. Flanders, to whom I also sent a copy, is now here, and he says nothing has yet been done. This disappoints me bitterly, yet I do not throw blame on you or on them. I do, however, urge both you and them to lose no more time. Governor Shepley has special instructions from the War Department. I wish him, these gentlemen, and others cooperating, without waiting for more territory, to go to work and give me a tangible nucleus, which the remainder of the State may rally around as fast as it can, and which I can at once recognize and sustain as the true State government. And in that work I wish you and all under your command to give them a hearty sympathy and support. The instruction to Governor Shepley bases the movement, and rightfully too, upon the loyal element. Time is important. There is danger even now that the adverse element seeks insidiously to preoccupy the ground. If a few professedly loyal men shall draw the disloyal about them and tolerably set up a State government repudiating the Emancipation Proclamation and reestablishing slavery, I cannot recognize or sustain their work. I should fall powerless in the attempt. This government in such an attitude would be a house divided against itself. I have said, and say again, that if a new State government, acting in harmony with this government and consistently with general freedom, shall think best to adopt a reasonable temporary arrangement in relation to the landless and houseless freed people, I do not object. But my word is out to be for and not against them on the question for their permanent freedom. I do not insist upon such temporary arrangement, but only say such would not be objectionable to me. So also, to show his willingness to consent to any reasonable course which might bring different Union elements in Louisiana into harmonious and prompt action, Mr. Lincoln a few days later wrote the following letter to Flanders, then in Washington. In a conversation with General Butler, he made a suggestion which impressed me a good deal at the time. It was that, as a preliminary step, a vote be taken, yea or nay, whether there shall be a State convention to repeal the ordinance of secession and remodel the State Constitution. I send it merely as a suggestion for your consideration, not having considered it maturely myself. The point which impressed me was not so much the question to be voted on as the effect of crystallizing, so to speak, in taking such popular vote on any proper question. In fact, I have always thought the act of secession is legally nothing and needs no repealing. Turn the thought over in your mind and see if in your own judgment you can make anything of it. In reality, matters were not quite so dormant as had been represented to Mr. Lincoln. Governor Shepley, on October 9, had renewed his order of registration, modifying the former one so far as to admit all loyal citizens. General interest was further quickened by the announcement from certain conservative leaders of a plan to hold a voluntary election for congressmen, members of the legislature, and State officers in conformity with the old Constitution and laws of Louisiana. On the 2nd day of November, then, said their published address, go to the polls and cast your votes as usual. Your chosen congressmen will take their seats on the first Monday of December. Your chosen legislators will meet on the third Monday of January and organize. Your State officers will on the same day be inaugurated, and thus the wheels of civil government will be once more set in motion in our State. The Free State Committee met this project with resolutions denouncing it as illegal and dangerous. It turned out that the conservative movement was so weak as to be easily suppressed by military orders from Governor Shepley. The change of opinion from old things to new had been deep and strong, even under the seeming calm and inaction. Meanwhile, the general subject had received a new impetus by an extended discussion in the President's annual message of December 8, 1863, and the Amnesty and Reconstruction Proclamation which accompanied it, announcing that the President would recognize State governments reconstructed under its provisions by 1/10 the voters of insurgent States who had taken the prescribed oaths. One of the Louisiana conservatives who was beginning to appreciate the progress of events happened in Washington about this time, and to him Mr. Lincoln, in a letter dated December 15, elaborated his views yet more specifically. You were so kind as to say this morning that you desire to return to Louisiana and to be guided by my wishes to some extent in the part you may take in bringing that State to resume her rightful relation to the General Government. My wishes are in a general way expressed as well as I can express them in the proclamation issued on the 8th of the present month and in that part of the annual message which relates to that proclamation. It there appears that I deem the sustaining of the Emancipation Proclamation, where it applies, as indispensable. And I add here that I would esteem it fortunate if the people of Louisiana should themselves place the remainder of the State upon the same footing, and then, if in their discretion it should appear best, make some temporary provision for the whole of the freed people, substantially as suggested in the last proclamation. I have not put forth the plan in that proclamation as a Procrustean bed to which exact conformity is to be indispensable, and in Louisiana particularly I wish that labor already done, which varies from that plan in no important particular, may not be thrown away. The strongest wish I have, not already publicly expressed, is that in Louisiana and elsewhere all sincere Union men would stoutly eschew cliquism, and each yielding something in minor matters, all work together. Nothing is likely to be so baleful in the great work before us as stepping aside of the main object to consider who will get the offices if a small matter shall go thus, and who else will get them if it shall go otherwise. It is a time now for real patriots to rise above all this. As to the particulars of what I may think best to be done in any State, I have publicly stated certain points which I have thought indispensable to the reestablishment and maintenance of the national authority, and I go no further than this because I wish to avoid both the substance and the appearance of dictation. The President doubtless supposed that the various orders and letters from himself and the War Department to Louisiana officials and citizens had covered every point of necessary instruction. But at this juncture he received letters from General Banks, dated on December 6 and 16, answering his own of November 5, in which the general set forth at length that Governor Shepley, Mr. Durant, and others had given him to understand that they were exclusively charged with the work of reconstruction in Louisiana, and hence he had not felt authorized to interfere. In addition, he explained that there existed certain other officers in that department who had set up claims to jurisdiction conflicting and interfering with his own powers of military administration. The President, at length becoming annoyed that misunderstanding and contention were delaying a work which he had so plainly marked out and so persistently urged for a whole year, replied, under date of December 24, in a letter which left no doubt on the questions of authority and responsibility. Yours of the 6th instant has been received and fully considered. I deeply regret to have said or done anything which could give you pain or uneasiness. I have all the while intended you to be master, as well in regard to reorganizing a State government for Louisiana as in regard to the military matters of the department, and hence my letters on reconstruction have nearly, if not quite, all been addressed to you. My error has been that it did not occur to me that Governor Shepley or anyone else would set up a claim to act independently of you, and hence I said nothing expressly upon the point. Language has not been guarded at a point where no danger was thought of. I now tell you that in every dispute with whomsoever you are master. Governor Shepley was appointed to assist the commander of the department and not to thwart him or act independently of him. Instructions have been given directly to him merely to spare you detail labor and not to supersede your authority. This, in its liability to be misconstrued, it now seems was an error in us. But it is past. I now distinctly tell you that you are master of all, and that I wish you to take the case as you find it, and give us a free State reorganization of Louisiana in the shortest possible time. What I say here is to have a reasonable construction. I do not mean that you are to withdraw from Texas or abandon any other military measure which you may deem important, nor do I mean that you are to throw away available work already done for reconstruction, nor that war is to be made upon Governor Shepley or upon anyone else unless it be found that they will not cooperate with you. In which case, and in all cases, you are master while you remain in command of the department. My thanks for your successful and valuable operations in Texas. Before this letter of full authority reached General Banks, the latter had formulated a plan of action based upon the President's proclamation of December 8. I would suggest, he wrote, as the only speedy and certain method of accomplishing your object, that an election be ordered of a State government under the Constitution and laws of Louisiana, except so much thereof as recognizes and relates to slavery, which should be declared by the authority calling the election, and in the order authorizing it, inoperative and void. The registration of voters to be made in conformity with your proclamation, and all measures hitherto taken with reference to State organization not inconsistent with the proclamation may be made available. A convention of the people for the revision of the Constitution may be ordered as soon as the government is organized, and the election of members might take place on the same or a subsequent day with the general election. The people of Louisiana will accept such a proposition with favor. They will prefer it to any arrangement which leaves the subject to them for an affirmative or negative vote. Strange as this may appear, it is the fact. Of course, a government organized upon the basis of immediate and universal freedom, with the general consent of the people, followed by the adaptation of commercial and industrial interests to this order of things, and supported by the Army and Navy, the influence of the civil officers of the government, and the administration at Washington, could not fail, by any possible chance, to obtain an absolute and permanent recognition of the principle of freedom upon which it would be based. Any other result would be impossible. The same influence would secure with the same certainty the selection of proper men in the election of officers. Let me assure you that this course will be far more acceptable to the citizens of Louisiana than the submission of the question of slavery to the chances of an election. Their self-respect, their amour propre, will be appeased if they are not required to vote for or against it. Offer them a government without slavery, and they will gladly accept it as a necessity resulting from the war. On all other points, sufficient guarantees of rights, results can be secured. But the great question, that of immediate emancipation, will be covered ab initio by a conceded and absolute prohibition of slavery. Upon this plan a government can be established whenever you wish, in 30 or 60 days, a government that will be satisfactory to the South and the North. To the South, because it relieves them from any action in regard to an institution which cannot be restored, and which they cannot condemn; and to the North, because it places the interests of liberty beyond all possible accident or chance of failure. The result is certain. The President, in his various private letters to commanders and military governors, as well as in his recent message and proclamation, had uniformly said that he would not insist upon any specific plan of reconstruction as to details, provided only it conformed to a few essential conditions. He therefore immediately sent General Banks his full approval, under date of January 13, 1864. I have received 2 letters from you which are duplicates each of the other, except that one bears date the 27th and the other the 30th of December. Your confidence in the practicability of constructing a free state government speedily for Louisiana and your zeal to accomplish it are very gratifying. It is a connection than in which the words can and will were never more precious. I am much in hope that on the authority of my letter of December 24 you have already begun the work. Whether you shall have done so or not, please, on receiving this, proceed with all possible dispatch, using your own absolute discretion in all matters which may not carry you away from the conditions stated in your letters to me, nor from those of the message and proclamation of December 8. Frame orders and fix times and places for this and that according to your own judgment. I am much gratified to know that Mr. Dennison, the collector at New Orleans, and who bears you this, understands your views and will give you his full and zealous cooperation. It is my wish and purpose that all others holding authority from me shall do the like, and to spare me writing, I will thank you to make this known to them. General Banks, in the meantime, acting upon the President's letter, which made him master of the situation, had published on January 11, 1864, a proclamation announcing an election for State officers to be held on February 22, who shall, when elected, for the time being, and until others are appointed by competent authority, constitute the civil government of the State under the Constitution and laws of Louisiana, except so much of the said Constitution and laws as recognize, regulate, or relate to slavery, which being inconsistent with the present condition of public affairs and plainly inapplicable to any class of persons now existing within its limits, must be suspended, and they are therefore and hereby declared to be inoperative and void. He further announced that an election of delegates to a convention for the revision of the Constitution will be held on the first Monday of April, 1864, the details to be announced in subsequent orders, and that further arrangements would be made for an early election of members of Congress. The General's justification of his act appears in the following language: "The fundamental law of the State is martial law. It is competent and just for the government to surrender to the people at the earliest possible moment so much of military power as may be consistent with the success of military operation, to prepare the way by prompt and wise measures for the full restoration of the State to the Union and its power to the people." As the General's theory did not conform entirely to either the claim of the conservatives that the Constitution and laws of Louisiana existing before rebellion were completely preserved, or to the claim of the Free State Committee that they were completely destroyed, there arose some protest from both against his proceeding. But it was of such limited extent as not to reach the proportions of even a troublesome, much less a serious, obstacle. Before the day of election all the parties determined to participate in it, and 3 different tickets representing the various views were nominated. A general order of February 13 prescribed that every free white male 21 years of age, who has been a resident of the State 12 months and 6 months in the parish in which he offers to vote, who is a citizen of the United States, and who shall have taken the oath prescribed by the President in his proclamation of the 8th December, 1863, shall have the right to vote in the election of State officers on the 22nd day of February, 1864. When the day arrived, the election was held with the usual formalities in 17 parishes. An aggregate of 11,411 votes was cast, of which Michael Hahn, the candidate for governor of those who approved the measures of General Banks, received 6,183. J.Q.A. Fellows, the candidate for governor of the pro-slavery conservatives, received 2,996, and B.F. Flanders, the candidate for governor of the protesting Free State Committee, and its adherents received 2,232. The votes for the other 6 State officers, varying somewhat from these figures. The election of the 22nd February, wrote the commanding general, was conducted with great spirit and propriety. No complaint is heard from any quarter, so far as I know, of unfairness or undue influence on the part of the officers of the government. At some of the strictly military posts, the entire vote of the Louisiana men was for Mr. Flanders, at others for Mr. Hahn, according to the inclination of the voters. Every voter accepted the oath prescribed by your proclamation of the 8th December. The ordinary vote of the State has been less than 40,000. The proportion given on the 22nd of February is nearly equal to the territory covered by our arms. The election was consummated by a public inauguration of Mr. Hahn as governor on March 4, with imposing civic and military ceremonies, in the presence, the general wrote, of more than 50,000 people. 8,000 pupils of the public schools participated in the ceremonies, which were intended to celebrate in this manner the return of Louisiana to the Union of States. It is impossible adequately to describe this demonstration of the people. I have witnessed many popular movements in this country, but nothing that approached this in magnitude, in enthusiasm, or popular interest. All the arrangements were by committees of citizens in which all classes were represented without the intervention of the military authorities in any manner whatever. They were magnificent and beyond all description. In further elaboration of his conception of the legal theory under which he was proceeding, General Banks explained, "It is understood by the people that Mr. Hahn represents a popular power entirely subordinate to the armed occupation of the State for the suppression of the rebellion and the full restoration of the authority of the Government. This is expressed in his oath of office. The power asked for him is that exercised heretofore by the military governor." As suggested by General Banks, the President soon after invested Governor Hahn with the powers exercised hitherto by the military governor of Louisiana. Meanwhile, he had written him a letter under date of March 13th, in which he said, "I congratulate you on having fixed your name in history as the first free State governor of Louisiana. Now you are about to have a convention which, among other things, will probably define the elective franchise. I barely suggest for your private consideration whether some of the colored people may not be let in, as, for instance, the very intelligent, and especially those who have fought gallantly in our ranks. They will probably help in some trying time to come to keep the jewel of liberty in the family of freedom. But this is only a suggestion, not to the public, but to you alone." It could scarcely be expected of human nature that these important proceedings should pass without some show of factious opposition. The party organized by the Free State Committee had, by formal resolution, held a convention, nominated candidates, and taken part in the election. But since their candidate for governor, Mr. Flanders, received the smallest number of votes, their ill success only increased their indignation that the management of Reconstruction had, with the President's sanction, been so summarily taken out of their hands by General Banks. They now took the ground that it was an election without validity and without moral force, and that Congress ought to declare it null and void, and their defeated candidate for governor, who was also a prominent official of the Treasury Department, used his efforts, which, to say the least, were not rebuked by Secretary Chase, to create a sentiment in Congress adverse to the recognition of the President's plan. Meanwhile, on March 11, General Banks ordered an election of delegates to a convention to be held for the revision and amendment of the Constitution of Louisiana. And Governor Hahn, on March 16, gave notice to the qualified voters of the election so ordered by the commanding general. The election was held on March 28, when out of 150 delegates to which the whole State was entitled, 98 were elected and served in the convention. The total vote cast does not appear to have been published. A letter from Governor Hahn explains that the conservatives, owing to their late defeat, made no formal nominations, and this, with the fact of a heavy rain on Election Day, was the cause of a smaller vote than before. The convention met on April 6 and continued in session until July 25. On May 11, the governor notified the President that the ordinance of emancipation without compensation was finally adopted today by a vote of 70 to 16 and is now the law of the state. The perfected Constitution was adopted in convention July 22, 1864. A letter of General Banks to the President contained the following comments on the document as a whole. The Constitution is one of the best ever penned. The convention, reviewing the circumstances under which it has labored, is entitled to the highest respect and the warmest support of the government. It was composed entirely of men of the people. There were few or none of the old leaders of opinion in public affairs. They represented, therefore, the heart of the people, and the Constitution will be generously and triumphantly sustained by them. It abolishes slavery in the state and forbids the legislature to enact any law recognizing property in man. The emancipation is instantaneous and absolute, without condition or compensation, and nearly unanimous. It confers upon the legislature the power to grant the right of suffrage to Negroes. It provides for the compulsory enrollment of all able-bodied men in the militia, without distinction of race or color. It requires the legislature to provide means for the education of all children, without restriction as to color. 12 months since, every court in this state recognized the validity of the slave code. Today, there is not a court in Louisiana that does not place every Negro upon an equal footing with the whites before the law. And the convention has wisely provided for the ultimate recognition of every right, and given them the means for qualifying themselves for every enjoyment and duty. In this progress there is marvelous success. At the beginning of the session, Negro suffrage was scarcely mentioned. Today it may be regarded as secure. A popular vote upon the Constitution was taken on the 5th of September following, when 6,836 votes were cast for its adoption and 1,566 for its rejection, being a majority of 5,270 in its favor, and the Governor proclaimed, September 19, that from this date and henceforth said Constitution shall be and is ordained and established as the Constitution of the State of Louisiana. Members of Congress and a state legislature were also chosen at the election of September 5, and the latter, about a month afterwards, elected United States senators to fill existing vacancies. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cal Taylor, Conestoga, Pennsylvania. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay, Tennessee Free. The appointment of Andrew Johnson as military governor of Tennessee and his assumption of active duty at Nashville in the spring of 1862 have been mentioned. The successive Union victories at Fort Donelson, Shiloh, Corinth, and Memphis seem to have completely paralyzed rebellion in the middle and western portions of the state. Various Union manifestations in the shape of public meetings and conventions, occurring at Nashville, Columbia, Murfreesboro, Shelbyville, and perhaps other places, indicated that popular thought was turning towards a restoration of civil government under federal authority. This tendency, however, was arrested when in the autumn Bragg conceived and executed his daring invasion of Kentucky. Even after his forced retreat and the severe losses which the Union Army inflicted on him in the battles of Perryville in October and of Murfreesboro on December 31, 1862, it was apparent that the federal military control in Tennessee was not yet permanently assured, and this uncertainty blighted such official efforts at reconstruction as were set on foot. President Lincoln had hoped for more favorable results in this direction. He had written to Governor Johnson and to General Grant on October 21st a letter, which was in substance a copy of which on October 14 he sent to the military governor of Louisiana, requesting that an opportunity be given to the people of Tennessee to hold a popular election for members of Congress, state officers, and the legislature, his primary object being to awaken and crystallize dormant Union sentiment, with a view as much as possible to detach captured localities and generally insurrectionary states from their military support to the rebellion. Both Governor Johnson and General Grant complied with the President's request so far as to publish orders for holding an election on December 29th to fill vacancies in the 37th Congress for 9th and 10th congressional districts of Tennessee. But though the Union voters were alert and made an effort to choose representatives, the rebel General Forrest planned and executed an extensive raid on that day, which prevented the election being held. Neither was there any early improvement in the political situation. For 6 months after the Battle of Murfreesboro, General Rosecrans made no forward movement. This left the strong rebel army of Bragg planted near the center of the state, where its mere presence was sufficient to deter Unionists from openly declaring their loyalty, except such of the bolder leaders as has been outspoken against secession and rebellion through all the incidents and fluctuations of the war. From time to time they encouraged each other and kept alive what there was of latent loyalty by meetings, speeches, and resolutions. On the 1st of July, 1863, a Union convention met at Nashville, which had been called by a committee consisting of W.G. Brownlow, Horace Maynard, and 13 others. 40 counties were represented, though only partially by regularly chosen delegates, many of them simply enrolling their names as citizens. They took an oath of allegiance to the United States, and in their resolutions pronounced void the various succession laws and ordinances. They further declared it to be virtually important to elect a legislature and invited Governor Johnson to issue writs of election as soon as expedient. But it was clear to all prudent observers that the time was not yet ripe for such a step. General Hurlbut, writing from Memphis, under date of August 11, in answer to the President's letter of July 31 about Reconstruction in Arkansas, said, "As to Tennessee, I am satisfied that this State is ready, by overwhelming majorities, to repeal the act of secession, establish a fair system of gradual emancipation, and tender herself back to the Union. I have discouraged any action on this subject here until East Tennessee is delivered. When that is done, so that her powerful voice may be heard, let Governor Johnson call an election for members of the legislature, and that legislature call a convention, and in 60 days the work will be done." It was not long before the favorable conjuncture that's outlined seemed to have arrived. Rosecrans at length moved forward, forced Bragg by slow degrees southward to the state line, and on September 9 marched, unopposed, into Chattanooga. Coincident with this, Burnside, at the head of the Army of the Ohio, moved forward from Kentucky into East Tennessee, entering Knoxville on September 4. Hard fighting was still to be done to hold these points, but this also was successfully accomplished when Burnside, on November 29, repulsed Longstreet, and when, by the Battle of Chattanooga on November 24, the army of Bragg at length suffered disastrous defeat. Meanwhile, President Lincoln, not losing a moment of time after hearing of the occupation of Chattanooga, and studying his moves on the political chessboard as unremittingly as those on the military, wrote to Governor Johnson under the date of September 11. "All Tennessee is now clear of armed insurrectionists. You need not be reminded that it is the nick of time for reinaugurating a loyal state government. Not a moment should be lost. You and the cooperating friends there can be better judge of the ways and means that can be judged by any here. I only offer a few suggestions. The reinauguration must not be such as to give control of the state and its representation in Congress to the enemies of the Union, driving its friends there into political exile. The whole struggle for Tennessee will have been profitless to both state and nation if it so ends that Governor Johnson is put down and Governor Harris is put up. It must not be so. You must have it otherwise. Let the reconstruction be the work of such men only as can be trusted for the Union. Exclude all others and trust that your government, so organized, will be recognized here as being the one of Republican form to be guaranteed to the state, and to be protected against invasion and domestic violence. It is something on a question of time to remember that it cannot be known to who is next to occupy the position I now hold, nor what he will do. I see that you have declared in favor of emancipation in Tennessee, for which may God bless you. Get emancipation into your new state government, constitution, and there will be no such word as fail for your case. The raising of colored troops, I think, will greatly help everywhere. The foregoing letter of general advice the President followed up a week later by sending the governor these additional documents, investing him with full powers to execute the work he was requested to do. Herewith I send you a paper, substantially the same as the one drawn by yourself and mentioned in your dispatch, but slightly changed in two particulars. First, yours was so drawn that I authorized you to carry into effect the fourth section, etc., whereas I so modified as to authorize you to act as to require the United States to carry into effect that section. Secondly, you had a clause committing me to some sort to the state constitution of Tennessee, which I feared might embarrass you in making a new constitution if you desire, so I dropped that clause. This letter contained an enclosure which further said, in addition to the matters contained in the orders and instructions given you by the Secretary of War, you are hereby authorized to exercise such powers as may be necessary and proper to enable the loyal people of Tennessee to present such a Republican form of state government as will entitle the state to the guarantee of the United States therefor, and to be protected under such state government by the United States against invasion and domestic violence, all according to the fourth section of the fourth article of the Constitution of the United States. For a month or more after these letters were sent, military operations about Chattanooga created anxious suspense, and before it was entirely believed by the full news following the Battle of Lookout Mountain, the President had issued his Amnesty and Reconstruction Proclamation of December 8, 1863. The great pressure of business both at Washington and Nashville, and the midwinter weather created still further delay. About the middle of January, however, the President sent to Tennessee, as he had done to Louisiana, Arkansas, and elsewhere, an agent with blank books and instructions to begin and push forward the work of enrolling citizens willing to take the oath prescribed in the Amnesty and Reconstruction Proclamation. Governor Johnson, on his part, was by this time also ready to begin Reconstruction proceedings. A large public meeting was held at Nashville, January 21, at which he made a stirring speech, using his afterwards famous phrase that treason must be made odious, traitors must be punished and impoverished, declaring slavery dead, and that political reorganization must leave it altogether out of view. The meeting passed resolutions recommending a constitutional convention and pledging their influence to elect only such men as delegates to said convention as shall be in favor of immediate and universal emancipation. The governor, however, was resolved to build the new political structure with the greatest caution. To this end, on January 26, 1864, he issued a proclamation ordering election on the first Saturday in March only for county officers, justices of the peace, sheriffs, constables, trustees, circuit and county court clerks, registers, and tax collectors. It was not easy immediately to restore the goodwill which theoretically goes hand in hand with peace. The passions of civil war were made doubly bitter by rebel persecutions of Union men in East Tennessee. Excited loyalists found fault with the Amnesty Proclamation because of its excessive liberality to repentant rebels and its placing them in the same category with men always loyal. It is galling in the extreme, wrote Horace Maynard, to many of our best Union men, officers, and soldiers in the Army, and others, to be transmitted to prosperity, as they express it, on the same record with men reeking with treason. The governor, therefore, framed the oath of allegiance in his own proclamation a little more stringently than that in the President's, and in this variance naturally produced discussion and delay, and brought new protest and appeals to the President. In reply, he telegraphed to Maynard, "Of course Governor Johnson will proceed with reorganization as the exigencies of the case appear to him to require. I do not apprehend he will think it necessary to deviate from my views to any ruinous extent. On one hasty reading I see no such deviation in his program, which you send." And to Warren Jordan, "In county elections you had better stand by Governor Johnson's plan, otherwise you will have conflict and confusion. I have seen his plan." Still further explanation was given in another letter a week later. "Your telegram of the 26th instant, asking for a copy of my dispatch to Warren Jordan, Esquire, at Nashville Press Office, has just been referred to me by Governor Johnson. In my reply to Mr. Jordan, which was brief and hurried, I intended to say that in the county and the state elections of Tennessee, the oath prescribed in the proclamation of Governor Johnson on the 26th of January, 1864, ordering an election in Tennessee on the first Saturday in March next, is entirely satisfactory to me as a test of loyalty of all persons proposing or offering to vote in said election, and coming from him would better be observed and followed. There is no conflict between the oath of amnesty in my proclamation of 8th December, 1863, and that prescribed by Governor Johnson in his proclamation of the 26th ultimo. No person who has taken the oath of amnesty of 8th December, 1863, and obtained a pardon thereby, and who intends to observe the same in good faith, should have any objection to taking that prescribed by Governor Johnson as a test of loyalty. I have seen and examined Governor Johnson's proclamation, and am entirely satisfied with his plan, which is to restore the state government and place it under the control of citizens truly loyal to the government of the United States. The proposed election was duly held. Such returns of this election of March 5 as have become public and accessible are so meager that they afford no sufficient data for general historical conclusions. Doubtless the event was influential in confirming and renewing the faith of loyalists, but probably its larger result was drawing the attention of repentant rebels to the chances it offered to rehabilitate themselves and their political rights through the President's proclamation of amnesty. We may infer that the incident created much commitment and inquiry in this particular, for on the 26th of March, President Lincoln issued a supplementary proclamation explaining and defining that of the previous 8th of December, to the extent of excluding from its provisions prisoners of war in confinement or on parole, or prisoners held for other offenses. It is evident that the success of the county elections in March was not such as to prompt an immediate popular movement towards full state reconstruction, as has been hoped by Governor Johnson and the President. The question sank into abeyance until again prompted by the irrepressible Union leaders of East Tennessee. The conventions held in that region in the early part of 1861, which protested so energetically against secession, seem to have kept their organization alive, to a certain extent, by a sort of permanent committee. This committee appears to have assembled a convention at Knoxville in April or May 1864 to discuss Reconstruction. It would seem that the meeting was divided into sentiment over the slavery question and made two reports, one favoring the Crittenden resolution, the other demanding emancipation, and this antagonism probably prevented further action, for we will next find a call signed by Brownlow and others for a new convention, which was held in Nashville on September 5, 1864. Some 40 or 50 counties were again represented, but as before, many of them by irregular or volunteer delegates. Nevertheless, they held a spirited meeting and outlined a comprehensive program. They recommended the election of a constitutional convention and the abolition of slavery in the state, and also made provisions for taking part in the approaching presidential election. This program was, however, only partially carried out. On September 30, Governor Johnson issued his proclamation for holding the presidential election, and the Union voters cast their ballots for electors of president and vice president, so far as the unsettled condition of military operations permitted. On September 30, Governor Johnson issued his proclamation for holding the presidential election, and the Union voters cast their ballots for electors of president and vice presidents, so far as the unsettled condition of military operations permitted. It does not appear that at the election of November 1864 any attempt was made to choose a governor or legislature or constitutional convention for Tennessee, but the convention which met in July constituted an executive committee consisting of 5 members for each division of the state. This executive committee, after the presidential election was over, issued calls for a state convention to meet in Nashville on December 19, 1864. "The people meet," said the call, "to take such steps as wisdom may direct to restore the state of Tennessee to its once honored status in the great national Union. If you cannot meet in your counties, come upon your own personal responsibility. It is the assembling of Union men for the restoration of their own commonwealth to life and a career of success." It turned out that the contemplated meeting could not take place on a day designated because of the advance of the rebel army under Hood upon Nashville, and a meeting was therefore postponed to January 9, 1865. By that time, the Battle of Nashville had once more freed Tennessee from hostile occupation, and the appointed state convention assembled. 58 counties and some regiments were represented by about 467 delegates, who deliberated 6 days. The main act of the convention was in the following words: "We, the people of the state of Tennessee and of the United States of America, in convention assembled, do propound the following alterations and amendments to the Constitution, which, when ratified by the sovereign loyal people, shall be and constitute a part of the permanent Constitution of the state of Tennessee. Article 1, Section 1, that slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, are hereby forever abolished and prohibited throughout the state. Section 2, the legislature shall make no law recognizing the right of property in man." The schedule then went on to provide that the convention, agreement, and military league entered into by the commissioners of the state of Tennessee and the commissioners of the so-called Confederate States of America, made May 7, 1861, and on the same day ratified and confirmed by the legislature, was an act of treason and usurpation, unconstitutional, null, and void. The schedule also repudiated the rebel debt and declared void all laws, ordinances, resolution, and acts under the usurped secession government of Tennessee, and provided further that the proposed amendments to the Constitution and the schedule thereto be submitted to the people at the ballot box on the 22nd day of February next, and that upon the adoption thereof by the people, an election shall be held on the 4th day of March next for governor and members of the legislature, the latter to be voted for by general ticket upon the basis prescribed in the act apportioning representation in the state, passed on the 19th of February, 1852, to assemble at the Capitol on the first Monday in April next, said officers to continue in office until their successors shall be elected and qualified under the regular biennial election of 1867. It is needless to describe in detail the further progress of Reconstruction proceedings in Tennessee. On February 25th, Governor Johnson proclaimed that the election had been held and the amendments to the Constitution adopted on February 22. The election of William G. Brownlow as governor and of a Union legislature followed on the 4th of March. On the 3rd of April, the legislature met at Nashville, and in a few days thereafter the governor was inaugurated and the general civil government formally begun. Among the early acts of the legislature was one to ratify the 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and in due time United States senators were elected and provisions made for choosing members of Congress, who were regularly elected by the people in the following August. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 19, Maryland Free. The notable military events which occurred in the state of Maryland during the last 3 years of the war connect themselves more with the general history of the Union than with the local history of the state. And in reviewing the latter, political results become the dominant feature. The power of rebellion in Maryland was effectually broken during the year 1861. The Union Party formed and maintained a solid organization, and on November 6 in that year elected Augustus W. Bradford governor by a majority of 31,412 for a term of 4 years to succeed Governor Hicks. At the same election, a legislature was chosen with an overwhelming majority of Union members. Governor Bradford was inaugurated on the 8th of January, 1862, and his inaugural message declared in the most outspoken terms against secession and for maintaining the Union by a vigorous prosecution of the war. Next to the question between Union and secession, the question of emancipation was brought to popular attention in Maryland at a very early period. We have seen how President Lincoln hoped to induce voluntary action on this subject by his plan of compensated abolishment, first suggested to her leading politicians and afterwards officially recommended to Congress. And it was this policy which directly brought about the formation of new party divisions in the state. By the census of 1860, the population of Maryland was white 515,918, free colored 83,942, slave 87,189. It was therefore slavery traditions rather than money value in slaves which created the strength of pro-slavery sentiment and the political influence of the institution. The fact also needs to be noted that the numbers of slaves and free colored persons were nearly equal, a condition producing special influences of peculiar power in the anti-slavery movement which the war called into action. Under such conditions, the whole colored population was more intelligent, more active, and more self-reliant than in dense slave communities, and both the desire and the opportunities for escape from bondage were greatly increased amid the confusion of war and the presence of armies. It has been elsewhere stated that the President and the local military commanders for a while discouraged or forbade the presence of Negro runaways in military camps, but this was only a temporary check and was practically discontinued after the first year of the war, the Army finding more serious work to do than returning fugitive slaves to their masters, and it was at length formally prohibited by the Act of Congress of March 13, 1862. When, therefore, President Lincoln announced his policy of compensated emancipation in the spring of 1862, Maryland Unionists who belonged to the conservative or slaveholding class were moved to oppose it, not alone by their lifelong hatred of abolition, but also by the constant irritation of the escape of their slaves. Their prejudices blinded them too much to see that this was the exact reason which should have induced them heartily to accept and second it. At Mr. Lincoln's first interview with the border State delegations on March 10, 1862, to propose his policy, only two of the Maryland representatives were present, Cornelius L. Leary and J. W. Crisfield, and they gave him little encouragement. The reluctance they expressed seemed based more upon pride than economical expediency. Mr. Crisfield said he did not think the people of Maryland looked upon slavery as a permanent institution, and he did not know that they would be very reluctant to give it up if provision was made to meet the loss, and they could be rid of the race, but they did not like to be coerced into emancipation, either by the direct action of the government or by indirection, as through the emancipation of slaves in this District of Columbia, or the confiscation of Southern property as now threatened. And when assured by the President that no coercive action was contemplated, that he had no present design beyond his patriotic appeal to them, Mr. Crisfield further said, "Mr. President, if what you now say could be heard by the people of Maryland, they would consider your proposition with a much better feeling than I fear without it they will be inclined to do." It would appear, however, that little could be expected from the Maryland Union representatives at that time in behalf of the President's policy. They had been elected on June 13, 1861, by the party organization which still reflected the conservatism existing before the war, and whose single bond of party affiliation was opposition to secession and disunion, a condition of political sentiment at that time common to all the border slave States, and which was formulated by the Crittenden resolution. None of the Maryland representatives had yet become infused with the spirit and independence of the new anti-slavery drift in politics. Throughout the regular session of Congress from December 1861 to the middle of July 1862, they were either silent or their votes were recorded against the great anti-slavery measures of that session. When, after the lapse of 4 months, the President called them to a second interview to hear his renewed appeal in behalf of compensated emancipation, they joined the bulk of other border State conservatives in refusing to entertain his policy. They pledged themselves anew to the Union and the prosecution of the war, but urged various reasons why they should have nothing to do with emancipation. It was quite natural that the bolder politicians of Maryland should seize an opportunity so favorable to begin the organization of a new and more radical party and endeavor to supplant them in popular leadership. The question had been brought to the attention of the people of Maryland with especial force by the bill pending in Congress to emancipate slaves in the District of Columbia, which was introduced on December 16, 1861, though active discussion of it did not begin till February 24. The bill passed the Senate on April 3 and the House on April 11, and was signed by the President on April 16. Meanwhile, the President had also, by his special message of March 6, recommended his plan of compensated abolishment, which Congress promptly endorsed. Public sentiment had at once taken up the question in Maryland, the first declarations being from conservative opponents of both propositions. On the 2nd of January, 1862, the legislature, in a series of resolutions expressing confidence in the administration generally and in Mr. Lincoln personally, declared that they nevertheless protested against all attempts from whatever quarter to make the present war for the restoration of the Union Union the means of interfering with the domestic institutions of the States. Again, on February 22, the legislature, by another resolution, appealed to the Northern States to rebuke in an unmistakable manner those of their representatives in Congress who are wasting their time in devising schemes for the abolition of slavery in the rebellious States. And once more, early in March, the legislature reaffirmed and commended to Congress the language and spirit of the Crittenden resolution and declared its apprehension at indications of an interference with the institution of slavery in the slaveholding States, though at the same time it reaffirmed its confidence in the wisdom and moderation of the President. The popular voice was more specific than these legislative generalities. A large meeting was held about the 1st of April in Montgomery County, which lies contiguous to the District of Columbia, and which was therefore peculiarly annoyed by the escape of slaves. The resolutions denounced the act to emancipate the slaves in the District of Columbia as unwise, ill-timed, and unconstitutional, and as the entering wedge of a general scheme of abolition, the latter being evidently regarded as the most serious point of the indictment. But conservative views like these did not comprise the whole public sentiment of Maryland. A convention met in the city of Baltimore on May 28, 1862, composed of delegates from Union meetings in the various wards, which passed a series of resolutions approving President Lincoln's policy of compensated abolishment, declaring it to the interest of the people of the State, especially its slaveholders, to accept the pecuniary aid tendered, and favoring the inauguration of such a plan of emancipation and colonization as will be equitable to those interested. A more practical and local reform was broached in the long preamble and resolution which closed the series, setting forth the inequality and injustice of the existing State apportionment, through which the southern counties where the slave population was centered, containing 1/4 of the population and wealth and paying less than 1/4 of the taxes, possessed the virtual control of the whole State, sending 34 out of the 74 delegates and 14 out of 22 senators to the legislature, alleging further that under this apportionment the slave owners of the State, constituting fewer than 16,000 individuals, virtually wielded its political power, and that they demanded a change of the State Constitution to correct this unequal representation. This was certainly a strong argument in favor of holding a State Constitutional Convention, and doubtless played no unimportant part in stimulating the action of liberal and progressive voters among the class of non-slaveholding whites, and particularly among the white laboring population of Baltimore. During the remainder of the year, the party reorganization thus begun was powerfully aided, first by the Union victory at the Battle of Antietam and the quick expulsion of the Confederate invasion, second by President Lincoln's preliminary proclamation of emancipation, which was issued almost immediately thereafter. When, in due course, the final Emancipation Proclamation of January 1, 1863, appeared, the policy of the administration on this subject had become so pronounced and unalterable that it was by mere force of circumstances an unavoidable issue in the politics of every State. Hitherto, conservatives already began to show the influence of the profound movement of public opinion which had taken place, and Francis Thomas, one of the Maryland representatives in Congress, so far changed his attitude that on January 12, 1863, he introduced a resolution which was agreed to, that the Committee on Emancipation and Colonization be instructed to inquire into the expediency of making an appropriation to aid the State of Maryland in a system of emancipation and colonization of persons of color, inhabitants of said State. A bill was introduced on the 19th by Mr. Bingham of Ohio for the same purpose, which was referred to a select committee. The committee on February 25 reported a bill appropriating $10 millions to aid Maryland emancipation, but parliamentary objection was immediately interposed, and Representative Crisfield said that the measure was not asked for by the State of Maryland. The bill was recommitted and not again reported, probably for the reason that the session was almost ended. Maryland not being ready to accept such a boon, Congress would not force it upon her. As no important election was held in Maryland during the year 1862, political sentiment was not further defined than by the resolutions of the convention which have been mentioned, and there being little or no party wreckage to clear away, an unusually thorough and radical party reorganization took place in 1863. There was only one of the Union State offices to be filled by general election, but the contest over the choice of representatives in Congress, which usually creates a spirited political activity, was in this case supplemented by the deeper struggle over the election of a legislature in which the question of state emancipation was the dominant and far-reaching issue, and for which public opinion had been fully ripened by the events of 1862. The party machinery was still in the hands of the State Central Committee, appointed by the Union State Convention of May 23, 1861, which reflected the conservative unionism of the earlier stages of the war, but a vehicle for the expression of more advanced and radical thought of Maryland voters was found in the organization of the Union Leagues within the State, and by this instrumentality a convention met in Baltimore on June 16, 1863, the call for which had addressed itself to all persons who support the whole policy of the government in suppressing the rebellion. Contemporaneously with this movement, the old party organization, headed by the State Central Committee, also called a State Convention to meet on June 23, the two bodies being designated respectively the Union League Convention and the State Central Committee Convention. The former, being a new organization and not yet possessing full confidence in its own strength, had, after resolving that the policy of emancipation ought to be inaugurated in Maryland, adjourned its meeting and reconvened also on the 23rd. The rival conventions being now both in session, a proposition was submitted by the Union League Convention that they should bring about harmony of action by joining in a call for a third convention to be held at a future day. But there was too much difference in the underlying thought and purpose of each to permit such a fusion. The Union League Convention had declared for emancipation. The State Central Committee Convention resolved that this convention ignores all issues, local or national, but those of war, until treason shall succumb before an offended people. It therefore declined the tendered overture, and the Union voters of Maryland thus became separated into rival factions, one of which was designated Union men and the other unconditional Union men. Both parties admitted the imminence of the slavery question, but the former sought refuge in delay, while the latter urged the policy of boldly grappling with and ending it. The convention of the Union men so far yielded to the drift of public sentiment as to pass a resolution declaring that the legislature at its next session should make provision for submitting to the people the question of the call for a constitutional convention, while in an address which the State Central Committee issued on September 11, though they deprecated the present agitation of the emancipation issue, they said the immediate emancipationists must be unreasonable indeed if they desire a more rapid change than that which is now going on, and has left the institution of slavery within our limits already scarcely worth the trouble of contending for. On their part, the unconditional Union men answered by an address issued on September 16, disavowing all measures for the violent abrogation of slavery, but asserting that the institution should be abolished legally and constitutionally at the earliest moment, and retorting that since only the skeleton was left, it ought to be removed. Pending this discussion of local policy by the voters of the State, two important questions of military administration arose between the State authorities and the General Government. One grew out of the system of enlisting Negro soldiers for the Army, which had begun in Maryland as in other States, and Governor Bradford wrote the President a long letter complaining that recruiting officers encouraged slaves to abscond and enlist, and that owners were not only thus deprived of their labor, but that they were in some instances refused access to them to identify their property for the mere purpose of formulating a claim to future indemnity. After much discussion, the President to some extent relieved this grievance by directing the Secretary of War to issue a general order dated October 3, 1863, regulating enlistment of colored troops in the States of Maryland, Missouri, and Tennessee, and which was subsequently extended to Delaware. The order provided that persons so enlisted in the military service should forever thereafter be free, that free persons and slaves with the written consent of their owners and slaves belonging to rebels might then be enlisted, but if a sufficient number to meet the exigencies of the service were not obtained within 30 days, enlistment might be made of slaves without requiring consent of their owners. Loyal owners were compensated, whether they had given their consent or not, upon filing deeds of manumission and release, and a board was appointed to audit such claims. This order gave satisfaction in many directions. It helped to fill the Army, gave slaves an avenue to freedom, aided and stimulated State emancipation, compensated slave owners, and lightened the burden of the draft upon white citizens. The other question was more difficult of solution. Though the State of Maryland had given continuous and conclusive proof of her dominant loyalty, there was no disguising the presence within her limits of a very considerable minority of malignant secessionists who neglected no opportunity to propagate and practice treason and obstruct loyal administration. Major General Schenck, who had been placed in military command in Maryland on December 17, 1862, found much of his time and vigilance required in ferreting out and repressing secret secession combinations or such open manifestations as evil doers ventured upon, while disloyal combinations and plots were prevented by military precautions. The secessionists lost no occasion to make a loud outcry and complaint of military oppression, and in no particular did their wounded susceptibilities find so convenient a theme for energetic protest as in the charge of apprehended military interference at elections. On October 26, 1863, Thomas Swan, chairman of the State Central Committee of the Union men, wrote a letter to the President stating that many Union voters of Maryland had a suspicion that the coming election on the 4th of November would be attended with undue interference on the part of persons claiming to represent the wishes of the government, and asking the President's views on the subject. To this Mr. Lincoln replied on October 27 as follows: Your letter, a copy of which is on the other half of this sheet, is received. I trust there is no just ground for the suspicion you mention, and I am somewhat mortified that there could be any doubt of my views upon the point of your inquiry. I wish all loyal, qualified voters in Maryland and elsewhere to have the undisturbed privilege of voting at elections, and neither my authority nor my name can be properly used to the contrary. But the conservative party was disposed to magnify every pretext for complaint, and would not rest satisfied with the general declarations the President had laid down in his answer. 4 days later Governor Bradford wrote to him, reporting rumors that detachments of soldiers are to be dispatched on Monday next to several of the counties of the State, with a view of being present at their polls on Wednesday next, the day of our State election, and his apprehension that these military detachments, if sent, are expected to exert some control or influence in that election. I am also informed," continued the Governor, "that orders are to be issued from this military department on Monday, presenting certain restrictions or qualifications in the right of suffrage, of what precise character I am not apprised, which the judges of election will be expected to observe." It is unnecessary to quote in full the military order of General Schenck, to which the Governor alluded. In substance it gave the following directions: 1. That provost marshals and other military officers should arrest disloyal persons found at or hanging about or approaching any poll or place of election. 2. That provost marshals and military officers should support judges of election in requiring an oath of allegiance to the United States as the test of citizenship of anyone whose vote may be challenged on the ground that he is not loyal. 3. That provost marshals and military officers should report judges of election refusing to require such an oath. After an interview with General Schenck on the subject, the President made the following reply to Governor Bradford, in which the reciprocal rights and obligations of individual voters on the one hand and the Government authorities on the other are set forth with that specific minuteness and clearness of analysis and definition which never failed him in this class of controversies. Yours of the 31st ultimate was received yesterday about noon, and since then I have been giving most earnest attention to the subject matter of it. At my call General Schenck has attended, and he assures me it is almost certain that violence will be used at some of the voting places on election day unless prevented by his provost guards. He says that at some of those places Union voters will not attend at all or run a ticket unless they have some assurance of protection. This makes the Missouri case of my action, in regard to which you express your approval. The remaining point of your letter is a protest against any person offering to vote being put to any test not found in the laws of Maryland. This brings us to a difference between Missouri and Maryland. With the same reason in both states, Missouri has by law provided a test for the voter with reference to the present rebellion, while Maryland has not. For example, General Trimble, captured fighting us at Gettysburg, is, without recanting his treason, a legal voter by the laws of Maryland. Even General Schenck's order admits him to vote if he recants upon oath. I think that is cheap enough. My order in Missouri, which you approve, and General Schenck's order here, reach precisely the same end. Each assures the right of voting to all loyal men, and whether a man is loyal, each allows that man to fix by his own oath. Your suggestion that nearly all the candidates are loyal, I do not think quite meets the case. In this struggle for the nation's life, I cannot so confidently rely on those whose elections may have depended upon disloyal votes. Such men, when elected, may prove true, but such votes are given them in the expectation that they will prove false. Nor do I think that to keep the peace at the polls and to prevent the persistently disloyal from voting constitutes just cause of offense to Maryland. I think she has her own example for it. If I mistake not, it is precisely what General Dix did when your Excellency was elected governor. I revoke the first of the three propositions in General Schenck's General Order No. 53, not that it is wrong in principle, but because the military, being of necessity exclusive judges as to who shall be arrested, the provision is too liable to abuse. For the revoked part I substitute the following: that all provost marshals and other military officers do prevent all disturbance and violence at or about the polls, whether offered by such persons as above described, or by any other person or persons whomsoever. The other two propositions of the order I allow to stand. General Schenck is fully determined, and has my strict orders besides, that all loyal men may vote, and vote for whom they please." Before receiving the President's letter, Governor Bradford had issued a proclamation stating his criticism of General Schenck's order, and admonishing judges of election that their own judgment must determine the right to vote of any person offering himself for that purpose, undeterred by any orders to provost marshals to report them to headquarters, which he supplemented by a letter citing and acknowledging the revocation made by the President, but expressing his regret that he could perceive no such change in the general principles of the order as to induce me to change the foregoing proclamation. To this General Schenck retorted with a supplementary order, repeating his directions to his provost guards to carry out his own and the President's instructions. It was natural that such a war of words should ensue to relieve the irritated tempers of the Governor and the General, but it evidently had little effect, except to confirm the adherence of each in the political views to which prior causes had brought them. The Governor and his friends may be pardoned for having continued to nurse and utter their unnecessary and ill-timed complaints, for at the election, which was held November 4, their party suffered a decisive defeat. The Conservative Union candidate for comptroller received a vote of 15,984, the unconditional Union or Emancipation candidate 36,360. Out of the 5 congressmen chosen, 4 were unconditional Unionists, and of the legislature which was elected, the Emancipationists had a decided majority in the House and a practical majority in the Senate. The new legislature met at Annapolis on January 6, 1864, and during the ensuing month, amid the usual party and parliamentary strategy and debate upon collateral points, perfected and passed a bill which provided for holding an election on April 6, 1864, submitting to the voters of Maryland the question of convention or no convention, and also providing for electing delegates to a state convention to amend the Constitution. Mr. Lincoln followed with unabated interest the growth of liberal sentiment in Maryland, which promised to put an end to slavery, giving it his constant personal encouragement. On March 17 he wrote to Mr. Creswell, one of the newly chosen members of Congress: "It needs not to be a secret that I wish success to emancipation in Maryland. It would aid much to end the rebellion. Hence it is a matter of national consequence, in which every national man may rightfully feel a deep interest. I sincerely hope the friends of the measure will allow no minor considerations to divide and distract them." As the election came on, the usual controversy between secessionists and the military authorities about permission to become candidates and to vote was renewed, but the correspondence on the subject between Governor Bradford and General Lew Wallace, who had succeeded General Schenck, was in better temper, owing to the evident drift of public opinion, and especially to the additional duties and powers which the Convention Act of the Legislature imposed on judges of election. When the popular vote was taken, the question of emancipation gained another signal success. There was a majority of more than 12,000 in favor of holding the convention, and of the delegates elected, 61 were emancipationists and only 35 opposed. Accordingly, the convention met at Annapolis on April 27, 1864, and its sessions were prolonged by animated debate until the 6th of September. Long before this, however, the main question which had called it into existence was decided, the convention having, on June 24, by a vote of yeas 53, nays 27, adopted an article declaring that hereafter in this State there shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except in punishment of crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, and all persons held to service or labor as slaves are hereby declared free. This vote of the convention in favor of abolishing the institution was so decisive that, though the body remained in session more than 2 months longer, no effort seems to have been made by the minority to reverse or rescind its action. The Constitution as a whole was adopted on September 6, 1864, 53 to 25, though 35 of the delegates afterwards joined in a protest against it. The new instrument thereupon went to the people at large, and during the ensuing month was vigorously discussed in public by the strong parties which arrayed themselves for and against it. The influence of President Lincoln being invoked to aid in this popular contest, he wrote the following letter to Henry W. Hoffman on October 10, 2 days before the vote was taken. A convention of Maryland has framed a new constitution for the State. A public meeting is called for this evening at Baltimore to aid in securing its ratification by the people, and you ask a word from me for the occasion. I presume the only feature of the instrument about which there is serious controversy is that which provides for the extinction of slavery. It needs not to be a secret, and I presume it is no secret, that I wish success to this provision. I desire it on every consideration. I wish all men to be free. I wish the material prosperity of the already free, which I feel sure the extinction of slavery would bring. I wish to see in process of disappearing that only thing which ever could bring this nation to civil war. I attempt no argument. Argument upon the question is already exhausted by the abler, better informed, and more immediately interested sons of Maryland herself. I only add that I shall be gratified exceedingly if the good people of the State shall, by their votes, ratify the new Constitution. In accordance with the schedule adopted by the convention, the popular vote for and against the new Constitution was taken on October 12 and 13, 1864, and proved one of the most closely contested elections held in Maryland during the war. Rigid provisions had been adopted to prevent disloyal persons from voting, and liberal provisions for taking the vote of Maryland soldiers on the question at whatever camp or station they might be serving. The result was a vote of 30,174 for and 29,799 against the new Constitution, though the majority of only 375 votes out of a total of nearly 60,000 was a very narrow victory for emancipation. The result seems to have been accepted by the defeated party without serious opposition. A case was taken to the Court of Appeals on the question of the governor's discretion in ascertaining the result, the object being to throw out the soldiers' vote and thus defeat the Constitution, but the decision sustained the vote, and on October 29, Governor Bradford issued his proclamation definitely announcing that the new Constitution had been legally adopted and would go into effect on the 1st of November. In accordance with this announcement, the new Constitution became operative, and slavery ceased to exist in Maryland. However small was the majority by which the result was attained, it was in entire harmony with the manifest popular will of the State, for within the succeeding month occurred the presidential election of 1864, at which Maryland cast 40,153 votes for Lincoln and 32,739 for McClellan, giving the President, who had prompted and aided State emancipation, a popular majority of 7,414, and electing a Republican governor and 3 Republican members of Congress out of 5, and a new legislature with a majority of 22 Republicans on joint ballot. The remarkable transformation of Maryland by the war can be realized by recalling that at the presidential election of 1860, only 2,294 ballots had been cast for Lincoln, the total then being less than 1/3 of his majority in 1864. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 20, Missouri Free. The temporary quiet which had been reached in Missouri between the Radicals and General Schofield about the time of the November election in 1863 soon suffered a new interruption. The legislature of the state met at Jefferson City on November 10, and the two principal questions before that body were the election of United States senators and the passage of an act to call a state convention to deal with the subject of emancipation. The legislature was composed of members chosen a year before, excepting that some vacancies had occurred which were filled at the recent election. But several circumstances probably served to change its temper. At the session of the previous winter, neither faction having a controlling majority, an effort to elect United States senators for the two existing vacancies and the following term had only partially succeeded. The Radicals claimed that their candidate for Supreme Judge of Missouri had received a majority in the state of about 1,700 votes, though the official count, through technical informalities of certain ballots, awarded the certificate of election to the conservative candidate. With the chances of success thus evenly divided and vibrating between the two, both parties were put on their good behavior, a balance, however, that was soon destroyed by the death of Governor Gamble, which occurred on the 31st of January, 1864. Through this, the Conservative Party lost its most conspicuous leader, and from that time forward rapidly declined in prestige and numerical strength. The first of these legislative contests was disposed of on the fourth day of the session by the election of B. Gratz Brown, the leading Radical, for the vacancy to succeed Wilson, and of John B. Henderson, a conservative but also a hearty emancipationist, for the coming full term to succeed himself to the United States Senate. President Lincoln was greatly pleased at this result, which appeared to him the forerunner of such cooperation in Missouri as would secure an earlier and more substantial measure of emancipation than that adopted by the old State Convention on the 1st of July previous. In this he was not disappointed. The Radicals could not command a working majority of the members, but a sufficient number of them had become convinced that slavery was doomed, and were agreed that a convention should be held. A parliamentary struggle, however, occurred over the time when it ought to be elected. The Radicals desired that the convention should be chosen and an emancipation ordinance adopted without delay, but in this they failed, and an act was passed which became a law on the 13th of February, 1864, for submitting the question of convention or no convention to a popular vote in the following November, and for the election at the same time of delegates with authority to act upon this and other enumerated subjects. Violent as had been the attacks of the Radicals upon General Schofield, it was perhaps more than one could expect of human nature that with his vast and varied powers of administration he would remain entirely neutral in these new political contests, and complaints of his interference began to reach the President. Mr. Lincoln's intimate friend, Washburne of Illinois, reported to him that he had held a conversation with the general, advising him to use his influence to harmonize the conflicting elements so as to elect one senator from each wing, Gratz Brown and Henderson. Schofield's reported reply was that he would not consent to the election of Gratz Brown. Again, when Gratz Brown, after his election, was about coming to Washington, he sent a friend to Schofield to say that he would not oppose his confirmation as Major General if he, Schofield, would, so far as his influence extended, agree to a convention of Missouri to make necessary alterations in her State constitution. Schofield's reply, as reported by Brown to the President, was that he would not consent to a State convention. These things, the President said, are obviously transcendent of his instructions and must not be permitted, and he sent for Schofield to come to Washington and explain the facts. But the President also saw that Schofield's mere interference was not the most troublesome point. The reports brought to him by Washburne and by Gratz Brown, as of their personal knowledge, would either be admitted or denied by the General. If admitted, he could not escape blame. If denied, the truthfulness of the President's trusted friend and that of the newly elected Senator would be impugned. The culmination of this difficulty and Mr. Lincoln's tact in dealing with it are fully set forth in his letter to the Secretary of War of December 18, 1863. I believe General Schofield must be relieved from command of the Department of Missouri. Otherwise, a question of veracity in relation to his declarations as to his interfering or not with the Missouri legislature will be made with him, which will create an additional amount of trouble not to be overcome by even a correct decision of the question. The question itself must be avoided. Now for the mode. Senator Henderson, his friend, thinks he can be induced to ask to be relieved. If he shall understand, he will be generously treated, and on this latter point Gratz Brown will help his nomination as a Major General through the Senate. In no other way can he be confirmed, and upon his rejection alone it would be difficult for me to sustain him as commander of the department. Besides, his being relieved from command of the department and at the same time confirmed as a Major General will be the means of Henderson and Brown leading off together as friends, and will go far to heal the Missouri difficulty. Another point, I find it is scarcely less than indispensable for me to do something for General Rosecrans, and I find Henderson and Brown will agree to him for the commander of their department. Again, I have received such evidence and explanations in regard to the supposed cotton transactions of General Curtis as fully restores in my mind the fair presumption of his innocence. And as he is my friend, and what is more, as I think, the country's friend, I would be glad to relieve him from the impression that I think him dishonest by giving him a command. Most of the Iowa and Kansas delegations, a large part of that of Missouri, and the delegates from Nebraska and Colorado ask this in behalf of General C, and suggest Kansas and other contiguous territory west of Missouri as a department for him. In a purely military point of view, it may be that none of these things are indispensable or perhaps advantageous, but in another aspect, scarcely less important, they would give great relief, while at the worst I think they could not injure the military service much. I therefore shall be greatly obliged if yourself and General Halleck can give me your hearty cooperation in making the arrangement. Perhaps the first thing would be to send General Schofield's nomination to me. Let me hear from you before you take any actual step in the matter. It would seem that Stanton and Halleck were not quite agreed to the changes proposed by the President, for 3 days later, December 21, Mr. Lincoln again wrote to the Secretary of War. In regard to the Western matter, I believe the program will have to stand substantially, as I first put it. Henderson, and especially Brown, believed that the social influence of St. Louis would inevitably tell injuriously upon General Pope in the particular difficulty existing there, and I think there is some force in that view. As to retaining General S. Schofield temporarily, if this should be done, I believe I should scarcely be able to get his nomination through the Senate. Send me over his nomination, which, however, I am not yet quite ready to send to the Senate. The remaining obstacle appears to have been removed, and Stanton and Halleck evidently yielded to the President's wish, for 2 days later General Schofield was duly nominated to the Senate to be a major general. But Mr. Lincoln's difficulties were not at an end. In his various interviews with Gratz Brown, he had understood him to fully agree to the proposed transfer, and he was much surprised to learn that that senator, though perhaps keeping his technical promise not to personally oppose the confirmation, was secretly encouraging others in opposition. Schofield's confirmation was secured only after some weeks of delay, and upon Mr. Lincoln's further solicitation. He explained to Senators Wilkinson and Chandler that Grant and Sherman, for reasons which he did not understand, disliked Rosecrans, but that on the contrary they had a high opinion of Schofield, and wished him to command a corps in their army. That also, while Schofield displeased the radicals in Missouri, they would be satisfied with Rosecrans, and that the transfer would thus not only set matters at ease in both these places, but would gratify the friends of Schofield by his promotion, and the friends of Rosecrans by the important command he would thus receive. It is needless to say, writes Wilkinson, that when the Senate fully grasped the plan of the President in this regard, there was no longer any opposition to the confirmation of Schofield. The military administration of General Rosecrans in Missouri was thus begun in January 1864 under favoring conditions. With the senatorial election completed and a new State convention provided, the violent controversies of the previous year abated somewhat by a natural reaction. But there existed so many latent elements of dissension and provocation that new difficulties were continually springing up. For the better control of certain disloyal influences, the general had deemed it necessary to issue an order through his provost marshal general that the members of the larger representative organizations of the various churches, such as conventions, synods, and councils, should, before transacting their business, take and subscribe an oath of allegiance to the United States. This was resented by some of them as imposing a qualification not of a political but of a religious character. The President deprecated every such restraint which was not seriously demanded, and upon complaint he wrote the general the following mild admonition on the subject. This is rather more social than official, containing suggestions rather than orders. I somewhat dread the effect of your special order No. 61, dated March 7, 1864. I have found that men who have not even been suspected of disloyalty are very averse to taking an oath of any sort as a condition to exercising an ordinary right of citizenship. The point will probably be made that while men may without an oath assemble in a noisy political meeting, they must take the oath to assemble in a religious meeting. It is said, I know not whether truly, that in some parts of Missouri assassinations are systematically committed upon returned rebels who wish to ground arms and behave themselves. This should not be. Of course, I have not heard that you give countenance to or wink at such assassinations. Again, it is complained that the enlistment of negroes is not conducted in as orderly a manner and with as little collateral provocation as it might be. So far you have got along in the Department of the Missouri rather better than I dared to hope, and I congratulate you and myself upon it. Military conditions, like those in the political world, were more favorable at this time in Missouri, as indeed they had become throughout the whole Union. The strength of the rebellion was everywhere declining. East of the Alleghanies, General Grant was beginning his great campaign against Richmond. In Tennessee, Sherman was starting on his famous campaign through the heart of the South. West of the Mississippi, the Union forces had, at the chief point, such preponderant strength as left them free to take the initiative, and a combined movement to ascend the Red River and occupy eastern Texas was in progress. No Confederate force was therefore free to threaten or invade Missouri during the early months of the year 1864, although by the disasters which befell the Red River expedition, this came about later in the year. The attention of General Rosecrans was thus mainly taken up with local military administration, in which the criticisms of the Missouri factions upon him never became so extreme as they had been upon his predecessors. For the moment the Radicals declared themselves satisfied with him, while the Conservatives merely accused him of inefficiency and not of political bias. This branch of the quarrel between the factions expended itself mainly on the party movements preliminary to the Presidential nominations. Both the Radicals and Conservatives held their State conventions about the same time to appoint delegates to the Republican National Convention at Baltimore, each, however, accusing the other of designs adverse to Mr. Lincoln's renomination. It was alleged that the Radical delegates would go to Baltimore and demand as a condition of their adhesion that Lincoln must reorganize his Cabinet by dismissing Bates, Blair, and Seward, and that, in addition, a portion of them had sent a delegation with Senator B. Gratz Brown as active manager to the Cleveland National Convention to control the Fremonters of that body in the interest of Mr. Chase's candidacy. On their part, one of the principal leaders of the Radicals wrote to the President in connection with a protest against the removal of General Rosecrans from command: "Though I do not think you have in times past treated the Missouri Radicals as kindly as you ought, yet I desire, and so do they, except the German Fremonters, that the vote of this State should be cast for you. I am one of the candidates for elector in the State at large, and expect to do my part towards securing that result, but all effort will be hopeless if it should appear that you yield in so important a matter to the solicitations of our adversaries, almost every one of whom will in due time be found ranged under the standard of the Chicago nominee. You cannot afford thus to throw away the vote of Missouri, nor can the loyal men of Missouri bear for a moment the thought of being trampled under the feet of the disloyal." It turned out in the end that these factional movements and intrigues depended more upon drifts and currents of party feeling among the masses of their followers than upon the designs of individual leaders, and that none of the several predictions were wholly verified. Senator B. Gratz Brown and the more influential Missouri delegates appointed to the Cleveland Convention neglected to attend. The labors of that meeting turned to barrenness, and its nominee withdrew from the canvass. The conservative delegation to Baltimore was excluded from, and the Radical delegation admitted to, the Republican National Convention, and the latter was the only delegation which cast its vote against Mr. Lincoln's renomination. Under instructions, they voted for Ulysses S. Grant, but immediately on the whole vote being declared, they moved to make Mr. Lincoln's nomination unanimous, and it was done. The bulk of the Missouri conservatives, with all their loud professions of support to the administration, voted the McClellan ticket, while the Missouri Radicals, as a party refusing till the last moment to acknowledge Lincoln as their candidate, nevertheless gave him the electoral vote of the State. The summer thus passed away, and the Presidential canvass went on in Missouri with no very marked incidents, except the repetition of an annual rebel invasion. This time again under leadership of General Price, who clung with pertinacity to his hallucination that Missouri was rebel in sentiment, and he her chosen deliverer. After the Union defeats in Louisiana and the return of the Red River expedition, Price gathered a force of 10,000 or 12,000 rebel cavalry in Arkansas, and moving rapidly northward entered southeast Missouri, thus changing his point of attack. Driving the Union garrison out of Pilot Knob about September 26, which delayed him by a determined resistance, he next showed an intention of capturing St. Louis, advancing a part of his forces to within a few miles of the city. In this project, however, he failed by a hasty arming of the citizens, as well as by the presence of an infantry division under General A. J. Smith, sent from Cairo. Turning north and westward, the rebels next threatened Jefferson City, but finding this also guarded, they continued their course along the Missouri River, capturing Boonville, Glasgow, Lexington, and Independence. Their march was greatly aided by the rising of guerrillas and bushwhackers along their route. One band of these, under a notorious outlaw called Bill Anderson, atrociously massacred 2 parties of Union prisoners they had captured and disarmed, but they were followed and the leader killed a few days later. Meanwhile, the various Union detachments were being so rapidly concentrated against Price that he began a retreat southward along the Kansas border, which was soon changed to precipitate flight. A column of Union cavalry under Pleasanton fought the enemy in several sharp engagements, and in one of them captured Price's artillery, 8 guns, and the rebel generals Marmaduke and Cabell with 1,000 prisoners, while the pursuit of the invaders was continued into Arkansas. The large accessions which Price's invading column temporarily gained from rebel sympathizers were more than counterbalanced by the fidelity and vigor with which the Union citizens, either as enrolled militia or in other organizations, assisted and reinforced the military detachments. General Grant afterwards rather harshly criticized General Rosecrans for the impunity with which Price was enabled to roam over the State of Missouri for a long time. But the history of the war had shown that heavy columns of veteran cavalry were not easily prevented from making raids of this character, especially when, as in this case, they were willing to encounter the risk of gradual depletion and dispersion. There seems little doubt that the raid was as much political as military. All the summer General Rosecrans had been receiving information of a movement of conspiracy in the State nursed by the Order of American Knights. It was doubtless a part of that more general political conspiracy of secret associations extending through several Northwestern States by members of this and similarly affiliated societies, whose mischievous plottings and attempts, inspired by the rebel authorities of Richmond through their agents in Canada, are elsewhere related. Upon one point General Rosecrans gave the Radical party of Missouri unfeigned satisfaction, and as his action was in strict accordance with the instructions of the President, and doubtless of his own judgment as well, we may here quote Mr. Lincoln's letter on the subject. One cannot always safely disregard a report, even which one may not believe. I have a report that you incline to deny the soldiers the right of attending the election in Missouri on the assumed ground that they will get drunk and make disturbance. Last year I sent General Schofield a letter of instruction dated October 1, 1863, which I suppose you will find on the files of the Department, and which contains, among other things, the following: At elections, see that those, and only those, are allowed to vote who are entitled to do so by the laws of Missouri, including as of those laws the restrictions laid by the Missouri Convention upon those who may have participated in the rebellion. This I thought right then, and think right now, and I may add, I do not remember that either party complained after the election of General Schofield's action under it. Wherever the law allows soldiers to vote, their officers must also allow it. Please write me on this subject. The orders of General Schofield in the previous year simply used the phraseology "qualified voters" and forbade their intimidation or exclusion. The order which General Rosecrans issued to govern the election of 1864 went a step further, and, interpreting existing laws, explained that this excludes from the right of voting all who since that date, December 17, 1861, have been in the rebel army or navy anywhere, and all who since that date have been anywhere engaged in guerrilla marauding or bushwhacking. Reciting that the civil power was too weak to execute laws and punish offenders, he declared that violations of the election laws would be punished as military offenses, and that he would punish election officers as severely for willful neglect of their duty as for its violation. On the subject of soldiers voting, the general's response to the President was earnest and satisfactory. "I should be untrue," wrote he, "to the instincts, convictions, and professions of my life if I did not sacredly respect the right of franchise which lies at the foundation of our free government. I should be doubly so were I to prevent or even neglect to facilitate voting by the noble and patriotic citizens who, for the sacred cause of the Union, law, and justice, have become soldiers under my command whenever and wherever the laws of the State permit it." It is sufficient to add that the careful provisions of the general's election order amply fulfilled his promise to publish one which would give satisfaction to all honest Union men. Better, however, than the general's stringent military order was the great tide of anti-slavery conversion which, sweeping over the North, nowhere rose to a more surprising height than in this guerrilla-haunted and war-smitten State. The Presidential nominations almost wholly changed the attitude of the factions towards each other. The Conservative party, as such, practically disappeared. Its voters of Democratic antecedents returned to the Democratic party and supported McClellan. Its voters of Whig and Republican origin little by little fused with the Radicals. The political conditions and prospects became every way satisfactory to the President and his friends, except upon a single point. Such important gains of Republican members of the House of Representatives had been made in the October elections in Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania as to afford reasonable promise that, with continued success, a two-thirds vote might perhaps be secured, which would have power to propose to the States an amendment of the national Constitution, abolishing slavery throughout the Union. At this critical juncture, a personal controversy about the nomination of candidates in the 1st Congressional District of Missouri had most unseasonably put two candidates in the field which would inevitably ensure the election of a Democrat, who would as certainly vote against such a constitutional amendment. In this aspect of affairs, Mr. Lincoln deemed it his duty to interfere, and sent one of his secretaries to St. Louis with a confidential message to the Federal office holders belonging to the conservative faction that they must not labor and vote to defeat the emancipation candidates, even though these called themselves radicals and were opposing his reelection to the presidency. It turned out that the controversy about the nomination for congressman in the 1st District could not be composed, and the Democrat was elected as had been foreseen, but in all other respects the election simplified the confusion of the Missouri factions in a most refreshing manner. In the previous November, when the issue had been between radicals and conservatives, without further definition of party creed, the vote had been nearly equal. But in the new issue between Lincoln and McClellan, between the Baltimore platform and the Chicago surrender, between prosecuting the war to success and declaring it a failure, the result was an overwhelming triumph for the former. Lincoln received 72,750 votes, McClellan 31,678, giving the President a majority of 41,072, or of more than one-third. The radical candidate for governor was elected by about the same majority. Of the congressmen elected, 8 out of the 9 were radicals, the solitary exception being in the 1st District, where the foolish personal quarrel had thrown away victory. A large majority of the legislature was radical. The radical ticket was successful in 80 out of the 114 counties in the State, and finally there was a majority vote of 37,793 for the convention, and 3/4 of the delegates elected to form it were also of the Radical Party. The political revolution in the State of Missouri was complete and irrevocable, and it is only necessary to record the official embodiment of the popular decision. The new Constitutional Convention met according to law at the city of St. Louis on the 6th of January, 1865, and on the 6th day of its session, January 11, it formally adopted an ordinance that hereafter in this state there shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except in punishment of crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, and all persons held to service or labor as slaves are hereby declared free. A telegraphic announcement of the event was sent to the legislature at Jefferson City, and in jubilation over the news the lower house of that body, by a formal resolution, turned from weightier business to greet with immense applause the singing of the famous war song, John Brown's Body. We can best measure the change which had been wrought in public opinion when we remember that this took place in the hall where, less than 4 years before, Governor Jackson and his rebel legislature, belted with bowie knives and pistols, and with rifles leaning on their desks, concocted their treasonable enactments through a long night in a mockery of parliamentary forms. Also that this constitutional ordinance of immediate and unrecompensed emancipation was now the mandatory will of 2/3 of the voters of Missouri, a State whose public opinion had tolerated, if not justified, the violation of law in almost every form by a portion of its citizens less than 10 years before, in order to compel the neighboring territory of Kansas to adopt the institution of slavery. Yet it must not be hastily inferred that the passage of this ordinance of emancipation immediately restored peace and prosperity. About a month later we find President Lincoln writing the following letter to the new governor, who had been elected and inaugurated to replace the provisional government. It seems that there is now no organized military force of the enemy in Missouri, and yet that destruction of property and life is rampant everywhere. Is not the cure for this within easy reach of the people themselves? It cannot but be that every man, not naturally a robber or a cutthroat, would gladly put an end to this state of things. A large majority in every locality must feel alike upon this subject, and if so, they only need to reach an understanding one with another. Each leaving all others alone solves the problem, and surely each would do this but for his apprehension that others will not leave him alone. Cannot this mischievous distrust be removed? Let neighborhood meetings be everywhere called and held, of all entertaining a sincere purpose for mutual security in the future, whatever they may heretofore have thought, said, or done about the war or about anything else. Let all such meet, and, waiving all else, pledge each to cease harassing others, and to make common cause against whoever persists in making, aiding, or encouraging further disturbance. The practical means they will best know how to adopt and apply. At such meetings old friendships will cross the memory, and honor and Christian charity will come in to help. Please consider whether it may not be well to suggest this to the now afflicted people of Missouri. The action of the new governor in response to this appeal was not all that might have been desired. He did not call the neighborhood meetings suggested by the President's letter, but in his proclamation of March 7, 1865, merely invited all men who have not made themselves infamous by crime to unite together for the support of the officers of the law, and admonished courts and officers to greater vigilance and activity. How long the fires of these chronic neighborhood feuds might have blazed or smoldered cannot even be surmised, for new events mightier than any mere local efforts were destined to bring them to a sudden termination. End of chapter 20. End of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay.